out over here.
He's going to have a heart attack.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to, today is March 8th, 2022, on a Tuesday. This is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, and we are going to start today the way we start every day in Manatee County. We're going to start the day by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. Today, the invocation will be led by Minister Frank Bruner, and then after that, we will have the pledge, which will be led by Coach Eddie Shannon. And we're very honored today because we have a veteran-led pledge at all of our meetings, but today is the first time that we have had a World War II veteran to lead our pledge. Coach Shannon served for 2.5 years in World War II. He served in the Pacific Theater. 40 to 50 million deaths took place during that long and bloody war. He was a U.S. Navy steward's maid, and he served with 16 million other Americans, fighting the Nazis and fighting the tyrannical Japanese, defending democracy and defending freedom and preserving all of our freedoms. Coach Shannon turned 100 years old yesterday. We will hear a little more about Coach Shannon's service from Coach Bellamy, from Commissioner Bellamy.
Coach too.
You have me staring at several of my former coaches, so the mindset has changed. But we'll hear more about his service, not from to our nation, but to our community, from Commissioner Bellamy a little bit later. But we're going to start now with the invocation, and then we will have the pledge immediately following. So if you are able at this time, please stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you everyone for being here, and thank you Coach Shannon. I had the pleasure of playing for Coach Shannon and Coach Canan way back when Moby Dick was a minnow. But talk about someone who gave a godly example. We would pray before, though it was politically incorrect, we would pray before we went out into the field every game at Hawkins Stadium at Manatee High School. And Coach Shannon used to lead us in a chant from the Psalms before we left about wounding the enemy and not letting them rise. Let us pray. Oh, Father God, you are our Creator, our Redeemer, and our Sustainer, and we come before you this morning humbly with all praise and honor, glory, and thanksgiving for the great God that you are. We thank you for your grace, your love, and your mercy, and we ask that you would bow down your ear, O Lord, and hear our prayers. Forgive us of any sin, transgression, or iniquity, and have mercy upon us, O Lord. I pray, Lord, that you would give us eyes to see, ears to hear, and hearts to discern your truth today as this body of governance will deliberate things for the betterment of our community. I pray for your blessing upon them, upon our state, and upon our nation. I pray a special blessing, O Lord, upon Coach Eddie Shannon, a man after your own heart, a man who has walked with you for 100 years. Lord, we thank you for his example to so many young men and women over the years, as he has never had a problem with saying that you are in charge. Lord, I do remember, and I just want to recognize that Coach Shannon, in his very first day in his speech to his students, he used to always say that we were always to dress out for PE except when it was thundering and lightning and outside, because that was when the Lord said, Shannon, don't be outside. Lord, he knows your truth, and he knows to take cover when you are thundering and lightning outside. So, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all of the many blessings. We pray that you would continue to pour out and grant your favor and blessing upon all those that are here to hear. And all the people said, Amen.
Amen. Coach Shannon, if you would help him to the microphone, please.
Reggie's.
I think Reggie's going to bring the microphone to him.
Even better.
Ready?
Let's start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, you can either stand with me or
Bring that piece of paper to
that's
Reggie.
it. Let me see.
To Reggie. Thank you so much, Mr. Bruner, and thank you so much, Coach Shannon. We're going to turn things over to Commissioner Bellamy now. Commissioner Bellamy, you have the floor.
Wow. What an honor. What an opportunity. I am excited for a number of reasons to have the opportunity to share Coach Shannon and be a part of his legacy. I reflect on a lot of different things right now. What's unique about me is Coach Shannon's daughters babysitted me. What's unique about me is Coach Shannon got me grown. And for some of you all that don't know what that means, if your mind need to get right, he found a way to get your mind right. And I thank God for Coach Shannon. We have his bio that I'm going to acknowledge, if that's okay with the chair. And I'm going to read the proclamation, and then there's some other things that will take place afterwards. World War II veteran, we already spoke about him fighting the 2.5 years at age 18, 19. Thank you for your service. I am sure many people are aware of this, but Coach Shannon is a proud graduate of Florida A&M University, as it has been elected into the Florida A&M University Hall of Fame. Coaching the Lincoln Memorial Trojans, I'm sure my dad's going to get me for that one. He was the head coach of the county's all-black school before integration and closed the school in 1969, and students went to Palmetto. Students went to Manatee from Palmetto. Became a coach at Manatee High, and I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but we do have some coaches from Manatee High here. I must acknowledge the legendary Hall of Fame football coach here from Manatee County, Coach Joe Canan. I have to acknowledge you. I always tell Coach thank you for everything that he's done, and behind him, if you do not know some of the sayings from Coach Frank Turner, who was the skills and the running back coach when a lot of that big-time football, and him and Coach Shannon worked side to side. Coach Shannon was asked to become the newly integrated Manatee High School to help de-escalate some of the racial tension that was erupting on campus. That's the part about getting your mind right. He became the unofficial peacemaker during the turbulence that shook Manatee High during the first year of integration. During his 34-year coaching career, Shannon helped the integration progress by promoting peace, harmony during strained times. Shannon coached some area great athletes.
Deep breath.
including Ray Bellamy, who broke a color barrier when he went to Miami and became the first African American to play football at a major college in the South. He coached Henry Lawrence, Manatee County's greatest professional football player, who spent 13 years in the NFL and earned 3 Super Bowl rings. Coach Shannon carried the Olympic torch before the 1996 Olympics, and in 2004 he received the Manatee County Distinguished Citizen Award. Obviously, we talked about him being a Hall of Famer for the Florida A&M University, Florida High School Athletic Association Hall of Famer, Manatee High School Athletic Hall of Honor, an emeritus member of the Palmetto Youth Center, and he is a deacon at St. John Baptist Church. And one thing that I will not walk away without saying prior to the proclamation, he is a proud member of the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. All right, some of this will be repetitive, but stay with me. Now we're going to read the proclamation, and then we have one more acknowledgement, and I ask God to help me emotionally to make it through this moment. Board of County Commissioners. Maybe he should come now. Want me to present that too, or is Lee going to present that? Woo. Whereas Coach Eddie Shannon, born March 7, 1922, is a World War II veteran and a graduate from Florida A&M University. Whereas Coach Shannon became a local luminary while coaching the Lincoln Memorial High Trojans, a team that lost only 2 games during his tenure as head coach of the county's all-black school before integration closed the school in 1969. And whereas a coach at the newly integrated Manatee High School, Coach Shannon helped to de-escalate racial tension on campus and became the unofficial peacemaker during his first year of integration. Whereas during his 34-year career, Coach Shannon coached some of the area's greatest football players, including Henry Lawrence and Ray Bellamy. Whereas Coach Shannon carried the Olympic torch before the 1996 and received the Manatee County Distinguished Award in 2004 and was inducted into the Florida High School Athletic Association Hall of Fame in 2012 and the Manatee High School Hall of Honor in 2016. And whereas Coach Shannon was a board member of the Palmetto Youth Center and a deacon at St. John Baptist Church, 29th Street. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that March 8th, 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Coach Eddie Shannon Day in Manatee County, Florida. In commemoration of his 100th birthday and his many contributions to our community, adopted with the quorum and present and voting this 8th day of March. Prior to you sitting down, we have 2 more awards that we want to extend to you from the county. Mr. Washington.
I'll move the microphone down a little bit. That's for both of us, Coach. That's for both of us. So, Coach Shannon, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and the people of Manatee County, in appreciation for your honorable service, not just to our community, but to our nation, I want to present this plaque to you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, one thing that I was raised up on is giving individuals their flowers while they are here. And I want to take one moment to look every board member, my colleagues, in the eye and tell you all sincerely, thank you for what's about to take place. Because there was a unanimous vote for us to move forward in changing the name of Lincoln Park to Coach Eddie Shannon Park. So what I understand a few years ago when Uncle Moody started crying when we started talking about Coach Shannon, his impact and what he's done, not just for me, to people across the county and the state and the country. What I would ask the chair, and I know we're running long on time, is for 2 things, if it's okay with the board members. Obviously, we do have some Manatee High graduates that are county commissioners. And we do have one of our county commissioners that was actually at Manatee High during the integration when Coach Shannon was de-escalating. And if it's okay, if it's okay with the board members, I would ask for Commissioner Whitmore and myself and Commissioner Van Ostris, if we can take a photo. That's that strong cane pride, Coach, that will never die. And then I will bow and turn it back over to the chair. Is that all right, Mr. Chair?
The two talls and the two shorts.
I'll stand up behind them.
I don't think they want us to.
Now, my closing remarks. Thanking the Shannon family. I am aware that some of the Shannon family are watching online. To the oldest son, Herb, we love you. Thank you. And Gail, who was my babysitter. I think the community must say thank you for allowing us to sharing Coach Shannon with us. And I am sure the Omega Psi Phi fraternity feels that way. St. John feels that way. And as and the Manatee High Manatee High Alumni Association, but to me, in my heart, a little bit more important, the Lincoln Alumni Association. The Trojan Nation is definitely here. And we'll just tell everybody thank you, and I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bellamy, and thank you, Coach Shannon, and thank all of you who came down here to help us honor Coach Shannon. We're going to move into a boring section of this meeting real quick.
Well,
I'm sorry, there are people on the board. I apologize. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you. And what a way to start the morning, right? So I just want to say, Coach Shannon, a million thanks to you for your 100 years on this earth and the thousands of students and people that you have affected in your lifetime. Thank you for all you've done. And while I'm not a graduate of Manatee High School, all three of our kids are, so Cane Pride is strong at my house too. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And
Commissioner Whitmore.
Coach Shannon, I was that one that the year that the integration started. And I remember you in short white shorts and a baseball hat, going around trying to get everybody to calm down. There's a lot of people in the audience today that are Manatee High School graduates. My son-in-law, Scott Rudisil, he was a big one too. And we just want to thank you for your service to our community and our country, and bless you at 100 years old.
Hallelujah. Good like that.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. And Commissioner Satcher.
Coach Shannon, you know, the word makes it pretty clear. And of course, we never see a U-Haul following behind a funeral procession. So it's common sense tells us that we can't take anything with us except people, the people that we influence and that we touch and that we lead to the Lord. Amen. And so I just want to recognize and appreciate your stand for the Lord. You know, the preacher even mentioned that it might be politically incorrect to stand up. Who cares? Stand up for what's right, no matter what, and change what's politically correct. I appreciate your stance, sir. Thank you so much for your service to the Lord, to your nation. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. All right, thank you so much, Coach Shannon. We're now going to move into changes to the agenda. I will turn to the County Administrator, Dr. Hopes, to please read off all changes to today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Changes to the agenda dated March 4th. Changes to the consent agenda under Attorney, item number 13, engagement of outside counsel to assist with obtaining H-1B work visas. Under Property Management, item number 48, Resolution R22033, authorizing the conveyance of real property to the School Board of Manatee County and execution of county deed and escrow agreement conveying real property located at 202 13th Avenue East, Bradenton, Florida. Under Public Works, item number 60, reimbursement agreement between Manatee County and Land Experts, Inc. for polymer manholes for the Cross Creek development. Additions to awards, presentations, and proclamations. Under item number 72, Surveyors and Mappers Week was added to the agenda. And changes to the agenda on March 7th, 2022. Financial Management, item 23, Budget Amendment Resolution B22-053. And item number 26, Resolution R2204, which approves the request in connection with the issuance of refunding bonds by the Florida Development Finance Corporation for request by Southwest Charter Foundation, Inc. for projects which were within Manatee County as per the TEFRA requirements. Item number 27, Resolution 22-041, approving the issuance of $11,700,000 revenue refunding bonds by Florida Development Finance Corporation requested by Goodwill Industries, Minnesota, Inc., for projects which were within Manatee County as per the TEFRA requirements. Changes to the regular agenda under Administrator, item 66, confirmation of appointment of the Director of Human Resources Department. This item is being deferred to the next meeting. Those are all of the amendments to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Just to give everybody an idea of the flow, I'm pretty much going to go with the agenda here. We'll start with Employee of the Month, and then we'll go to presentation of awards to commissioners serving on boards, and then we'll start with proclamations, and we'll start with number 4, having already completed number 3. So then we're going to go to Employee of the Month, which this month is a Utilities Department employee. And so Mr. Mike Gore will be presenting. Mr. Gore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners, County Administrator, and I don't guess Mr. Clegg. It's our pleasure to introduce the Employee of the Month, Amanda Shauver-Karnitz. Shauver. Amanda is our water compliance supervisor, and she's stationed out at the water treatment plant. And we have a lot of folks here from the water treatment plant. I'm a little worried how it's operating right now. So a lot of utility folks here. Amanda, I'm going to turn it over to her supervisor, but because I don't get to see these folks as much as I should. But she manages a lot of stuff with our regulators. And as I'm sitting in meetings with my managers and direct reports, I always hear Amanda's name. And she's always taking care of that technical business for us. So it's always positive and upbeat. And certainly with the show we have behind us, it's obvious that she's well liked. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Olga Wolin and let her talk a little bit about Amanda.
Thanks, Mike. Good morning, board members. I really appreciate you guys recognize Amanda today because she's one of the employees who really, truly deserves it. She works behind the scenes, so she doesn't necessarily work with public, and she never looking for the kudos. She's been working with me since 2011, and she started in the lab before that in 2008. So it's been many years of very hard, dedicated work and service. And I have to say, as Mike said, she is our compliance supervisor, so she does mostly paperwork and reports and permitting, stuff like that, make sure our water is safe to drink every day. But besides doing paperwork, she does above and beyond. She steps in. I don't know if you're aware of staffing issues at the plant the last few years. Amanda did from manual plant operations when it's needed, when they're short-staffed. I mean, she would come in and she would physically operate the plant. She did rescreening of the screens and the filter galleries when it was needed. I mean, she is a person which every supervisor would probably love to have. She doesn't need to be micromanaged. She's always does her job, and she does above and beyond of anything her duty requires. So I'm really excited to recognize Amanda. Thank you, Amanda, for everything you do every day, and I'm very excited to have you in our team. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, I'll make this quick. So I'm very honored to be here today and grateful to be the recipient of the Employee of the Month. I want to thank those who recommended and supported my nomination for this award. Throughout my career with the county, I've always tried to do my job well and have offered my assistance where it was needed, whether it was part of my job or not. I hope I continue to prove myself an asset to the team. I am fortunate to be part of two departments, the water treatment plant, where staff works tirelessly around the clock to make safe drinking water for our residents, and for the water conservation department that ensures the drinking water stays safe through the backflow prevention program and encourages water conservation through public education and enforcement. After air, water is essential to life, and every decision to encourage water conservation goes a long way to ensure we do not waste this precious resource. Thank you again, and thank you to all who took time out of their busy schedules to support me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I do have at least one commissioner that would like to say something. Commissioner Whitmore.
You know, drinking water and compliance officer, how much more important of a job can you get? Especially with all the stuff that's coming down from all over, the things that we have to watch carefully for. What I would be interested in, since I've been involved since day one, is once we get the microfiltration system up and running, and I would like to know what a difference that's going to make with our drinking water so that we can tout that with our citizens. It's the third largest in the United States. At one point it was the first, but it's taken us so long to build it that we're the third largest microfiltration system. So I really would like to, since you're the science person and I love that kind of stuff, I would like to, if it's okay with Mike, to just get a report once that goes on board and how that's making a difference so we can let our citizens know that we invested a lot of money, almost $90 million to do this. So I appreciate it. And congratulations, you're an important person.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I would just follow up with that, saying, as you know, we all serve the people of Manatee County. Some of us get, more sort of publicity as we do that, but you are behind the scenes doing extremely important work. You're literally in charge of our drinking water, right? So, I mean, it may not be the most glamorous job, but it is extremely important to all the citizens of this county. And every time they, give their child something to, a glass of water to drink or take a bath, they're all thankful, and possibly even, flush the commode. But they're always thankful. They're always thankful for the work that you're doing every day. So on behalf of the board, thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into presentations of awards to commissioners serving on various boards. We sort of decided that while standing in the shadow of a 100-year-old World War II veteran, we weren't all that comfortable making a lot of fuss about ourselves. So we're going to sort of go through this a little quicker than normal. But there are 3 that are to be presented today and 3 to be recognized today. First, I do have a plaque for Commissioner Reggie Bellamy for his commitment and his service serving in 2021 as the chairman of the Port Authority for Manatee County. So I want to give Commissioner Bellamy that plaque now. Secondly, because it was not her first year, she doesn't get the whole plaque. She already has the plaque, so she gets an additional sort of badge to put on it. But Commissioner Surveyors served last year as the chairperson of the TDC. And last but not least, Commissioner Baugh was not her first year serving as chairwoman of this board, but last year for 2021, Commissioner Baugh was the chairwoman of the Board of County Commissioners, and we made it as difficult for her as we possibly could, but she stuck it out through the whole year, and for that we were appreciative. Thank you, Commissioner Baugh.
Not all of you.
Okay, so we're going to move into proclamations. Having already completed number 3, we'll go to number 4, which is Government Finance Professionals Week, and that will be Commissioner Bellamy. And commissioners, just so you're able to follow, we are going to go in order.
Mr. Chair, is
Ma'am.
there a motion to approve the proclamations?
I'll
So
entertain
moved.
motions.
So moved.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Cruz to approve proclamations. We'll go ahead and hold the vote now. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Madam, all opposed? Madam Clerk, it is approved unanimously. Commissioner Bellamy, you have the floor.
Prior to me starting the proclamation, I would ask, obviously, the Financial Management Division to come, and everyone else that will be speaking about Government Finance Professional Week. It's always good for us to acknowledge Madam Money. Very important. I knew it was more to this.
Now I'm getting worried. Is there anybody looking over the money?
I knew it was more to this.
Jeez.
From all the departments, too. Yeah, well, it's $1.5 billion out there. There's a little bit less than balance. A lot of bean counters in one thing.
At least mine are left, I think.
Proclamation Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, whereas March 14 through 18, 2022, will be celebrated throughout the state of Florida as Government Finance Professional Week. And whereas the Florida Government Finance Officers Association is a professional association founded in 1937 and serves more than 3,300 professionals from state, county, and city government, school districts, colleges, and universities, special districts, and private firms. And whereas the FGFOA is dedicated to being your professional resource by providing opportunities through education, networking, leadership, and information. And whereas Government Finance Professional Week, sponsored by the FGFOA and all its member governmental organizations, is a week-long series of activities aimed at recognizing government finance professionals and the vital services they provide to our state and community. Now, therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that March 14 through 18, 2022, shall be known, designated, and set aside as Government Finance Professionals Week in Manatee County, Florida, and the Commissioners extend our sincere appreciation to all government finance professionals throughout the state and here in Manatee County for their hard work, dedication, and leadership. Adopted with quorum present and voting this 8th day of March 22. Signed by our chair, KBO.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this. As I look behind me, Kim, come up. We also have the clerk's office here with us. This is a team effort. It takes our side and across the street to make it work, and I couldn't think of better partners. And I really appreciate the fact this is our little bit of public service, and we really appreciate being able to do it. Kim, did you want to say anything?
I'll say a few words. Good morning. I'm Kim Wilder, the Finance Director for the Clerk's Office. I did want to take this opportunity to thank you for including all of us in the Proclamation for Finance Professional Week. Sorry, I'm fighting a cold. We do have a group here in the audience today, but there are over 50 of us in our office overseeing the board aspects of accounts payable, payroll, accounting, financial and reporting, asset management, treasury, and of course, board records. I want to thank Jan and her group for our great working relationship, and we look forward to continuing to make great things happen behind the scenes for Manatee County.
And if I may, this always amazes me whenever we all get in one group. So raise your hand if you have more than 5 years' experience in finance. Raise your hand if you have 10 years, 20, 30. So it's quite a bit of knowledge standing behind me. It's very humbling. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jan. Dr. Hopes is on the board.
Yeah, I'd like to thank each of you, both individually and all of you, and Deputy County Administrator and CFO Jan Brewer, because this is one of the most complex jobs in county government. And from day one that we met upstairs during the Piney Point episode to today, you have helped this Board of County Commissioners and me to be successful in this past year, and I appreciate everything that you do every day for the citizens of Manatee County with our very large budget and ambitious capital improvement plan that folks see going to work every day on our roadways. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, ditto to what Dr. Hopes just said, but you know, the thing of it is, without you, we can't do our jobs. So it's a real team effort, and we just thank you so much for your dedication, your hard work, and just everything that you guys go through on a daily basis to make sure that the county's covered. Thank you very much.
And I would just close out by saying that people like me loathe numbers and math. And so we truly appreciate everything that you do every single day. So thank you so much for all that you do for us every day. Yeah, it's a Manatee High School thing. We don't like math.
Play football, though.
All right. Thank you all so much. We're now going to go to American Red Cross Month, which will be presented by Commissioner Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to do this. I actually was a former board member of Red Cross, so I appreciate it. So, whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to honor the kindness of our neighbors who aid families in need every day in the county of Manatee, the state of Florida, across the United States and the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year. Whereas during the trying times of the coronavirus pandemic, people have stepped up to help others in need, whether it is responding to this year's record-breaking disasters across the country or rolling up their sleeves to give blood when our country faced a severe blood shortage. And whereas here in Manatee County, local families have relied on American Red Cross of Southwest Florida volunteers for comfort and hope while coping with local disasters such as home fires, and Commissioner Van Osterbridge can attest to that one, tornadoes, tropical storms, and hurricanes. Volunteers have helped neighbors affected from each of these events. And whereas individuals, businesses, schools, and community and faith-based organizations must make children a top priority and take action to support the emotional, social, physical, academic, and mental development and well-being of all our children. Whereas American Red Cross of Southwest Florida volunteers have supported local families in other ways, too. Last year, the Red Cross assisted our vast military community by providing emergency communications, aid, and resources to military members, active and retired. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that March 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as American Red Cross Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voted this 8th day of March, signed by our Chair, Commissioner Van Osterbridge. And I will have somebody speak on behalf of the Red Cross.
Thank you so much.
You're
Such
welcome.
a privilege. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for this today. We're so proud to be a part of the community. Our mission wouldn't be possible without the community heroes. During our annual Red Cross Month celebration in March, we honored their commitment and support of individuals and families in need. This tradition began nearly 80 years ago when President Franklin Roosevelt issued the first National Red Cross Month Proclamation, and each president has followed ever since. Today, our work is powered by 90% volunteers, along with generous financial and blood donors, community partners, and people trained in vital health and safety skills. Every 8 minutes, Red Cross volunteers respond to disasters in the United States. Their support is critical as large disasters like hurricanes, floods, and wildfires grow in frequency and intensity, and home fires continue to upend lives each and every day. Red Cross volunteers provide 24/7 global support to help military families, including many who have experienced multiple deployments over the past decade. In addition, as a part of the world's largest humanitarian network, Red Cross workers respond to international disasters and help communities prepare for emergencies around the globe. Millions of Red Cross trained individuals stand ready each and every day to use their CPR, first aid, and life-saving skills during an emergency. We thank you today for this honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for all that the Red Cross does. We're super appreciative of your role in this community.
More
Thank
than
you.
welcome.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, we're going to move on to number 6, which is the adoption and presentation of proclamation designating March 22nd as Irish American Heritage Month in Manatee County. And so we go to Commissioner Servia for that. And I did go around the dais. No one wanted to claim being Irish, apparently. So Commissioner Servia said she would happily do it.
Happily is the right word.
I couldn't sell Irish with the last name Van Ostenbridge, but
Yeah. Thank you so much. It is my honor. So whereas the Irish came to Spanish La Florida in 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators, and 3 of the Spanish governors of La Florida were Irish military officers. And whereas Richard Arthur, an Irish-born priest from Limerick, who was appointed parish priest for St. Augustine in 1597, and ecclesiastical judge of La Florida, established the first public school in America and opened it to both boys and girls of all races. And whereas Andrew Jackson, whose family came from County Antrim, served as Florida's military governor following its acquisition by the United States. And whereas Irish Americans, since America's inception, have provided and continue to provide leadership and service to the nation's, states, and counties' political, business, and religious establishments. And whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate their rich cultural heritage and the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that March 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Irish American Heritage Month in Manatee County, Florida. It's adopted with a quorum present and voting this 8th day of March 2022, signed by our chairman, Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and attested by Angelina Coloniso, clerk of the court. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being here. Do you have any words you'd like to say?
We thank the commission for this proclamation, and I bet you all are going to claim to be Irish on March 17th.
Bet.
Thank you very much.
yes, sir, well said. I did find out that Dr. Hope's is 70% Irish, so there's some Irish blood up here on the dais for you. Absolutely. Who knows what the other 30% is, but thank you so much for coming in.
7%.
I misspoke. Apparently, it's only 7%. I know.
Yeah.
He's as Irish as Elizabeth Warren is Indian, so but that's all right. Commissioner Cruz is up next with Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Not sure if anyone's here for this one, but we'll read it. Whereas Florida's future prosperity depends on our next generation. Oh, there you are. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Whereas Florida's future prosperity depends on our next generation, and it is imperative that we do everything we can to nurture the healthy development of over 4 million children living, growing, and learning within our diverse communities. And whereas child abuse is a crime that affects Manatee County with 6,542 maltreatment reports with 344 removals to foster care within the last year alone. And whereas child abuse and neglect can cause severe, costly, and lifelong problems among society and victims, such as social, criminal, and academic difficulties, and emotional, physical, and mental health challenges. And whereas individuals, businesses, schools, and community and faith-based organizations must make children a top priority and take action to support the emotional, social, physical, academic, and mental development and well-being of all children. And whereas Pinwheels for Prevention, along with Manatee Children's Services, Department of Children and Families, Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Safe Children's Coalition, and other agencies work to prevent child abuse by promoting thriving families and healthy child development. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that April 2022 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Manatee County, Florida. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 8th day of March 2022, signed by the Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and attested by the Clerk of the Circuit Court, Angelina Coloniso. Should I say something?
Yes. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Board of Commissioners, for this proclamation. We're honored to be a part of this wonderful community here in Manatee County. Manatee Children's Services is a child advocacy center dedicated to breaking the cycle of child abuse. It provides us a full spectrum of programs serving over 12,000 children and families annually. Our mission is to advocate for and provide the resources, skills, and shelter to alleviate abuse through prevention and intervention for all children and their families. Since its inception in 1977 as the community's first and only emergency shelter for abused children in foster care, Manatee Children's Services now offers programs in treatment, prevention, intervention, and residential services. Such programs include our emergency shelter, long-term group homes, mental health services, parenting education and training, along with forensic medical and specialized child victim interview services, support services for relative caregivers, teen pregnancy prevention, and children's personal safety. Manatee Children's Services is the only child advocacy center in Manatee County, and our residential program houses the only emergency shelter for abused children in the county. Thank you so much for honoring us in this proclamation and helping us bring awareness to National Child Abuse Prevention Month. Your support is essential in helping break the cycle of child abuse. Thank you.
Well, we were doing a little horsing around up here, but reality certainly came back in front of us there, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for all that your organization does for really the most vulnerable members of Manatee County. So thank you so much for all that you do. Next, last but certainly not least, is National Surveyors and Mappers Week in Manatee County. And I know we have a few people from our surveying team in the back and some of our mappers, and I hope that they will come down and stand behind Commissioner Baugh as she presents.
I think Mr. Mills is here.
I spent a day working with our survey crew because I like to go out and do a day here and there working with county employees, and I learned quite a bit. It's a very proud profession. They told me it was the second oldest profession in the world. So
I'm not going to touch
very well could be. Well, literally everything you see and look at has been surveyed. So those are some valid points.
Person in the world, other than Coach Shannon.
Yeah, that's true.
I bet I could debate him, but I'm not going to. All right. Whereas surveyors and mappers are counted among the founding leaders of our country and were instrumental in the formation of property boundaries which support the enjoyment of property ownership. And whereas we recognize the valuable contributions of the surveying and mapping profession to history, development, and the quality of life in Florida and nationwide, and make important decisions based on the knowledge and expertise of licensed surveyors and mappers. And whereas the surveying and mapping profession requires special education, training, the knowledge of mathematics, the related physical and applied sciences, and requirements of law for evidence. And whereas surveyors and mappers are uniquely qualified and licensed to determine and describe land and water boundaries for the management of natural resources and protection of private and public property rights. And whereas the continual advancements in instrumentation have required the surveyor and mapper not only to be able to understand and implement the methods of the past, but also learn and employ modern technology in finding solutions to meet the challenges of the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that March 21st through the 27th, 2022, shall be known, designated, and set aside as National Surveyors and Mappers Week in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 8th day of March, 2022. It is signed by our chair, Kevin Von Ostenbridge, and attested by the clerk of the court, Angelina Coloniso. All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Don Bouchard. I'm survey manager with ZNS Engineering and the vice president of the Minnesota chapter of the Florida Surveying and Mapping Society. With me today is Kevin Wilmot, our director, Steve Burkholder, Rhodes Engineering, Dave and Priscilla from Manatee County, and Leo Mills, longtime Manatee County surveyor. The profession of land surveying and mapping is largely misunderstood by the general public, and to a lesser extent, what it involves. Most people just don't have a clue. All they know is the bank is calling, "Where is my survey?" That said, our profession is vital to both the public and private communities and businesses. Myself and my comrades here sincerely appreciate you recognizing us each and every year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have several people on the board. The order is Servia, Whitmore, and Hopes. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. So I've worked with surveyors my entire career, and I really appreciate you guys because you tell us where we are in the world, and it's so important for us to understand that. So I see so many friends standing out here. Leo Mills, I think I've known you for 35 years. We've worked together a long, long time. David Greer, who's currently doing some work for Manatee County right now. Thank you so much. I've spent years working with Dave at King Engineering. And many of you other folks, I've worked with you. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate you, and we value surveying. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, I think, Leo, you still probably do the surveying for Holmes Beach, City of Holmes Beach, and I think maybe you were the one that discovered this years ago, about maybe 8 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago. It was discovered on 84th, and I'm at the very north end of Holmes Beach, then it goes into Anna Maria. And myself and another former mayor, he lives right the next block over, so we both lived in that area. Come to find out, the surveyors came along, and we lived in Anna Maria. So we had to get the resurvey, and the City of Holmes Beach had to go to the state and redo the lines. Actually, your family, the Basses and stuff, would have actually been Anna Maria residents too. So they had to redo all that. So, and if it was, here comes Leo. If it wasn't for the surveyors, you had to make me legal.
You messed up now. You got me talking, and you know I like to talk. Yeah, I didn't discover it, Carol, but you're right. And you had to change the entire charter description there to make sure that Holmes Beach was Holmes Beach. Yeah. And I do still do work for the city, and I appreciate them very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I appreciate y'all, I think I know everybody on the board here, with maybe one or two or exceptions personally. And it's always been great working with y'all. Anything that we bring before you are able to talk to you about. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah,
Leo.
and thank you for this. We appreciate you recognizing us as a profession. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes.
Thank you all, and Leo Mills has done survey work for me personally as well. And I want to introduce, I will tell you, anybody out there that needs a surveyor, you will soon realize when you try to find one how valuable they are and how hard they are to recruit. We went through 5 surveyors for the county who said they were going to come work with us, accepted a job. Then when they went back and told their current employer that they were leaving to go to Manatee County, they outbid us. But I want to recognize Brian Bellino, who is our new surveyor, who will be here. He's not here. He's in Miami. I had to get involved with Charlie Bishop to recruit him, but he will be here March 23rd. So we, again, will have a surveyor from Manatee County. But thank you. I don't know where all of you were when we were looking for a surveyor. I would have outbid anybody because we need surveyors. But we appreciate all the work, and I know you've helped fill in for us. So I appreciate you. I truly value you more than I did maybe a couple of months ago, and I did value surveyors. But let me tell you something. You guys, without surveyors, we'd all be in a lot of hurt, and a lot of roads wouldn't be built because we wouldn't have the surveyors. So thank you. Appreciate it.
It's nice to see someone understand that.
Okay. But more now than I did like last year before I got this job. But no, thank you. It's critical. And all I got to say is you need to tell your children what a great job being a surveyor is and help them get the education. Mentor those those young people out there that you see have potential, because if it's the second oldest profession, let me tell you something. We need to highlight, like we're doing today, the value of the profession and what it takes to be a surveyor and what you contribute to communities and growth of communities. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
That's right. Most famous surveyor is George Washington. Commissioner Serbia.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we have been looking for a surveyor for Manatee County for a long, long time. It's been a painful process. And just, to let you know what that's been like, and the foresight that Dave Greer taught me about 12, 15 years ago, is he said, we're going to have a surveying shortage. You watch. There are not enough people growing up in this field. We're going to have a shortage. And boy, were you right. You saw the future.
Good morning. It's been my pleasure to fill in since Todd left and while your search goes on. But this is a perfect time to say that my interactions with county survey staff, as brief as they have been, you got a great staff here for the county. Joe, Priscilla, they're very dedicated. They're committed to the work, and they do a good job. And I just wanted to let you know that.
Anybody else?
Yep, and I would agree with that and echo those words. I spent the day working with them, and yeah, I go out and I do work days with staff, so I was with them, and they were kind enough to, let me drive the stake whenever there was an ant pile present, and anytime we were looking for a pin, they said, "Oh, this dark hole, you can stick your hand right in there, sir." And so they were great. I got the full experience. So, but thank you all for everything that you do for our county and our citizens.
Just one last thing. You guys obviously see how important you are to Manatee County, and for the public, a lot of people don't realize that Manatee County is like a big wheel, and it turns very slowly. Sometimes too slow for this commissioner. But the thing of it is, without them, we wouldn't be moving at all. Who needs roads? We all do. These guys are behind the scenes. So thank you so much. It's our honor to represent you, to recognize you, and thanks for being here this morning. Thank you.
This has been the best presentation yet from you guys. I appreciate it. Really sincere.
Okay, we're going to move on to reports. Dr. Hopes, please introduce the next agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am super pleased to introduce from Florida Power and Light, Devaney Iglesias, who will give us just an exceptional presentation of where we are in Manatee County with FPL and their very recent innovation that is really going to change the way Florida turns lights on. Thank you,
Dr. Hopes, and good morning, Commissioners. As you all know, Manatee County is a very valued partner to FPL and shares its commitment to clean energy future in Florida. Two commissioners here today, Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Baugh, have been involved in this growth of clean energy since the very beginning. It started with the commissioning of the FPL Manatee Solar Energy Center in 2016. However, this entire board has participated as Manatee County became home to 4 FPL solar energy centers. A new solar energy center has been completed each year since 2020. FPL South Fork Solar Energy Center in 2020. FPL Willow Solar Energy Center in 2021, and FPL Elder Branch Solar Energy Center in 2022. And Manatee County stands alone in Florida and the world as the home to the world's largest solar-powered battery in Parish. Without this partnership, we would not be celebrating. I'm here today because FPL would like to celebrate with you all a historic clean energy milestone in Manatee County, and it is now officially home to more than 1 million FPL solar panels. The FPL Elder Branch Solar Energy Center came online at the end of January, pushed Manatee County over 1 million FPL solar panels. Manatee County stands out in Florida as one of only 5 counties to hit this milestone. It is tied for the second most solar energy centers installed in any Florida county and features the 5th most solar panels installed in any county in the state. FPL is beyond grateful to Manatee County's leaders and the community for being instrumental in our commitment to building a clean energy future. These 4 solar energy centers in Manatee County are generating enough zero-emissions energy to power 60,000 homes and reduce carbon emissions equivalent to taking 56,000 cars off the road annually. Florida is becoming a global leader in solar energy production, and communities like Manatee County are the reason why. We are excited to continue this relationship with Manatee County as we deliver on our promise to build a more resilient and sustainable future for all of us that we can depend on, including future generations. In fact, this journey together will continue as 2 more FPL solar energy centers are now in development. We look forward to celebrating 2 million FPL solar energy centers with you. And now we will share a quick video as a way to say thank you.
Only a handful of counties in the state of Florida can say they're home to more than 1 million FPL solar panels.
It's always easier to maintain the status quo, to settle with doing business as usual, and that's especially true for something as fundamental as keeping the lights on. But we're Manatee County. We're going to do something different.
A clean energy journey needs a starting point, and Manatee County helped FPL take its first steps.
The Manatee Solar Energy Center was among the first 3 74.5 megawatt solar energy centers FPL ever built. It was 3 times larger than our existing solar energy at the time, and it kicked off a rapid solar expansion across the Sunshine State.
Manatee was the first. Then came South Fork, followed by Willow, and now Elder Branch. 4 FPL solar energy centers call Manatee County home, with more than 1 million solar panels providing thousands of homes with clean, emissions-free energy.
We really appreciate the partnership. We cannot do this without your support. Manatee County clearly is one of the leaders in the state at this point for the amount of solar energy.
Today, FPL customers enjoy the benefits of solar energy even when the sun isn't shining. And that's thanks to Manatee County, home of the world's largest solar-powered battery.
Ultimately, this is about making sure that we set the table right for our future generations. It really, really makes me proud that Florida, West Florida, and Manatee County are leading the world in deploying this technology.
The innovations coming from Manatee County are preparing the way for the next generation. As we celebrate Manatee County's 1 million FPL solar panels today, we want to extend our sincere gratitude for always lighting the way for the clean energy solutions of tomorrow.
We have continuously been able to get the support of all of you to be able to make things happen that everybody else said couldn't be done. So thank you.
Changing the current, I like that.
So on behalf of FPL, congratulations. I'd like to present this beautiful plaque to commemorate the 1 million solar panels.
Thank you. Why don't we all walk down there for a quick photo with her? Oh, here we go. Don't be jealous. Jealousy is an ugly thing.
It's going to be a powerful 52 years from now.
Come on down. We don't have to talk here.
Yeah, boy, can I take that?
I'm going to make a motion to
I got to Go lower, definitely. Short.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. And we'll do another one. 1, 2, 3.
Let's stand in order of age.
I don't like you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice. Yes, thank you. Hey, guys.
Does that work?
Take it upstairs.
Probably. Video was great. Let's get together.
office would be good with that.
I don't want.
Yeah, I thought I'd better say something for somebody else.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Iglesias, and thank you to FPL. Commissioner Servia is on the board. Commissioner Servia, did you want to speak?
No, I'm not
Okay.
on the board.
All right, then we're going to move forward to citizens' comments, and we're going to go to citizens' comments on future agenda items. Is there anyone? I have actually a card or two. I have Glenn Gibellina. I always like to start with someone who has been here before and knows how the process works. Going to set an example. So citizens' comments will go on for 30 minutes total if necessary. Each citizen will have 3 minutes to speak. When you come to the podium, please state your first and your last name and your county of residence. You are here to speak only on future agenda items, and we ask that you keep your comments directed towards issues and not people, and no personal attacks, please. Mr. Gibellina, first and last name and county of residence, sir, 3 minutes.
For the record, Glenn Gibellina, Manatee County. So I want to thank the board for taking an opportunity to start meeting with me on this crucial issue of affordable housing. So I've already met with a few of you. KVO, thank you. James as well. Misty, I'm going to line you up. And Reggie, I'll see you Thursday. Vanessa, thank you for seeing me yesterday. So we're moving forward. I'm just trying to get your thoughts on how we should attack this problem, because it is a problem. I was standing out there, rents are going up $600-700 a month. It's just absolutely insane. So we kind of talked about the land bank. I think we need to start doing that. They're not making any more of it. Whether we put any affordable housing on it right now, we still need to do that. Land trust, I've talked about those before. I think it's a great way to bring in professional workforce developers, because they won't have the capital outlay of the land. So they kind of like that. They can take the tax credits. You go through at least a 20-year LORA. Everybody wins. So I think the land trust, we need to move forward in that direction. Infill lots, my favorite.
Mr. Gibellina, we're going to stop so that we don't take up.
I'm sorry.
So I don't encroach on your time. But affordable housing is an agenda item today. Technically, if you're speaking on, land trusts or specific things like that,
they're following me. I've always talked about this.
I understand, but it is an agenda item today, and this is for future agenda items. So affordable housing, you would have to reserve your comments for that. When we reach that item in the agenda, that's when you would make your comments for affordable housing.
But I talked about this 2 weeks ago.
When it was a future agenda item, but now it's an agenda item.
Look, we listened
to you. Correct. Due to those,
you've got your own agenda item.
All right, well, I'm off to the school board because you guys really got it tight today, so.
You're a victim of your own success,
I know,
sir.
honest to God. I won't be around for 69
Actually,
or
I think I
70.
mentioned it in my meeting with him yesterday, too. We all do.
Okay, code enforcement, Mill Creek. I believe that's a future agenda item, correct? So Kathy Puckett. Kathy Puckett. So ma'am, even though I just did, please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Kathy Puckett from Manatee County. I'm talking about
Pull the microphone down just a little bit, ma'am. Thank you.
Kathy Puckett from Manatee County. I'm talking about the lack of code enforcement on Mill Creek Road. Mr. Powers claims to not be a commercial home business and can't control what his renters do on the property. He claims to not have weddings and loud parties. We provided the Board of County Commissioners and code enforcement with the state's B&B rules that clearly show that the property does not comply with the codes. We understood that a home business is defined as the definition of a commercial business, and Powers clearly does not comply with the county home business. 2 large gazebos, wedding arch, walkway, they were all built for large parties. What does a party wedding rental have to do with a B&B or vacation rental? Manatee County Land Development Code does allow some home occupations without any approvals, but with limitations. One is the home cannot take on the appearance of a business. Construction, cleaning, other vehicles, and people seem to be working almost daily over there. A large parking area was created that also shows it was a business. When the parties are scheduled, it creates traffic, poor preparation, huge amounts of extra vehicles, loud talking, laughing, music during the party. Number 2, there cannot be any retail or wholesale transactions. They have several vendors hired to provide food, drinks, DJs, service people, and other services. 3, no signs advertising the business are allowed. Large yellow sign advertising the property Shangri-La is a business, and Mill Creek Road signs along Upper Manatee River Road guide the party guest. 4, the business cannot occupy more than 25% of the home or 200 square feet of the first floor, whichever is less, exclusive of open porch, attached garage, or similar accessory uses. This business occupies the entire large house, garage, upper level rooms in the large outbuilding, and outside areas. They advertised October 17, 2019 for a one-day open house to 204 potential wedding families, local businesses, and vendors. Number 5, no traffic should be generated in greater volume than normally expected in a residential neighborhood. Many vehicles use our road to enter and exit the party place area. The normal venues like weddings most likely serve alcohol. Vehicles rarely overflow the large parking area created after complaints about many vehicles parking on both sides of the private road, creating a one-lane road. There have been times when the drivers were racing down the street. How can such strict laws allow this business after violating so many of these codes?
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm going to stick with this topic because I have 3 total cards for people who want to speak on this specific topic.
Good.
So next is Mike Hoffer. And then following Mike, I have a card for Mark, something with an E. There you go. So we'll do that. Will be the order. So Mr. Hoffer, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on future agenda items, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Hofer. I am a resident of Manatee County and Mill Creek Road. As has been stated, I don't know how many of you live in a area that is controlled by a homeowners association. But if any of you do, I would be willing to gamble that none of your homeowners associations would allow what is happening on Mill Creek Road. And if that is in fact the case, then with the growth in Manatee County, namely going into housing additions with homeowners associations, I would think that that would be an indicator to you that the citizens of Manatee County do not want event venues in residential areas. The noise situation that is generated by outside DJ activities after a wedding could easily, in my opinion, be solved by simply passing an ordinance that says no acoustical amplified media can be used outside at a vacation rental. And I doubt that any of the legitimate vacation rental individuals would object to that. That gives them more force in what Airbnb recommends, that you do not have events at your vacation rental. Also, in Airbnb, there is a suggestion that if you're going to have them, that there is a monitoring system that can be installed inside and outside that will monitor the noise level and notify you when it exceeds the limits. And then you, as a responsible individual that owns the property, should take care of it. If you have the non-amplified acoustical, that then gives the sheriff's department a definitive reason to interact. Not just, is it 60 or 65 dBs? How long has it been going on? That's definitive. Sheriff's deputy comes up and goes, that's an amplified acoustical media. Either shut it down, and by the same token, if it's not offensive to the neighbors, then nobody would be called. Thank you for your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you, sir. Mark, you're next, sir. After that, we'll go to Tanya Johnson and Rodney Jones.
My name is Mark Eckers, also live in Manatee County on Mill Creek Road. And the question that I really have, I'm just following up on my neighbors here. Is it possible to play a 20-second clip of what's going on so you guys have a good idea what we're dealing with here?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Over there. Yeah, he said okay.
Well, the chair is empty.
Yeah, he said okay.
So unfortunately, due to technical difficulties,
Who's that?
we'll ask you to move forward with your.
Okay, that's
your
basically
3
the only
minutes.
thing, because I don't.
Yeah, because we're going to be looking for telephone
Chris
calls.
can help us.
People calling in,
Let's
too.
Madam Clerk, let's stop the clock for a moment
Yeah.
so that we can get him situated.
It's okay, Scott. Scott, take a chill call. He can do it. Chris does it all the time.
Yeah, probably so. But still.
Oh, you.
I need to tell you that the owner hires an off-duty police sheriff's officer to sit there to monitor things. Obviously, he doesn't do squat, which you will see in the clip. So.
Start the
Thank
clock,
you.
please.
Here we go.
There we go.
Sheriff watching very loud music, nothing happening. Ridiculous. And during the
pretty good
season,
party,
this
huh?
is about every week or every other week going on.
Okay.
Okay, and that's all you wanted to present?
Yeah, because I'm otherwise repeating my
Sure.
my fellow neighbors.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I think it's Tanya Johnson. I could be wrong about the first name. But first and last name, please, and you'll have 3 minutes to discuss future agenda items.
The county, where you live.
Good morning, County Administrator, County Commissioners. I'm Tawana Johnson, Manatee County citizen. I came before the board back in December in reference to this property, requesting for a audit. I made a request for an audit. As you can see, this property has changed to where you cannot no longer review the paperwork, and there has been over 3 months and at what I feel is adequate time for the property to have been reviewed by now. I've worked as in building and zoning for many years for Manatee County government myself, and I understand the process and what it takes to actually review a audit packet for a permit. This property, and I'm glad you surveyed Surveyors, because I had a survey done on this property, and that what brought me to the Board of County Commissioners, the survey company. And also, I've requested that I file a fraud and waste and misconduct with the clerk of courts. On their page, you can see you can file fraud and misconduct. And when I filed that report, they said that they had no jurisdiction over the ability to file fraud and waste. And it's my understanding there's not a jurisdiction dilemma on filing fraud and waste. As a county employee, I know it's my civil duty to report any fraud or waste that could be happening. I would like to know who would you file fraud and waste to for the clerk's office, property appraiser's office, which all have a hand in this property looking like this and not properly being surveyed or following up. I've been on this for years and nothing's been done yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Rodney Jones. And then Belinda Ritchie will follow Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, first and last name, you'll have 3 minutes Future agenda items.
Yeah, Rodney Jones. I'd like to talk about your selection process for your county administrator. The next time around, I don't think Mr. Hopes is going to be here too much longer. Mr. Hopes had hoped that all the mess that he left at the school district would somehow disappear, so he didn't address anything. When you guys hired him, I came to you and I warned you. And Mr. Stature up there, who likes to quote scripture and likes to talk about the Lord, God always sends warning before destruction. And you've been warned. And so now it looks like those cases aren't going to be thrown out, and Mr. Hopes is going to have to answer those questions that Aaron Jackson from the firm of Jackson and Johnson tried to have those for 2-3 years, spent probably $1 million trying to have those things thrown out of court, and it didn't get thrown out. So Mr. Hopes is going to have to answer some really tough questions relating to criminal behavior. Those civil things that the LMA and the plaintiffs are suing for, those were caused by criminal acts. I was asked to come in by the community due to my background in history and experience as an investigator to investigate and trace all those criminal acts back to the actual all those civil actions that they did back to the criminal content that caused them, and we have. Right now, Cynthia Saunders has 3 open felony cases at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Hopes is directly involved in those actions. We've got a sworn affidavit from Charlie Kennedy that said that the school district and the city of Palmetto engaged in fraud and corruption. And Mr. Hopes is the leader of that corruption ring, and Mr. Hopes is going to be in trouble. Now, the mud that all of you are going to have on your face is that we warned you. You didn't do the proper onboarding process. You let him lie to you. He didn't divulge any of this stuff in the beginning, and all of you are going to pay, and it's coming up perfectly with election season. So this is going to be mud on all your face, and then you just agreed to give the guy a raise when your transportation department just walked off. You got a complete failure in your human resources department because you decentralized HR. You've got CARES complaints, you've got civil rights complaints, and you guys give this guy a raise? It's embarrassing. And, you know, I don't expect much from Reggie Bellamy. Reggie Bellamy's good at about making splashes and renaming stuff, but when it comes to the work of the people, he has done nothing. Tawana Johnson, your own employee, brought complaints to Reggie, and Reggie didn't make one phone call on her behalf. He's a disgrace to his black community. Absolutely disgusting.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
No. Now it is. Yeah.
Well, thank you. You're in trouble, Scotty. You're in trouble, my man. I've been waiting, too. Drag your ass.
Oh, you know.
Okay, is there anyone else? I don't believe I have any other cards for future agenda. I have a few people that filled out future agenda item cards that wanted to speak on affordable housing, but that is an agenda item. So it's agenda item number 69, so when we reach that item, then I'll call you forward to speak. But is there anyone from the audience who would like to come forward to speak on future agenda items at this time?
One person.
Yeah,
And
only 30 minutes. How
we
much
have
time?
6 minutes left.
So
So go ahead, ma'am. Please state your first and last name. You'll have 3 in the county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Hi, Belinda Ritchie, Manatee County, District 2, Reggie Bellamy. Congratulations on the appointment to your group of 18 individual, you know what I'm talking about. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would also like to, for future agenda, I'd like to talk about the parks. My daughter, unfortunately, was a victim of her house burning in Michigan, so she has been visiting us here in our lovely Manatee County for the last 2 weeks, and she'll be here for another 2 weeks. So not ever having a need to go visit the parks, I have been frequenting the parks. And they're, for the most part, they're pretty nice. They look like they could use some painting. The Splash Park downtown Bradenton needs to be, it needs to be repainted. Some of the sprinklers aren't working. The one across from the 7-Eleven on 301, across from Riviera Dunes, is full of weeds and bugs, and it's not very friendly. It takes a long time to walk down there. And then as an owner of some recreational vehicles, I would like to inquire why Manatee County doesn't have any boat flushes. Something I'd be willing to put money in a machine or a QR code to pay somebody to flush out my boats. I live in a facility that doesn't allow me to wash my car or by any means flush out jet skis when you're done riding them. I can put the jet skis in within 3 miles of where I live in many different locations, but I just don't have the means to clean them when I'm done. I'm sure you all miss Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. We've been up in Tallahassee fighting for the people's rights for health care and being allowed to say gay and all kinds of fun things. But as we know, that legislative session is coming to an end. And some of you were going to vote for, and some of you were not. Some of them were going to campaign against. And some of you, your time's not quite yet. But when the time comes, be rest assured that we're going to be out there in our flip-flops or our black boots making sure that the people who support our causes, like it was very nice to see Mr. KVO at the Pride celebration downtown Bradenton over the weekend and get his picture taken with a few of us. That was super nice. So if you'd like to follow up on that, we would like to maybe to request that we send something to the governor and let him know that you align with that as well. Thank you for your day.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on future agenda items? And we have 3 minutes, so this will probably be the last speaker.
I do know that cards were turned in for us. We were told to put them in a box somewhere, so just in case.
They were a maybe. I have like 30 cards.
Okay, no worries.
Do my best.
Not very organized.
Can I provide to you copies of what I'll be talking about today? Can I?
You may. If one has to go to the clerk as well.
Okay, perfect. I should have. Yes, sir. There we go.
I can give this to the clerk.
Okay. These two are for Mr. Hopes and Mr. Clay. Thank you.
Is the clock still supposed to be going?
Thank you.
She hasn't started yet.
I mean, there's 3 minutes left until we cut off public comment anyway, so that clock doesn't stop.
Doesn't matter.
All right. Awesome. So my name's Kate Danahy-Samitz. I'm with Women's Voices Southwest Florida, resident of Manatee County, and it is strangely good to be back here. As Belinda mentioned, we've been up in Tallahassee for the last few months, and it's good to be home. It's good to see some familiar faces. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for attending Pride. It was very nice to see you there. Happy International Women's Day to everybody. After last year, I think we can all agree that the consensus is that we would do everything we can to protect children. And your commitment to nurturing and protecting children from abuse as a county couldn't have teed this up more perfectly for us. So we're here to discuss an effort that we're organizing against House Bill 1557. You'll notice a slight edit on the drafts that I gave you. I had a dyslexic moment. I apologize.
Ma'am, this is for future agenda items for Manatee County, and this is state legislation, so I'd ask you to direct your comments towards county business.
Okay, so we would like to, we are organizing an effort at a county level to ask for your help regarding the federal legislation or the state legislation. Is that?
You're asking us to take this up as a county issue, is what you're saying?
Yes. Thank you.
That's
I
like,
appreciate
like
that.
Okay.
So a common misconception about the discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity is that it's immediately perceived as sexual education, as the discussion of the physical act of sex. And to clarify, discussion of sexual orientation and gender identity is not discussion of sexual encounters. It's as simple as explaining that some families have 2 moms or 2 dads, and that it's okay to be confused. This bill allows parents to sue for inappropriate discussion, and any discussion in the eyes of someone who is homophobic or vindictive can be inappropriate. The bill's ambiguity is the most dangerous part. 2 out of every 5 youth under the age of 18 identifies or will identify as queer. And without support, one of those 2 will develop suicidal thoughts. Please think about your kids, about your grandkids, your nieces, nephews. How many kids do you know? Because 1 out of every 10 queer children who consider suicide follows through with it. And if this bill passes at a state level, that statistic will rise. So we've written formal letters requesting your support and advocacy in defense of queer youth and community in any one of 3 ways. By writing a resolution that will establish and protect the rights of queer existence in Manatee County, by writing a letter to Governor DeSantis, as we know many of you like to do, advocating against his signing of this bill, or signing onto our letter that we provided a draft to. And should you choose to do that, you're more than welcome to add to it and submit a few sentences, a paragraph about why it's important to you and why you support it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to close. It's right on the money at a little after 10 o'clock. I'm going to close citizen comment on future agenda items. We're going to move to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, could we just advise the public that we will call for public comment again
At the end of the meeting. Yes, at the end of the meeting, we'll do future agenda items again. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. Commissioners, would anyone like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Just me.
Okay, me, go ahead.
I'm
I've-
on the board.
Go ahead, Commissioner Whitmore.
58.
58. Commissioner Ball, you're on the board.
I have a question on item number 13.
13. Commissioner Serbia
No, I'm not on the board. I wanted.
is not on the board. Commissioner Bellamy. Items to remove from consent.
Sir, my comments were not about the consent agenda. My comments were about public comment that
Yes,
was
same
made
for me.
earlier.
Okay. So I have 58 and 13 then from consent. Anything else to be removed from consent? Okay, seeing nothing, I will go ahead and give the floor to Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the employee that has come down 3 times now and expressed their concern about what's taking place with that property. I have asked staff to give me a timeline of the property, and I'm still waiting on that. Mr. Jones is correct. I have never reached out to Ms. Tawana Johnson because each time that she came down to speak, staff went and spoke with her, and I was under the impression that some direction in the appropriate manner was taking place. Recently, I spoke with staff about a timeline, and I also have reached out to the clerk as far as the ongoing investigation and the communication that is taking place, and the investigation that's taking place as it warrants this particular issue. I do think we have an opportunity to answer some of the questions who's our employee, and I think we need to do a better job of embracing their concerns because they're out there on the front lines working for us. Our community citizen had an issue, and she asked the question, who can you file complaints to? All right, with 2 or 3 entities. So I think we should answer those questions. And I don't know whether or not the county administrator, the county attorney, but I would ask those questions. If she has a complaint on a particular department or a particular area, and she wants to know who to go and file a complaint about fraud and waste, we should have the ability, the least we should do is direct them which direction to go. So she asked the question, who can we file these complaints to? Because they have been denied, saying certain jurisdictions. And we do know that's out there, and we do know that's taking place. But I think that is something, if we don't know, we can find out and then make sure we get that particular employee, that particular citizen, that information, and then move from there.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go Hopes, Ball, Servia.
Yes, Commissioner Bellamy and Chair and other commissioners, I will ensure that you get a full report from the very first time the employee spoke to you. Deputy County Administrator and CFO Jan Brewer got in touch with her during the meeting. The clerk's office has been involved. The Inspector General's office has been involved. Legal counsel has been involved, and we have provided, I would say, exceptional resources to assist her on the issue, and we'll give you a full accounting and a timeline of the history of her property and where there were events that occurred. Keep in mind, it's a private piece of property, and we identified the various occurrences where the owners of the property at the time basically failed to take the appropriate action, which resulted in the unfortunate circumstance that she found herself in.
And thank you, County Administrator. I apologize, sir. Can I?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, County Administrator, for your response. And I think when that information comes forward, obviously, that will give me some clarity and understanding. It will not answer her questions, as far as who does she file the complaint to. So I would just ask if we can identify within those 3 areas where she has a fraud and waste complaint about about the property and things like that. I just want to make sure we give her the direction on who she can file the complaint to.
You don't need to keep pressing your button, sir. You can just
Okay,
open
I
dialogue.
just wanted to say that there has always been a place on our website. It was not as prominent as it should be. We worked with the clerk. Jan Brewer will address what we've done with regards to the website to direct employees and citizens with regards to filing those complaints. Madam Deputy Administrator.
Commissioners, Jan Brewer, Deputy County Administrator. What we have on the front page of our website, in the top corner, there is a button that you can push. You can complain about it, and if you're an employee as to how you're treated. You can also complain about fraud. That goes to the IG's office. All the forms are there so that it circulates out where it needs to go. We put on the page, it also talks about the accountability, civility, and ethics. I'll be happy to do a report for this. The issue that's coming from this item has to do with a legal nature. I personally went to the property appraiser. We've talked to the clerk. All of this has to do with legal matter that is not a part of us.
Right.
So that's the part that, but I'll do a full report and also copy the employee on it. And also I'll put in there links again to the Inspector General's, but the Inspector General's office, I believe, is aware of every bit of this. I'm checking with HR to make sure.
So, ma'am, you're saying this should be handled through the legal system, which is all the more reason for this board to refrain from engaging in this.
Correct. This is a personal matter for personal property, and it has to do with that. That was very clear from the property appraiser's office, the tax collector's office. All of it's completely a personal, not personnel, but a personal legal issue with a description. I do believe we'll also reach out. I believe we provided some forward information where she could go. So I'll do a report and copy the individual on it as well, so
Great.
that she has it.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator Brewer. We'll move on to Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I actually did know that. Thank you, Jan. You know, you don't have to come back. I did get a report on this when it came up. I asked for a report, and I did receive it. And it does seem that it is a legal matter from when the property was purchased by this person. So it is it's not a county situation. But that's not why I hit my button. I hit my button on the vacation rental at Mill Creek. I do know about this, and I've done some checking on it, and you know, I think this board needs to ask the county attorney's office for some guidance, maybe how we can look at an ordinance or something to cover this situation. I really do feel that we can come up with a solution of some sort. At least we need to try. So I'm hoping that the county attorney's office, I guess that would be the proper place. I'm not sure if it needs to start with you or not.
Mr. Clegg.
Mr. Chairman, we have looked at this. There is a statute that limits what we can regulate and what we can't regulate, but there are some things we can regulate, and we've advised staff of that. It would need to come forward as a land development code amendment, and it would need to be staffed out through the planners to provide the necessary support for whatever regulations you want to consider.
Thank you.
But there is some room there to regulate short-term rentals.
I'm not, can I?
Well, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, I don't mean to
I was
cut
going
you
to
off.
interject on this topic.
Okay. And Mr. Clegg, that's what I thought was the case. And I do know that Development Services has it, and hopefully it will be coming forward soon for us to look at, because I know, you know, this is a situation. This is not new. This has been going on for a while. You know, we definitely got to take into consideration the residents that live there, where this is not a vacation town. This is a residential area, a beautiful residential area, and they've been tolerating this for quite a bit. I've actually, believe it or not, been down the road when they've been having get-togethers, such as the video that was shown, and it really is loud. And so I am glad that the owner of the property has a deputy there, but, you know, we do have in our noise ordinance a situation where the sheriff's office could probably handle that. I hope that they've got one of those little meters with them for the sound. But thank you for doing that. And the last thing I'd want to say is someone mentioned the property appraiser and the clerk of the court. This board does not regulate either of those departments. Those are constitutional officers. They set up their own rules and regulations, and we work very well with them, but that's not something that we can really regulate ourselves. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. And I would just interject that I have spoken at length with the county attorney's office about this, particularly with Ms. Shank. It is a difficult road to traverse, one. I've also had multiple meetings with the Association of Realtors on it, and District 3 is disproportionately affected by this issue. We're close where the beaches are, and so we have far more short-term rentals in District 3 than any other district. And so we want to protect those neighborhoods, and we want to protect people's property rights. But as soon as you say that, you have to keep in mind that there are property rights granted to the people who own short-term rentals. State law is extremely restrictive on what we can do. And so all that to be taken into consideration, I am still working with both parties to try to bring something forward, something hopefully far less restrictive than the city of Bradenton did, but still bring something forward that will address the concerns of residents and protect their property rights and their ability of quiet enjoyment of their property. Because it's not every industry has, essentially a bad apple in the barrel. That's normal. And we want to be sure that those bad apples don't, don't spoil the entire barrel. Because there are a lot of neighborhoods in West Bradenton that need some revitalization. And these properties, actually, these people came in and purchased these properties, and they come in and they remodel the home, and they re-landscape the front yard, and they clean it up, and that has gone a long way towards revitalizing those neighborhoods and increasing property values in those neighborhoods. So you want the good, but of course we don't want some of the bad that comes with it. So where we can, of course, we want to try and restrict it and try to make quiet enjoyment possible so they can live sort of, cohesively together. But it's sort of threading a needle. So it's kind of a tough thing to do, but I do plan to bring something which is sort of in the cooker to this board eventually that I hope will ultimately make everyone happy, which will probably make no one happy, but we'll do our best. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you for the discussion. I appreciate the citizens who came here today to talk about Shangri-La. And while that's not in my district, I have spoken with them, and I have similar situations in District 4. As far as Shangri-La goes, I would suggest that there may be a zoning violation here currently. I'm not sure this is really a short-term rental. It seems like an event venue. And I hope someone has looked into that, because this type of disruption in the neighborhoods is not cool. And we need to help the people who live there. I thank you for the comments from the other commissioners about discussing this topic in the future. There are many things available. Noise Aware is a product that's one of them that helps our short-term rentals to coexist in neighborhoods harmoniously. And that's what we're looking for. Well, short-term rentals are here to stay, but we can't have the neighborhoods being disrupted either. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hopes.
Yes, I just wanted to note on the issue of the speaker, the code enforcement in the county did cite the owner of the property. It did go to court. We took it all the way to court, and it was dismissed because we did not have a provision in the land development code that clearly prohibited the use. So it would be a county commission issue, and we will work on getting something to you as soon as possible.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
for
Dr. Hopes. So then we'll get back to the consent agenda.
I'm sorry,
And, that's okay. We'll get back to the consent agenda, excluding items 58 and 13. And we'll open it up for citizen comment. Is there anyone? Well, first I need a motion, don't I?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Minus 58 and number 13.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore to approve consent minus 13 and 58, and seconded by Commissioner Cruz. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak specifically on consent agenda items?
The school board misses you,
Sir, please state your first and last
turning.
name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on consent agenda items.
There, young man.
I need to go for a long run.
For the record, Glenn Gibelline, item 14. So, this case was only 4 months old, and, you guys tried to go to mediation. You guys did everything you did to mediate this out. But they didn't want to mediate, so I did a records request, and I found out that they
What number are you discussing, sir?
Number 14.
14.
14. So that was their sheet, and I said, well, let me pull back the veil and see what they're doing. They were digging in their heels to go to trial, right? They had no intentions of settling this thing out because of the billable hours for the attorney's fees. So they were prepared to take this to 2023. And here's the problem. The county always pays the other side of attorney fees.
No, we don't.
That policy has got to stop. I guarantee you, if you go to a eminent domain and you tell them everybody's going to pay their own attorney's fees, you guys would settle a lot quicker. These guys didn't want to settle. They didn't want to negotiate. They didn't want to mediate. Your staff did a great job, right? So that backs up to loving hands. This church, I don't know what the value of it. First of all, they don't pay any property tax. I get that, okay? They provide a service. But here's the thing. They got greedy. They say, the love of money is evil. These guys wanted $1.2 million. You know why? Because they could rack up their attorney's fees. That's unacceptable. That's all they wanted to do because they had a high-dollar attorney racking up the bills, digging in their feet, ready to drag this thing on for 3 years. So thank God, the staff, you guys got them down to $700,000, which to me was about the ballpark figure. Again, a lot of it. I think you only gave them $500 for the land and the rest for attorney's fees. These attorney fees have got to stop. When they know that both sides, that you're going to pay the other side, why would they not rack up billable hours? So my hat's off to the staff for cutting them off at the knees. But this type of bad behavior has got to stop. And if you tell them up front, like Mickey Palmer used to say, scorch the earth, man, burn them down, So they were out of line. This was a church. They should have took the reasonable offer. They had no intentions of doing that. Wanted to drag it on for 3 years. And you guys settled it in 4 months. So my hat's off to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak specifically on consent agenda items? All right, seeing no one, I'll go to METV. Is there anyone who has called in on the phone who would like to speak on consent agenda items?
Yes, we have one caller. Would caller number 408, please press *6 to unmute.
And caller 408, please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
They've left the meeting.
Okay. Anyone else on the line?
That is all.
Okay, so we will close public comments, and we will move forward with the vote on consent agenda minus items 13 and 58. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. And that concludes consent agenda. We will move on. There's nothing for Port Authority, so advertise public hearings. Dr. Hopes.
Charles needs to get his
We need
thing
to do
off the screen.
the items that were removed from consent. The items that were removed from consent. We need to take those up.
What is
Our
that?
attorney wants to.
Mr. County Attorney.
I would ask that we take a recess at some point for the clerk's benefit. We've
So we
been
have
at it for
a
about
hard
2
recess
hours.
time at 10:30, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I
Okay,
didn't
and so then,
realize
Dr. Hopes, why don't you move us into the 2 items that were removed from the consent agenda?
Oh, I thought we went.
Yes.
We did that
Yes,
at
Commissioner.
11:30. No.
Yeah, that's, okay.
No.
All right. Oh, no, it's a new rule. Okay.
Okay, we'll take them in the order. Mr. Chair, item number 13 that was removed from consent agenda at the request of Commissioner Baugh. This item is to authorize the general counsel to retain outside legal counsel related to an employee obtaining an H-1B work visa. Mr. Clegg?
Yeah, I would like to make a couple of brief remarks about it. We were asked by Public Works to bring this forward. The county attorney has to engage outside counsel. I'm the only one in the county that can do it. They have a few employees, and Chad's here to explain, what the driving need is, that I guess are on student visas they're graduating, and so they need to switch to this H-1B work visa. It is a common practice for employers to pay that expense, and the reason is, and I had to get with the outside attorney to understand this, it's not something I have a great deal of expertise in, there is a minimum dollar amount threshold for them to qualify for that visa. And the federal government, everybody's favorite, counts the legal expenses against that income. And so if they pay it themselves, they fall below that threshold. And that's why it is common practice for attorneys fees to be paid by the employer. This is a Florida lawyer officed in Tampa. It is a national firm organized in Illinois, much like many firms are national these days, but she is admitted to the Florida bar since 2005, and she was chosen because the dollar thresholds are pretty low. These are a flat rate of $6,500 expenses. So that's my side of this. If you have questions about, are there alternatives, I would ask you to direct those to Public Works. I can't do this without the board's permission, so I brought it to you to ask for your permission, but it is a business decision. It's up to the board whether or not you want to do it. I do wish I could handle every case for $6,500.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that life would be easier, but that isn't the world we're in. So from a dollar standpoint, this is pretty low-hanging fruit compared to a lot of the stuff that we deal with. So Commissioner Ball, I'll be happy to answer your question if I haven't addressed it already.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you want me to go ahead and ask why?
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Two things. I don't recall in my 10 years being on this board that Manatee County's ever done this before. Am I right or wrong? I don't recall it.
I don't have a specific recollection, but I'm told we have done it in the past in other instances.
So it would have had to have come to this board for approval, is that correct?
I think so, yes, but I did not have time. This was brought to us on a tight deadline, so we have not had time to go back through it and look at the history of that.
And so, am I correct in what you just said to Mr. Clegg, that it's a $6,500 limit, that it would not cost the board more than that?
The flat fee, unless we were to get into
I think it's $10, actually.
protracted hearing,
file it.
which, we would probably have to look at that and whether or not we want to spend that money. It is going to be paid by Public Works, not by my outside counsel budget. That was the deal I made to bring it forward. I saved that money for when we get sued.
Well,
When we
no
get sued
offense,
by
but that
people,
makes
I
it
have to do
taxpayer
that.
money, if I'm not
It is
mistaken.
all taxpayer money,
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
that's why I'm
That is
asking.
absolutely correct. You're right. The way it works, it's two steps. They have to first file to be in the lottery, to be selected as somebody who can apply for one of these visas. And the upfront cost there is about $1,500. If they're not selected, we're done. But if they are selected, then there's the remaining cost is to file the petition to go through the process. And it's not guaranteed they'll get the visa, but they have to be selected in this random lottery first.
And how many employees are we talking about, out of curiosity?
That was 2.
Public Works currently has 3 for this cycle. There's an application period that opened March 1st and ends either the 17th or the 19th of March, which was why this meeting was critical in that application schedule.
So-
These are engineers, correct?
Okay,
They all have advanced degrees favoring the engineering side. One is a master's in urban planning. The other 2 are on the engineering side, one with a PhD.
now I think I know why we're doing it.
Yep.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, but the first step is,
Yeah,
but the first step is the lottery, which is,
Yes,
they have,
ma'am.
do we pay the $1,500 or are they going to pay it?
We do, no, we pay that. We pay
Hey,
that.
not
The
a
whole
bad
thing
deal
is
for
on our
them.
dime if we're going to do it.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all those were my questions, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Satcher.
We mentioned falling below the minimum dollar amount. What type of salaries are we talking about here? Engineers.
I need a few minutes to
Good think on that.
It's okay.
To ask HR that number, I didn't anticipate that question, where I do not have that locked in my head as far as what the salary range for these positions are.
Engineers.
But everybody is of a technical background. Two are multimodal planners. They have the traffic engineering background where they perform and/or review our traffic studies submitted through all development process. And another one is performing true traffic engineering analysis over at the TMC where Vishal works.
So I'll just share, so we're talking about a specific instance that involves Manatee County. All right, so I don't know the specifics of this situation. I'll say in general, there is a situation in the country where large corporations are lobbying behind the scenes to up the number of H-1B1 visas, and then they directly use the large corporations, the alphabet soup, the tech companies of the world especially, but others, are using those visas to undercut American workers. So you can import or bring in outside engineers or technical workers, pay them less than you'd have to pay, or that you would normally pay an American worker. And so you are diluting, you're basically making people that live here compete with people that are from other nations. And, and do I want everyone to do well, and I want them to be able to get the education, and under certain circumstances, would I be willing to do this? Sure, but I would need a lot more information than this to know that I'm not contributing to what we all see as stagnating wages for workers here in the United States of America. We see inflation on the rise, and wages have not been catching up. And part of that is there are corporations that are smarter and thinking farther ahead than me and you, and I want them to do well too and profit as well, but not by gaming the system, by changing laws so that they can bring in outside workers to undercut what they would normally be a living wage. And if we're saying that them paying their attorney $6,500 is going to put them below the minimum threshold for coming in to take these positions as far as salary requirements that the federal government requires, then that makes me suspicious that this is part of that program that is keeping wages artificially low and hurting American workers. So, so I would want to know more specifics before I would vote in favor of this proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Satcher. Why don't we go to Dr. Hopes to hopefully answer some of your questions. After that, the order of the board is Whitmore and Servia. Dr. Hopes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am not in position to attest what big corporations are doing. What I can tell you in Manatee County, with the adoption of a very aggressive capital improvement plan, we are in desperate need of engineers. These are advanced degreed professionals, and they are hard to come by, and we are paying competitive salaries regardless of one's country of origin. What I will tell you is, sitting on the Board of Trustees of the USF system for 5 years, it always bothered me to see all of the foreign students who were graduating with these degrees, and they were leaving our country and going back and working, in their country where they came from. And keep in mind, many of them were trained or trained at public universities. And so the mere fact that we have an opportunity for 3 highly skilled individuals that I believe were educated here in the country and at our universities, and have done internships and worked with us and have chosen to seek employment in Manatee County in these highly competitive fields, that it says something for Manatee County and our embracing individuals, regardless of their country of origin or gender or race or anything like that. So this is important. Everybody is competing for this level of talent, and we've got a $1.1 billion capital improvement plan that we are implementing, and these are individuals. The government provides this for exceptional professions that we have a shortage of, meaning we're not competing, against that workforce. But regardless of what may be happening in these national and international corporations, here in Manatee County, we are in desperate need of people with these talents, planners and engineers, especially at the PhD level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The order of the board is Whitmore, Servia, Bellamy.
All right, if those
But it
three
doesn't
employees
take an
are listening, I apologize if we don't get a 7-0 vote on this one item that was pulled. We can't get workers. These employees have been trained here. My husband's from Belgium and did his training in Jacksonville, and I'm sure you wanted him when you're in the trauma unit. I'm sorry, this really, I'm not going to disparage anybody about this. If we can't get workers, this is lawful. These people are working in a very highly technical field that obviously, Chad, can we fill those positions with others? Do we have a line of people wanting to take those jobs? Because I think that's kind of what it's.
That's exactly where we were at from our perspective of recruiting and retaining.
Okay.
I have a hard time getting even good applications in at the current moment. These three individuals have been with us between 2.5 and 1 year already, and are performing admirably in the work that they're doing. And just their status on a calendar is starting to change, and potentially, it's not a guarantee, but it's an option to see if we can retain them at a much lower cost than what continuing to recruit and provide incentives to try to get other people here.
And they're going through the process, the legal process, like my husband did.
They have a part on this on their own
Yeah.
as well, but
My
it
husband
starts
became a
with the
U.S.
sponsorship
citizen
side.
after, but he was going to go back to Belgium. So, in all due respect, I'm still talking. If you don't like what I say, I apologize. We all have our own opinions. All I'm going to say is I hope we have a 7-0 vote on this.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Servia, Bellamy, and Baugh, and the chair is entertaining motions.
Yes, thank you very much. And so this is really a no-brainer to me. I don't even know why we're discussing this. We need these professional workers. They are here doing a great job. The law allows us to do this, encourages it for these types of professions. And I see no reason to delay this any further. So I make the motion to approve the county attorney's office
Second.
to contract with the Immigration Attorneys LLP, Catherine Reeves, Esquire.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion by Commissioner Servia and a second by Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Bellamy, you have the floor.
I'm in full support of this. This is inclusion 101. Let's move on.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Baugh and Satcher is the order
I'm
of the board.
just going to end it with one thing. I'm going to vote for the motion. However, I don't appreciate commissioners when they're asking questions or they're making comments. They should be spoken to with respect, not spoken down to. So just please try and remember that, because it seems to happen a lot, and it happened a lot last year, and I see it this year. We are all commissioners. We're all to be treated the same, and that means with respect. And I had every right to ask the questions that I did. I think it's very important, and Commissioner Satcher had every right to say what he did. So thank you. That's all I'll say. I'm ready to vote.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. And finally, Commissioner Satcher.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm impressed that we can go from asking what should be considered legitimate questions to making illegitimate accusations. I mean, I want somebody to get the education they need. I want us to get the employees that we need. I asked the most basic question, how much are we paying this person? And there was no answer. Nobody's even got that information. Nobody came ready to answer the most simple question we could over whether or not this is a good policy decision or not. And not only that, but when you're insecure about the position you're taking and someone's standing up and pushing back, the easiest thing to do is to talk down to them or accuse them of making an accusation or saying something that they're not saying. I did not say anything against including anyone. There's a good chance that the country we're talking about that people are from, I've gone to and helped people. 6 continents where I've gone and helped. That's not true. 5 continents, sorry. Where I've gone and helped people that need something. So if we want to talk about inclusion and helping people from all different backgrounds, I am absolutely for it. But it is our job to make policy decisions here. And I am not impressed with the presentation or with the way that I was spoken to by our county administrator, and then after we're no longer on the mic to say, well, we're saving $45,000, and that's not on record, but that was said. Well, fine, I'm all for saving $45,000, but do we have somebody that if we were to spend $20,000 more that is here in the United States currently, that has all the visa things taken care of, that would be willing to take that job? We'll never know, because there's going to be a 6-to-1 vote most likely here in a moment. We'll never know whether or not this job was something, this was a decision that had to be made or needed to be made, or whether this was convenience and saving money on the back of the American worker. So I disagree with the way this discussion has gone when I asked a very reasonable discussion. Thank you.
We'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item?
Which item, 13? Okay.
This is item number 13. Sir, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina. Here's the problem I have. It's a slippery slope. First of all, it's our money. It's our money. Excuse me. It's our money that we're doing. First of all, there's no guarantee that we go through this process and they don't walk as soon as they get approved, right? Is there anything in writing that say, you're going to stay with us for 12 months or 18 months? There is none of that. They can use the system and take a hike. And how is this any different from a student loan? My daughter's in college. Maybe she should come back here and say, well, you know, Dad's an essential taxpayer, so maybe she needs her essential education paid for. This is crazy. The statute is exactly right. There is no checkpoints in here. And this, to be honest with you, this is the first time I heard there were 3. On the agenda, it says 1. So is it 1 or is it 3? I don't get it. Nobody, and why can't they pay the money back? It's like a student loan. They want to move forward in staying in the country, then why wouldn't we have a legal agreement to pay that taxpayer money back that you guys just like to throw around and spend on a whim? Is absolutely nuts. You want to make an agreement, I'm all for helping them out. I'm sure they're great employees, nothing bad to say about them. But they have a responsibility to pay that debt back, just like my daughter has a responsibility to pay her student loans back, like so many other Americans out here. No, this is a bad deal. You want to keep the employee, have them pay the money back. It's real simple. I am all against this, absolutely not. And it's a lottery. You want to spend $6,500, and maybe they'll get picked. Well, you know what? Give me $6,500. I'll go to 7-Eleven, get some lottery tickets, and we'll see how that works out. This is a lottery. You guys could do it for $10. In fact, you're required to do it. You're the employer. This is bad policy, a very slippery slope. You haven't done it. I don't think you've ever done it, but if this is the way we have to keep employees and not pay it back, that's like an instant bonus, right? An instant bonus that they didn't work for, and they have no intentions to paying back. I'm thoroughly against this. It's the process. It's not the employees or the money, it's the process.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. Is there anyone on the phone who has called in that would like to speak on this agenda item?
There are no callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. The order of the board is Clegg, Hopes, Satcher. Mr. Clegg.
I don't know, Dr. Hopes, maybe I'll defer to you. You want to address the issue of whether or not you're going to require the employees to agree to repay that?
I would like to.
Because I haven't advised staff intends to do that.
I would like to.
Then I will defer.
But first, I wanted to, if Commissioner Satcher felt that I was doing anything derogatory to his comments, I apologize, because I did not. I merely was letting the chair know that basically the average search firm fee for engineers and IT directors, et cetera, is about $45,000. and the legal fee of $6,500 compared to $45,000 when we have someone that's been working here. It was only for comparison. It had nothing to do with savings or anything like that, but it is something that I just wanted the chair to be aware of. Now I'm letting everybody know that, that's it. With regards to the $6,500, I believe there was testimony that is treated as compensation for the individual. That individual will pay U.S. and employment taxes on that $6,500. And there will be an agreement for a term of service to the citizens of Manatee County, or those fees will have to be paid back to the county and the taxpayers. I do believe that it is appropriate for these questions to be answered. I will tell you that this is done, done for teachers, it's done for nurses, it's done for surgeons, it's done for engineers. It's not a new program. It is all about making, in my opinion, America stronger. By keeping this talent here that we educate. But regardless of that, it is a business decision, and I was involved in making that decision. We did not take it lightly. I think we discussed this and debated it for a couple of months at least before I brought it to you and included it in your briefing. So I do apologize to the commissioner if he felt that I was being derogatory or challenging him, because I was not. I was trying to just share further information related to the cost. But to the speaker, make no mistake, in any of these, whether we do relocation expenses for people, which we do for certain employees, they have an agreement that if they don't stay for a period of time, a year or more, the taxpayers get that money back. So that's a common practice, especially with professionals. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm available for any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just, rather than belabor this point, which is not to say that I don't have more to say on it with some of the people that are sitting up here, but I will just say, because I do realize there's real people behind this as far as with the employees, and I want to echo what Mr. Giuliana said, which is this has nothing to do with those people that we're voting on. As far as I appreciate their work for Manatee County and expect, and hopeful that they'll be able to do great work in the future. It's just a policy question, a question that others took months to make up their mind on with a lot of information, and that was on our consent agenda. So, thank you.
Commissioner Cruz.
I was just on to call the question.
So the question's been called.
Okay, perfect.
And we have a second. All in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor?
Sorry, who seconded the motion?
Commissioner Bellamy seconded the question.
Everybody.
We already voted on the question. We are now going to vote on the agenda item. The motion has already been made and seconded. We've held public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Madam Clerk, I keep wanting to say Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 6-1 with Commissioner Satcher in opposition. We will now take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 10:53. Okay, we're back. And we're going to move on to item number 58 that was pulled from the consent agenda, and after which we will go to number 69, which is affordable housing. We'll jump ahead.
Okay.
So let's go ahead with 58 now.
All right, that was my item. I wanted to pull this because nobody up here was up here except maybe Misty? No, you weren't even up here in that. No, I'm sorry. Vanessa was.
Thank you. I
And
was
two-
like, hello.
Commissioner, would you mind reading the item into the record so people know what it is we're discussing?
Okay, sorry. Number 58, execution of cooperative funding agreement between Manatee County and SwiftMud for the Bullies Creek, Pennsylvania Avenue Flow Diversion Project. The designation of the project manager for the county is Thomas Gerstenberger. And what happened, this whole neighborhood flooded, devastation, just before Hurricane Irma in 17. And we had rooms for weeks packed, tons of people complaining about us not doing something about this. We're spending a lot of money on this project, and I wanted the public to hear publicly what we're doing. This is probably one of our most important projects, and for those of you that hadn't been here, wouldn't know how important this is to the residents of South County. So I wanted, is it okay just for a quick thing with Tom?
You'd like a quick presentation.
Just to tell him what's going on. Yeah.
Commissioner Serbia.
Yeah, and I'm not in a hurry for this presentation. This is a very important presentation. I'm very happy that Whitmore pulled it, and I would like for Tom to give us a presentation.
Thank you. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, county administrator, and Mr. Attorney. For the record, Thomas Gerstenberger, Public Works Department. If I could have the overhead, please. First off, this project, and it's one that I'm bringing up on this overhead, this is an execution for a cooperatively funded project between the county and Southwest Florida Water Management District for construction of a flow diversion pipeline, which would be located along 9th Street East to divert runoff from that particular corridor to the west towards a tributary of Bullies Creek, which is known as Pittsburgh Drain. As Commissioner Whitmore had already alluded to back in August of 2017 with the no-name storm, and then with prior storm events, which included Tropical Storm Hermine from back in 2016, and as part of the recently completed Bullies Creek Watershed Management Plan, this project, among other projects, have been identified as regional stormwater improvement projects for Bullies Creek Watershed. The county does also presently have another stormwater project that is currently underway to modify the existing weir structures on Lake Brendan and within the Sarape Golf Course. And this project would supplement the stormwater improvement, the regional stormwater improvements in this watershed by diverting the runoff from 9th Street, which today presently flows southward directly towards the crossing right in the vicinity of Shady Brook condos, and would divert this runoff over to Pittsburgh Drain, which is a system that has adequate capacity for diversion of runoff into this bypass drainage system. That being said, I would be happy to address any further questions that the board has on this project.
No, I'd just like to make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Serbia is on the board.
Yeah, I just want to thank the staff in collaboration with SwiftMud for all the work that you have done. I know that we have one person who came all the way down here to speak from the public, who's been involved since day one, which before I was on this board. So thank you, Tom. It's been a huge effort, and you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom!
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
First off, it goes without saying that I'm not the only one. I certainly represent all members of staff who is working on this project. I have brought Mr. Kincone, who's one of our best engineers in public works. I can't go without saying Ken's diligence and determination to stormwater projects in Manatee County. It goes without saying I couldn't do the work I do for Manatee County if it wasn't for Ken Cohn as well. And I'd also like to thank Mike Sturm who's the project engineer for this project, and our colleagues also with the district for this cooperative project. But Board, I thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So we have a motion and we have a second. We'll go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? So when you come up here, please state your first and your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
My name is John Lindsay, Manatee County resident. I am currently the manager and have been the manager of Shady Brook Village, which was mentioned by Tom. I've been working with the County Commission since Robin D. Sabatino, and I just want to thank everybody for your efforts. To see this project come from conception to now beginning has been huge. And all the residents of Shady Brook thank the Commission and Stormwater and SwiftMud for all your work and effort. Thank you very much.
That's nice, thank you. I don't get that very often.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to bring you back for public comment more often.
Yes, every week.
Okay, so that, is there anyone on the phone that would like to comment on this agenda item?
No, there is no one on the phones.
Okay, thank you. So with no one on the phone, we'll close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. So it is 11:02. I'm going to jump out of order because we have folks that are here from the public who would like to speak on a specific agenda item. So we're going to go forward with item number 69, which is a commissioner agenda item, affordable housing updates and proposals. Commissioner Cruz, this is your item. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I saw everyone here when I got here, and usually when you're that far down the agenda, I tell people, I think I did tell a few people it probably wouldn't be until after lunch, but it is what it is. There's a lot of people here right now. Unfortunately, one of them is not Glenn, but he said half of his comments earlier. Anyway, I put this on the agenda for a couple reasons. One, it was requested of me to kind of bring back some updates based on people I've been talking to. And two, we moved the affordable housing work session to April, which is coming up. So I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to discuss a few things, throw a few things out there. So when we got to that work session, it could be a little more productive. Because otherwise we wait till the work session and then we start throwing things out and then it just gets delayed again. And, you know, that's the problem we have right now. Because I've been going around trying to talk to everyone, like I said. We set up that little mini task force with Council of Governments, just had breakfast last week with someone from the school board, someone from the city of Bradenton, the person from Palmetto, for personal reasons, couldn't make it. I've met with Representative Buchanan on multiple occasions to talk about affordable housing. I've met with for-profit developers, nonprofit developers, just trying to figure out what's going on here. And, you know, the reality is it becomes more and more apparent that the private sector for-profit people don't want to or feel they cannot provide any level of affordable workforce, sustainable, attainable, whatever you want to call it, housing. And the nonprofits are telling me that for all intents and purposes, based on our current plan, they can't either. Because right now, I just talked to a nonprofit affordable housing developer yesterday. He said right now his costs are putting about $200,000 to $250,000 per unit. Well, if you use the old rule of thumb, and it's just a rule of thumb, but the old rule of thumb when we were looking at multifamily transactions was you hope to get 1% of the cost basis in rent. Because then, you know, that's 12% per year, and then you have your expenses, it works out to 8%, that's kind of into the weeds. But if you're building units for $200,000 to $250,000, then you're effectively charging $2,000 to $2,500 a month. That's not affordable. That's not affordable for anybody in this room, much less people who actually need those kind of units. And in the past, you used to be able to somewhat get something a little more affordable just by, I'm not going to call it cutting corners because that's certainly not what they do, but you would put simpler, maybe tile flooring in. You don't have to change it out when units turn over. You could put simpler cabinets in, a little less amenities. The issue now is even the skeletal materials and labor costs are where the costs are coming up. The simple wood in the walls and the things before we even get to the slightly lower fixtures and amenities, which makes it cost prohibitive. And so this is a problem that's been going on effectively forever, but certainly we're starting to see it more and more right now. And part of the issue, to me, and again, I don't want anyone to take offense to this, but it's been kicked down the road. All this is conversation. We use the term affordable housing as a campaign tool to pretend we care, but we don't do anything. And you could say I'm wrong, but in April, we're going to have, I believe, our 4th work session on affordable housing or homelessness. I've been here for 15 months. And other than ADUs passing, which took 8 to 10 years to get done, not one single thing has been added to our comp plan or done. And this is our 4th work session. I was looking up, because last April, it was April 15th of last year. We're going to hit the 1-year anniversary when we get to this work session. We had a full-on work session on community land trust. And I was told at the time, Bright Communications, Frank Wells was here, was going to manage it. We had land for it. We had funding for it. This entirety of the board basically said from a policy standpoint, we support it. It's 1 year later. How many people have seen one shovel go into a ground on a community land trust? For a year. You can't, this isn't a situation where you can keep kicking it down the road endlessly. If we would have passed that and approved that and staff would have worked on that and moved that forward, you'd be seeing actual houses come out of a community land trust right now that people can move into. Because all the virtue signaling and the good graces of saying affordable housing matters isn't putting a roof over anyone's head. And I know what's going to happen. This is going to keep getting kicked down the road over and over and over again. And that's not helping anyone in Manatee County. It's just getting worse. And I look, because, I proposed half-dwelling units last December. That encourages smaller units to be built, and smaller units are effectively affordable just by the standpoint of the square footage. It's March. We're still waiting, and we're being told in April a research report is going to be presented so that we can further discuss half-dwelling units. And then if we decide to do it, then a resolution can be passed. And so maybe by next fall, we can have an ordinance that I proposed last December, where the city of Sarasota sat down, discussed some proposals for their comp plan in February, last month. Their entire revised comp plan with language is being presented to them next month to discuss whether or not to approve it. And that includes increased height, increased density, decreased parking ratios, streamlining approval process. In the span of 60 days, they're going to have a revamped comp plan to vote on. We're hoping that within 4 to 5 months, we're going to have a research report to discuss whether to consider moving forward on half-dwelling units. We can't keep dragging this down the road. We need to come up with real concrete plans for our comp plan, for our development code to encourage affordable housing immediately. And some of those things, and I'm just going to start throwing some stuff out there, this is my agenda item, so I know it's going to be long, but I'm trying to get it all in so we can have conversation, use it for a work session. We need to start meaningfully talking about waiving impact fees, just not using livable Manatee. Livable Manatee is fake in terms of all we do is take money out of one pocket, put it in the other. All we're doing is capping the amount of impact fees we're willing to waive to $500,000 per year. If we just waive it, we would basically encourage more affordable housing, and then we can better use that $500,000 for other things for affordable housing. We need to have meaningful conversations about our height restrictions and our density to encourage it, because land is extremely expensive right now. And if you can amortize the cost of land over more units, it makes it more affordable. Further, we just discussed this on a project in Palmetto last week. Once you go over 3 stories, it starts getting more expensive. It's block construction, it's elevators. Well, no one's going to build you 4 stories if it's affordable, but they may build you 6 or 8 stories if it's affordable, because again, once you start taking on that additional cost, the more units, the better. We need to push that half-dwelling unit to encourage developers by their own choice to build smaller units for us, for young professionals and people who don't need an 1,100 square foot 1-bedroom with a den. Nobody needs that in real life, especially when their alternative is living in their car. We need to start looking at pockets of form-based code and pre-rezoning areas to encourage redevelopment as opposed to just endless sprawl development. We need to start looking at our LoRa, because 8 to 10 year LoRas are virtually meaningless. I mean, and from a federal standpoint with tax credits, they're typically 30. I don't see why we're sticking with 8 to 10 years and then letting them go market rate. It doesn't make sense. We need to move that community land trust forward. In addition, we need to start looking at real ways of finding funding for this, because right now we approve virtually every upzone and development in this town, and we get nothing out of it. But there's real benefit to having this affordable unit. I just mentioned it on a project last week. Someone has to build those homes. Someone has to teach the kids who move into those homes. There's a vested interest in this community for all of these developers. If we keep saying we have density bonuses, but nobody uses them. I asked why someone didn't use a density bonus, and that's where the height came up. I tried to get somebody up in Mendoza when Medallion Homes proposed a project to use a density bonus. Instead, we got a 30,000 square foot retail center for the same density, with no affordable housing. We need to change that policy. We need to have a meaningful policy in place, whether it is forcing that density bonus if anyone wants so much as an additional shed in their backyard from an upzone, or doing what a lot of other counties do and letting the people have in lieu fees and buy down that density bonus by providing whatever it is, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 per otherwise affordable unit to get to their density bonus, and then we have a fund we can set up and use elsewhere. There's a lot of things we can do here, but we need to start getting this stuff done. We need to start working with the school board, convincing them to waive their impact fees because they're very onerous, and we waive ours, and with the few exceptions, they're not waiving theirs. We need to encourage them to work with us and work with our developer partners to build affordable housing. I said this to Charlie Kennedy at breakfast last week. The single biggest benefactor of any affordable housing we build in Manatee County is the school system. Regardless of what you want to say, they have the most employees. Virtually all of their employees qualify for attainable workforce housing, from the teachers to the cafeteria workers to the school bus drivers. We have over 1,000 homeless students right now in Manatee County. They need this housing more than anyone else in this town. They need to be working with everyone to build this affordable housing. We need to start working with the municipalities. And I've talked with both the mayors, I've talked with a lot of the councilmen. We need a lot more height restriction, a lot more density. We need a lot more encouragement, and we need a way for the county to work with them and not just push this onto them. We need to have a joint agreement. That's what my breakfast was last week. And we need to start looking at ways we can help facilitate this. Dr. Hopes and I were talking about this, and Glenn's brought this up. And I wish we would have done it 10 years ago when it was affordable. But we need to start looking at considering land banking opportunities. We did that with DeSoto Square Mall, but that's not a unique situation. We have the ability to upzone and rezone things to the benefit of this community. So we can go out and look at buying big parcels of land or buying areas that can be redeveloped and upzoning it and rezoning it, putting deed restrictions in to then sell it back off or partner with developers to get what we want built. And it shouldn't cost the taxpayers anything because we have the ability to create value on that site that other people don't to get what we need. There's a lot of ways we can do this. But unfortunately, and this is the last thing I'll say because it's kind of off a little bit on a tangent, but nothing I just said that we can add to our comp plan is going to fix the problem tomorrow.
No. Right.
You can't build an apartment complex in 24 hours. But people are getting displaced or risking getting displaced endlessly right now because of ever-rising costs. And what's going to happen is they're going to move away. And we're going to start losing our teachers and our police and our firemen and our young professionals, which honestly we had a hard time attracting in the first place. So, something I'll propose, and I'm not even sure if it works because I can't really find a whole lot of places where it's ever been done before. I kind of came up with this myself. But one of the things I've done in my other job is you can make projects work. At the end of the day, a developer and investor, they care about their bottom line. They don't care how much rent they charge. They care how much cash they bring home at the end of the day. It's net. So you can make that work by lowering their risk. You make it work by lowering their expenses. You make it work by increasing their rents. Right now, they're increasing their rents, and it's understandable. Taxes are going to go up 7.5% for these apartment complexes because that was CPI last year. Insurance is going through the roof for everybody right now. Our utilities are going up. FPL is going up. Water is going up. They have to increase rent to justify some of these expenses. But the single biggest one is, the two biggest ones are vacancy, because every time somebody leaves, you got to turn that property over, a cost to it, and you lose the revenue for whatever period of time it's empty. The second biggest expense item is taxes, which are going up dramatically. What I would propose we at least look at, and I propose we look at it quickly and not have a work session on it in October 2023, is one of the biggest things we've got is our credit rating and the support of the financial wherewithal we have, not to mention a strong staff. What I would propose is we look into a situation where we consider as a county going out to developers, open it up, it's not required, but any developer who's interested in the program, that we would just master lease their entire property. Any apartment, duplex and up. If we go out and master lease it, we're guaranteeing them 100% occupancy, say for a 5-year term on a contract basis. So they have no vacancy, they have no turnover, they have no additional costs associated with it, so that makes it cheaper to own. Anyone we master lease, any place we master lease, we can basically stay the tax assessed value increases, which lower the expenses on a tax standpoint. So we cap their taxes for that 5 years. We're guaranteeing 100% of their units. We structure it, say, my rough numbers where the annual rent increases of the greater of CPI are 5%, so they know they're getting rent bumps every single year. We take on the responsibility of getting the tenants in there. I'm not saying us personally. We can outsource that on a public-private partnership. You know, we got NDC over here, who's one of the biggest affordable housing compliance management companies in the country, right around the corner from us, to actually run this program. And if you go under the assumption that all these units are always going to be occupied, and we can, instead of having these tenants get 20%, 30% rent bumps every year, cap them at 5% rent bumps every year, because we're now effectively their landlord without having to expel the cost of buying or building a property, then it's a way of starting to pull some units in, manage the units. It's not rent control because we're not requiring anyone to do anything, but it's giving us a base of units to be able to, you know, work with our tenants, work with people. You know, we can say you have to present that you've been in Manatee County for 24 months, you've been an essential employee for 12 months. I'm just trying to come up with some unique ways of handling this. We got SHIP funds, 25% of it can be used for rental assistance, so we can use that towards the program. But I just don't know any other scenario where we're going to fix this problem today. And by the time we change our comp plan and start utilizing the comp plan, it's going to be 24 or 36 months down the road. We need to bridge that gap. We need a Band-Aid right now. And if there's a way where we can have people voluntarily master lease their properties to us that we can manage and put people in, it's a lot more affordable than going out and having to build something or renovate something ourselves. I think it's win-win for everybody, but you know, I'm open for any level of discussion. I haven't seen a program where it's been done on a major scale, but I think, in my opinion, it's something to look at because the only solution I've come up with that can be done in the near term. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Obviously, a lot of work put into this. The order of the board is Servia, Whitmore, Hopes, Satcher. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for those ideas and your commentary in putting this on the agenda. I also am very focused on affordable housing, and I have been assimilating ideas as we move forward towards our special meeting or workshop. So I agree, we're in a crisis, but I disagree that previous boards have done nothing. You know, if this was an easy problem to solve, every community in Florida would have already solved it, because there's a lot of smart people here. It took us 30 years to get into this crisis. It's going to take a while to dig out, but I appreciate your ideas very much. And look, since 2001, the state of Florida legislature has swept $2.5 billion out of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and that partially has led us to where we are today. So I lay that responsibility partially at their feet. I do. You know, this is a problem, again, that's being pushed down to the local level, and I think we're up for the challenge. So I like your ideas. I have some others. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't talk to somebody who is about to be evicted or can't find housing. Every single day I talk to people. Rent prices have gone up over 40% in the Tampa Bay area in the last year, okay? And property insurance is also a big obstacle to the landlords who are providing affordable housing. So I say we make a list. I hope our county administrator's taken notes. And to add to your ideas, we need to discuss others. You know, impact fees, land trust, great idea. We are kind of short on staff on that land trust idea, which is why it has kind of paused. I think that's the reason, but we need to pick it back up. And the master lease idea is a very interesting one. I recently met with landlords who only provide affordable housing, and they told me of their challenges. And they are at risk of giving up and flipping their units for what the market will share, what the market will give them. because the methodology isn't working anymore. What are the problems? Taxes and insurance. So I'd like to add to the list that we talk about tax abatement for landlords who are providing true affordable housing. We'd have to work through the details of that. We'd have to figure out what the dollar amount is. And I also don't want to add a bunch of bureaucracy to that type of program. I'm not suggesting we hire staff. I'm not suggesting we do inspections. I don't want to do any of that. I think it can all be accomplished by submitting a copy of the lease that shows the dollar amount and the terms of the lease, and a notarized affidavit that it will continue that way for a certain period of time, maybe a year, tax abatement program. I also have talked in the past on the AHAC committee when I was on there, and since 2018 when I was elected, about partnering with a local business who is having a hard time retaining talent or attracting talent. And that's just about every business here in Manatee County and throughout the state of Florida. So I'd like a pilot program to be kicked off. I've talked to the chamber about this years ago, to please, work with what their needs are for employees and see if we can't partner with them to help them provide units as part of their benefit package so that they can house some of their employees. What does that do? That helps them to attract talent. That helps them, that keeps more cars off the road. Do you know how many people I know from Pinellas County that drive over the bridge to come and work in Manatee County? We don't need that traffic. So let's look for ways that we can house these employees of our main businesses in town close by and give them some sort of relief. It doesn't even have to be a big business like Tropicana or Bell's. Think about Anna Maria Oyster Bar or any of our restaurants. If they are willing to help help to provide housing nearby. Let's think about the Bayshore area. If there were housing units nearby to where they worked so that they could live close to where they worked, they didn't need transportation, I think there could be some kind of tax relief for those types of situations. Betsy Benak, who is a land use planner and former county commissioner, called me a while back and said, what's our biggest land use that we have out there that is the market is crazy about, that is taking up a lot of land and not allowing us to provide housing? What is it? Mini warehouse. Everybody wants mini warehouses. And she said, which I thought was a really creative idea, can we work with those mini warehouse providers to say, can we strengthen your foundation and build affordable units above your mini warehouses? Now, that's a pretty creative idea. There's a lot of details to be worked out there, but that's something that we should talk about. The no-brainer is increasing density on our urban corridors. We've got to do that. It is not dense enough to support transit or affordable housing. Please, let's make that happen. Again, we have some staffing shortages ourselves here, which makes it very difficult to do these things quickly. And then finally, I don't know if any of you have been following the legislative House bill, and I think it's House Bill 788, and it's called our Hometown Hero Housing Program Bill. Is anybody familiar with that? And so I don't know where that sits today, but it will bring affordable housing to veterans, teachers, police, firefighters, healthcare workers. Some of the things they're talking about is 0% loans and 0% down and closing cost assistance. Some of it would be funded by the state legislature. It would be a revolving program, self-sustaining throughout the years. And then once someone sells that house, then another hero can use that house for the program. So Manatee County should be following on the tails of this. No matter what happens in that program, whether it's approved, denied, or changes in some way, there are things that we could do. Those people, those hometown heroes, have been through a lot in the last couple of years with all of us. They've given us a lot. We need to give back to them. So those are some of my ideas. I can't wait for the special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Whitmore.
If on our special meeting, can we make it an all day? Because I said when I heard about this, I said, this is a major issue. Look at Holmes Beach. I mean, we really didn't finish. And could we consider that an all-day thing? Because I don't think you can do something in 3 hours, if that's okay. Great ideas. Thank you for doing your homework. Thank you, Misty. I love your ideas, too. The problem is, and I had put something in the same vein on the agenda because I can't talk to you, but it's because now that we have this rule that we have, if we want somebody to take action, it has to be on the agenda. And Bill O'Shea is here for the reason that I was, and it's kind of relating to yours, George. It's an idea. We have light industrial in this county. We don't allow residential with it. Why can't we? I mean, we need to take actions with stuff like this. And I had confirmed that there are certain land uses that we offer in this community that you can't marry with residential. And I think there's some kind of businesses possibly coming in the area, but we still have to, it'd be nice if we get all our homework done and get things passed so when things like this do happen, that we can do it. I love the half dwelling units. I kind of heard you talk about it once. I really don't understand it, and I guess you were working on it. So this meeting today is you had this on the agenda. So we should, if we just sit here and vacillate for an hour, ain't nothing going to happen like it hasn't for a long time. If there's stuff that we really want to concentrate on, staff needs direction, and it takes 4 votes. And what you see is we've been talking about this, and that's why you see the urban core. It took a long time when you had to redo the land development code. It took like 2 or 3 years for us to finally get it cleaned up. It hadn't been done since the 80s. So. And everything, and the comp plan and the LDC had to finally be separated. So it took a long time, and that's why you see the heights along the urban core. But I just heard about the urban core. What about other places in the county height? I mean, why don't, let's get real. We don't have anybody being able to live in Manatee County now. So what you put on this agenda, maybe later we could come back and pick a few things or an action for staff to start moving forward on this. You said about the community land trust. Did we ever take an action? And if we hadn't, that's our fault. We need to. Also, you mentioned the land banking. Again, I need to understand it, but that's, if we take action, the staff can educate us. Height, increasing height, that's a no-brainer. And I think the impact fees with the school is brilliant. I think we need to have somebody deal with the school board and meet and go to present to the school board of giving up, decreasing some of that for affordable housing. And I was wondering, can I ask Mr. Cruz, did you talk to Marshall? Cruz. I can call.
Yeah, no, I talked to Marshall yesterday, actually.
Good.
He was the one about the $200,000, $250,000 when I was talking about where rents are and how it's physically impossible. That's where that came from, was with Marshall.
So, okay, because he's like out of the box. He sees it all over the country as well as our others that are local. But again, you're not going to see anything if we sit here and vacillate about it unless we take action.
I agree. That's why I wanted this on 1 month ahead of the work session or special meeting, because hopefully between staff and the county administrator, they hear this collective dialogue, and then they can come back with, based on this conversation, here's a couple of things that we can act upon, and that's, as a special meeting, hopefully, we can move forward with it there. Because I know a lot of people, me just saying a sentence, people want to say, well, I need more information, I want a little more. Well, this gives them opportunity to say, oh, hey, look, 4 different people mentioned urban core, higher density, higher height. Well, hopefully that's part of that agenda, and then we can vote on an actionable item with full information.
Well, again, somebody's been up here and it's not clear to staff. I would suggest the things as a board here, what we should ask to have at that meeting, so they know, because they're busy. What is the most important for us to come to that meeting? And my thing would be to look at other land uses, and if we can put residential with other land uses in the county where they're currently not allowed for affordable housing for workforce, to attract businesses. And then you have a lot of these things, but if we tell them to do it all, I don't think it's all going to happen because they're so busy. I think we should start at the top and work down. So I don't know what you would suggest. I mean, that's just my idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Dr. Hopes, you're next on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is like an exceptional conversation. So let me give you an idea. First of all, I did want to make the note that the meeting in April is a special meeting which will allow you to take action. I'll give you an idea of some of the things that are being prepared for that meeting with regards to action, which you'll be briefed on. First and foremost, land trust, a great idea. The one issue that our concern that I had about the original proposal is the manager of the land trust was also going to be the developer of the housing and the marketer of the housing and the seller of the housing. And I wanted to see if there was another way to develop a land trust where you'd have various controls in place. So we'll talk about the various options for that at the meeting. Interesting, that tax abatement was brought up because the General Counsel and I have been working on a renewal of the tax abatement for economic incentive projects. So we can talk about whether or not we need to change the language on the referendum and if we can even consider that. Love the discussion around rezoning of industrial projects. I will tell you that in the economic development world, we have been talking with these companies about workforce housing, and what will be brought forward to you is an actual rezoning of a large area in the county where the developer of existing business and is expanding business now wants to rezone it so that they can have workforce housing on site, including childcare. So that will be coming forward to you, and we will discuss it at the meeting. I like the idea of an all-day special meeting because I think we do have a lot to cover. One of the reasons why the confirmation of the director for HR was taken off of today's agenda is because one of the candidates was concerned about the high cost of living in Florida, which was surprising because the person's from the West Coast, but it really had to do with housing, housing costs, both short-term housing and long-term housing. And so I think that what you are going to find is there are a number of items which will be brought to you for discussion and action. I would encourage each of you to reach out to the Community and Veteran Services Department, Mr. Lee Washington, who now houses basically all things housing and affordable housing, as well as Deputy County Administrator, Mr. Ryan Shuttle, and myself, so that we can be prepared, because we, as your staff, are intent on bringing actionable items to you and having you bring up new actionable items at this special meeting, because as Mr. Cruz said, this has been an ongoing discussion, and it is time. In addition to that, we will be bringing forward to you a 200-acre acquisition of property in the county to do many of the things that Mr. Cruz has mentioned and that Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Servia brought up, which would allow this commission to have more influence and controls on how land is used around development and true attainable housing in the county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Order of the board is Baugh, Bellamy, Satcher. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great discussion. I'm really glad to hear it. I think that, we do need someone to negotiate, if you will. I don't know that that's the right word, with the school board on their impact fees. I think that's going to be very important, and I think Commissioner Cruz has done a fine job so far. I'd love to see him carry it to the next level with the school board regarding their impact fees. Also, just something else to think about would be when the school board is looking to obtain property, that they obtain a few more acres so that there'll be some land there close to the school to build affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever you want to call it. I think it is true that we're going to have to work more closely with the school board and the county together to come up with solutions. I think what we've seen in Manatee County particularly is what I call the perfect storm. We've always had people moving to Manatee. That is not new. However, the influx of people it's really increased. And of course, I think the reason that it's increased so much recently is due to COVID. People were tired of being restricted, and they kept hearing about Florida, and now they're here. Not to mention, a lot of your snowbirds are finally getting up older, and they're moving here permanently. I've heard from several who are actually now moving here permanently and not planning to go back up north at all. So it's a perfect storm that we're having. The state is working very hard on this issue with affordable housing. They are coming up with many different ideas. Too soon to tell how it's going to end up, however. You just don't know until it's over. I did have a conversation with the county administrator yesterday regarding our LDC. I do know that there's many amendments that have been put together in the Development Services Department. That's tough. And hopefully they'll be coming forward now on a more regular basis. We've got to update the LDC. I think that's very important. I did meet with Glenn Giubilina yesterday in my office, and the whole conversation was about affordable housing. And it's ironic that we're talking about it today because, of course, a lot of the things he brought up, which were great ideas, were also mentioned here by Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Cruz. So the main thing that I'd see right now is the LDC. We need to move quickly on it. And Commissioner Cruz, you've done a great job in this, and you certainly have the experience more so than the rest of us. And I'm hoping that maybe you can come back and you've been able to get further along with the school board on their impact fees. That would be really great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. So we'll move on to Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, great discussion, and we knew the potential of Commissioner Cruz on this matter right here, and this is exciting that he's brought what he's brought to the forefront. But as I say with all the meetings that we have and workshops, before we get in the workshop, can we identify 2 or 3 action steps that we would like to move forward on, so we can say we know we want to get this accomplished. And one example, as far as waiving impact fees to encourage more affordable housing, what does that look like? And we don't need to discuss that. We don't need to discuss that at the workshop. We need to say this is what we're going to do, whether we draft it or whatever the legal steps need to take place, so we can say, well, we like this draft, bring this forward, move this out and things like that, shuffle it. Action step, we can move on that. How do we, and I'm sure Dr. Hopes can lead on this, how do we approach the school district? We know that they're listening and everything like that. When we start talking about encouraging the school district to waive impact fees, do we take and sit down with them, all right, and we draft something and saying, if it pertains discussion about affordable housing, this is how we want you all to look at impact fees. Can we agree to this so we can make sure when it comes to affordable housing, the school district and the Manatee County government is on the same page? I think that's an action item that we can actually take and move on. All right, I agree, but I don't know how we do it. He just said something about 200 acres. I don't know where 200 acres at as far as where we can put affordable housing. But I agree that the county should build affordable housing. Some people may not agree with that. But like I've been saying with a lot of things that we have out there, we have to take ownership, right? And if we're going to take ownership, we don't have to build all affordable housing, but true ownership is showing that you have some skin in the game. This is a discussion, but what are we going to take and put our teeth in and say this is what we're going to do? I think that's an opportunity for us to do it. How does the terminology look for tax abatement? I'm not necessarily sure, but the minds can figure that out. I have to learn a little bit more. I'm sorry, as far as land banking, I'm gonna have to learn a little bit more about that, and I'll do some study on that. But one thing that I want to talk about the mini warehouses as far as being putting affordable housing on top. My comment is that you're gonna need a lot of strength, and we know when we take and we see these mini warehouses, that's built to code, but some things is not built to code for people to live on top, right? So what I would say is if we approach them, we need to make sure that that's out in front. And I'm sure it will be, but I just think we need to put that out there. But here's the other thing. How can we bring, not just the school district, but when we're talking about affordable, attainable housing, how can we bring the sheriff department in? How can we bring the leading entities as far as State College of Florida, Tropicana and Bells, how can we bring them to the table, right? Because again, this is a Manatee County issue. This is a Manatee County issue, and those particular entities will probably want to have some type of, skin in the game, because just as they have hiring issues and their staff have problems, they want to continue to do the commute. But I think that's one of the other discussion points. But thanks for your work on that. I honestly think where we are with our credit rating, it gives us opportunity to maneuver some things also. So we need to consider that and see if we can act on that. Right, it's going to cost some money. Low cost money, right.
Thank you, Commissioner Bellamy. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to, some of the cutting-edge solutions that have been proposed, that's exciting. I was just going to go much more basic and just say, if there's a county in Florida that's having success with this, let's ask them what policy they attribute that success to, and let's vote on that policy. Copy and paste if we have to. And but some of these other ideas that have never been tried, I'm definitely willing to look at them, because this is a perfect storm, a unique situation. And but I just want to say one more time, I would find, if anybody's having success, let's find out who they are and what policy it is that's causing that success, and bring it to us, and let's vote and get it done.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Satcher. So here's the structure. Every commissioner has spoken. And before we start putting ourselves on the board again, I want to hear from Hopes, Clegg, and then the public. So we'll go Dr. Hopes.
Real quick, Commissioners, just want to let you know, I did hear you with regards to affordable housing and making it available, projects available for-profit and not-for-profit. There was an RFP that went out. It was recalled, and it's being reissued today as an intent to negotiate on 2 ideal pieces of property that the county owns that is targeted for it. The reason for changing it from an RFP to an ITN, it allows for more creative and innovative proposals, which we will bring back to you the results of it at your special meeting. But that is being re-released today. And it is available regardless of the company's tax status, and it's being done as an ITN to allow us to hear, creative proposals and to negotiate with the applicants to make those 2 parcels available for the construction of workforce and attainable housing.
Good, excellent.
Thank you, Dr. Hopes. Mr. Clegg.
Commissioners, I just wanted to caution the board about the issue of tax abatement. That is hard. That is something that has to be authorized by the legislature in the Florida Constitution. So our economic development tax abatement is expressly stated in the Florida Constitution and by statute. And that is why you see so many affordable housing transactions where the ownership is in a nonprofit, where there is some form of subsidy back to the owner. That is the way they're basically structuring it. It's not a true tax abatement. It's more like an ongoing agreement to provide them with funds that could be equivalent to what their taxes are in order to keep the property in an affordable status. But it is more difficult than what you see in economic development by contrast. That's all.
I just want to respond to what he said.
Mr. Cruz.
Yeah, it's actually a bill in the Florida House right now. That is a fact. I was going to say it after everyone. They are trying to pass the bill to allow for what they should allow. I mean, but again, everyone up in Tallahassee just inherently knows that they're smarter and better looking than every other commissioner in the state of Florida. So God forbid anybody in any county look at their own community and make decisions in the best interest of their citizens. So as of now, they don't allow you to voluntarily give up taxes. They could pass homestead exemptions left and right and force you to give up taxes, but you can't voluntarily give up taxes as a community. So you can't have a tax abatement for us, but that is a bill. It doesn't sound like it's going anywhere this year, but it is something that's known up there. But again, there are things we can do. First off, I would almost argue from a legal standpoint to figure out whatever loopholes we can, because I would make an argument, and they'll disagree with me, that affordable housing is economic development, because without affordable housing and the workers that live in affordable housing, all the Amazon facilities and all the industrial we're building and our port, none of that's going to work. So you can say what you want, but as long as you're focusing it towards the people who make our economy operate and run, it is economic development, and we have no problem giving tax abatements for that. But again, there are ways. That's why I said with the master lease, we can cap taxes, because you can do that. You can just factor in any tax owed above the base year when they signed the agreement with us basically gets added into our master lease agreement and essentially paid back to them. It still caps their taxes without having to have an actual abatement.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Survey would like to dialogue with you on this
bet.
specific
Thank
issue.
you. Thank you. And thank you to our attorney, who always brings us back to what the law says, because that's important. But I agree with you, Commissioner Cruz. There are creative ways to get through that maze of issues, and we can do that. And I also say that from this year forward, I hope this board will make it one of our top priorities when we go to Tallahassee. The Affordable Housing Sadowski Fund, 50% of it, don't touch it. We at least want that 50%. And if we can't get through the system as this maze that we've described creatively, and we need something from the state, we need to ask them for it.
Agreed, but
Yeah.
we ask them every year, they don't do it. Even the hometown hero thing, even the hometown hero thing that we're talking about, that Tallahassee's doing, and it's such a great thing. Right now, the proposal is to use the sale funds from Sadowski to fund that. So they're not actually using additional dollars for affordable housing, they're just taking the money we're supposed to get and putting it someplace else.
I do understand that, but I like the idea a lot, and I think that locally, we can run with that idea, no matter what the state does.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I'm just saying it's not new money, it's just repurposing of money we were gonna get.
Okay, so I have Whitmore and Baugh on the board. I would like to do citizen comments. Whitmore, you okay with that?
I'm good.
Okay, you're both okay with that. Okay, so we're going to move forward with citizen comments, and then we'll get back to commissioner discussion after that. It is 11:47. I have Chris Johnson, a card for Chris Johnson. I'm just going to give you the order of which I have the cards, so if you want to line up behind the podium. Melinda Harris, Scott Eller, Kathleen Kramer, Julia Showers, and Pamela Field. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that Glenn Gibellina would also like to speak. So when you come to the podium, please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you will have 3 minutes to address the board on the subject of affordable housing.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chris Johnson. I am the CEO at Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness. We are the lead agency for the COC, the Continuum of Care, in both Sarasota and Manatee counties. I want to first of all say
your county of residence, sir.
My county of residence is Sarasota.
Thank you.
I want to first of all thank the board for this conversation this afternoon, and thank you for taking the affordable housing issue very seriously, having that meeting set up for April to discuss this at length. The ideas that all of you are presenting, I love this because there's no silver bullet to affordable housing within our community. It's going to be a multi-tiered approach and a multi-pronged approach. The one thing that I did want to mention that I think would be worth adding into that conversation that I just haven't heard anybody discuss is allocating funds specifically for affordable housing, building, acquisition, rebuilds, all of those things. You know, I know that this board voted on the ARPA funds back on January 4th to allocate some of those to transitional housing, which is not permanent housing. I just want to make sure that that's clear. On the federal level, they look at those very differently. So, but I would encourage or ask this board to reconsider those funds. Those are a once-in-a-generational opportunity, and there are other funds coming. Home ARP is available for that. You can use SHIP funds for these things. You can use CDBG funds for these things. You can use the ARPA funds for this. It's an opportunity that we have that's not going to come around again to really move the needle on affordable housing and put those funds out there. If you do that, the opportunity is there to make sure that those are 30 to 60% AMI building, right? So 30 to 60% AMI is where we have the greatest need as far as affordable housing goes. You can go 80% even, right? So do a mixed use property. Those kind of things work very, very well for both the people that live there and for developers. But if you do that, if you release those funds now, we have developers in our area right now that can leverage that with Florida Housing Finance Corporation money and be able to build in the next year. So this can go much faster than we think. We have builders in the room right now who you'll hear from who are able to do this faster than we think. It doesn't have to be 2 or 3 years down the road. It can be, you can break ground on it this year and have it started. But you have to have those funds that are flexible, available now for those builders to be able to offset their cost. That's one way you can make it permanently affordable down the road, is cut the cost off the front end for the developers. Rather than, I mean, the cuts are great, the impact fees are great, all of these other options are wonderful. But cash is king, right? So taking that money off the front makes a big difference on the long-term affordability of those types of things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next person, just step to the podium, state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to discuss affordable housing.
Thank you. My name's Melinda Zarzicki Harris. My residence is Manatee County. I run Bring On the Ministry, a nonprofit 501c3 here in town. We are most known for our showers, and I have to tell you, it's not just housing that is a problem. It's the first, last, and security for a lot of these people that you're talking $7,000 to move into housing. Last week, I had a family of 5 at my showers. After that, I had a family of 3 living in their cars, living in tents, and I assure you they're living in an area near you. So I don't always ask that. I heard you speaking of the young professionals. Some of these people are working at McDonald's, they're working in the fields. We can't just look at moving people in that maybe are running Amazon. Some of these people might not have the level to work at those places. So when we look at affordable housing, we have to look at some of these younger, uneducated families as well. And, this is going to continue to be a bigger problem. I sit with families, peer counseling them one-on-one, and they're telling me, I found a place, I need $6,800 to move in. And that's not acceptable. So I hope that we look at not just the young professionals. I hear us saying, oh, they can live in a studio. But I'm telling you right now, I'm counseling one-on-one. My husband and I are out looking for housing for 2 families. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Scott Eller, and I'm the founder and CEO of Community Assisted and Supported Living. My residence is in Sarasota County, but Castle does have housing in Manatee. What I'm talking about today is Castle has a partnership with Blue Sky Communities. We call our partnership Blue Castle. It has been very fruitful. When I met Mr. Wilson back in 2017, we talked about doing a development together, and so right now we're on number 6. So over the past 5 years, we've raised $150 million for affordable housing. Our LURAs are 50 years, just so you know, so our units will be in service for 50 years. But something that Chris Johnson mentioned earlier makes sense. We have had a lot of traction in other communities. Right now, Mr. Wilson and I are building in 3 other counties, one of which is Sarasota County. And the way they fast-tracked it is they allocated ARPA money to our developments, roughly in Sarasota County. We're looking at $9 million. It's going to be able to get us to leverage another $14 million to put 102 units on site and ready to go here next 2 years. The other thing that is interesting about this is while this is all going on, we have entered into another partnership with another gentleman who is purchasing 114 acres from Sarasota County, and he's going to be putting 1,600 units on that site. He has come to Mr. Wilson and I for 370 of those units minimal to be affordable housing. So what Mr. Wilson and I have a potential for in Sarasota County in this model that we're doing is 470 plus units coming online in the next 2 years. We want to bring that to Manatee County with gusto. We're ready to do it. We have the partnership. But the other thing that we're bringing to the table is a lot of the agencies that you're going to hear from, I work with them all very proudly. We have a very good relationship with Turning Point, Salvation Army, Centerstone. We have a very close relationship, a lot of successes. So we right now are focusing on people at the 35 and 60% of AMI. Recently, I spoke to Congressman Buchanan, who was gravely concerned about this issue like the rest of us, and we have a lot of traction and a lot of opportunity right now, especially with what's going to happen the next couple of years, to really make this happen. And what we could also do is we can get bonus dollars in 80 to 120% of AMI, which will house our first responders, which includes school teachers, firefighters, police officers. So this is something that our agency and our partnership with Blue Castle is ready to move on now. We would love to work with you. If anybody'd like my card, I'd be happy to provide it to you and meet with you personally. Thank you.
Scott, you're meeting with them?
Yeah, we all do.
I like that lady's card too.
Thank you. I'll be calling. Let the administrator do it.
Dr. Hope, why don't you just take a picture of that and send it to our line. Ma'am, first and last name and county of residence.
Kathleen Kramer, Manatee County. I am the Executive Director of the Community Coalition on Homelessness, also known as Turning Points. And I am the spouse of a 21-year Navy veteran. And so I am excited to see that there's been some commitment to veterans who are experiencing homelessness in that proposed transitional housing plan. However, It's just one piece of the puzzle. The Veterans Transitional Housing Program is a large project that could bring us statewide, national attention. We've talked about that. But if we don't have housing that's affordable, available for when they are completed through their program, they're going to transition right back into homelessness. And that is not good for those veterans. It's not good for Manatee County. Some of our veterans experiencing homelessness will never be self-sustainable without permanent supportive housing. And that is a piece of the puzzle, too, that is still missing in Manatee County. And as we have less and less affordable housing available, more people will be moving into homelessness. So just to give you a little personal snippet of what we're seeing right here every day, Misty said that she talks to somebody every single day who is looking for housing. I talk to 20 people every single day who cannot find affordable housing. Turning Point's 12-month average for taking applications for housing assistance, 367 applications a month. In the last 6 months, 393 applications a month for affordable housing. And many cannot be served, not because we don't have funds available to house them, but we have no affordable housing to put them into. And so I personally have also know several young professionals who are moving out of the area. They just can't afford the affordable or any housing here in Manatee County. And as you talked about, businesses can't hire folks because they have no place to live. I strongly encourage you to take a look at the funds, as Chris talked about, the funds that are available, to creating a significant portion of that towards affordable housing and to prioritize putting together a concrete plan. I'm happy to hear this conversation today because that is what's best for our citizens. It's what's best for Manatee County.
Thank you, ma'am. And if I did not read your name on the card, but you would like to come forward to speak on this subject, please just step in at the back of the line by the podium.
Hi, my name's Julia Showers. I work with the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army is 99 years old.
County of residence.
Manatee County.
Thank
Salvation Army is 99 years old this year in this county. But I think that we need to separate our housing between workforce affordable housing and homeless affordable housing. We serve about 200 people in our shelter every night. We are in a crisis. We are in a crisis, folks. We have people on a waiting list, families on a waiting list to come into a family shelter. Where do you think they're staying while they're on the waiting list? They're staying in their car. They're sleeping in a park. You know, we have a huge problem. We have more elderly people right now. So affordable housing, if you're receiving $800 a month in Social Security funds, where are you going to live? Nowhere in Manatee County can you live. So there's a lot of elderly who are on our streets right now. We also have some mentally ill people who are on our streets, who there is no place for them to go. We do not have anywhere in Manatee County that is like a type of group home or that kind of thing for our mentally challenged folks to go to be taken care of. This is a real problem for us because once you become homeless, the majority of homeless people, I would say probably 95% of them end up having mental health issues just because of being homeless and the stress of being homeless. So we have a few more issues we need to look at here. I would really like to propose to this board that we put together the providers in this county who are speaking today and other ones. We put together a group to discuss these issues and what we can do to move forward on all of them, not just workforce housing, but housing for our homeless, because like Kathleen said, we can have transitional housing for veterans, which the Salvation Army's been doing for quite some time, over the last 10 years. But when they transition out, if there's nowhere for them to go, guess where they're going? On the streets or back to the Salvation Army. And honestly, we are busting at the seams at the Salvation Army with people. It's really, it's heartbreaking. So we need to take a look at that. And I really would like this board to propose that we look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pam Fields, and I'm a resident of Sarasota County. I'm here as, I am a staff attorney at Legal Aid of Minnesota, which covers both Manatee and Sarasota counties, and I'm also on the board chair this year of the Suncoast Partnership to End Homelessness, along with Commissioner Servia. And so I just wanted to, there's not a whole lot more I can add to everything that's been said, but I wanted to let you know the last 2 years have been super difficult for all of us legal aid attorneys. We have been, I don't normally act as a staff attorney because I'm the pro bono coordinator, but I haven't been able to find enough pro bono attorneys to help, so I've been called into service along with some of my dedicated volunteers to work with people who are being evicted. And the moratorium saved us for, quite a long time, as you know, but now people are being evicted right and left, and a lot of it, sometimes the evictions don't even make it to the lawsuit part because the landlords are just raising the rent dramatically from $1,000 to $2,000. People are calling me every day saying, is that legal? I'm like, yes, it is. They're terminating the leases because they know or they're wanting to sell their property, which is all things that the landlords can do. But I can't tell you how many people I talk to every day also that I have to just give heartbreaking news, and they're crying and they're very distraught, and they think that a judge is going to help them change their landlord's mind, and it's just not going to happen. So I'm asking you basically to reconsider using some of those ARPA funds for permanent affordable housing for people to go to. Because right now, the charities, Turning Points, Salvation Army, St. Vincent de Paul, they're putting people in motels right now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Gemolina, and if there's anyone else in the audience who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item, please come forward and stand behind Mr. Gemolina. First and last name, county residents, 3 minutes to discuss affordable housing.
For the record, Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County, what an all-star team. I got to tell you, there's not much more I can add to these folks, and you should be absorbing every word they say because they're far better experts than I am, although we do have the same common cause. The one point I found interesting was the 50-year LORA. I love that. You talk about the surplus lots. I think when you want to put it out there, you have the guidelines. We need a 50-year LORA, and I think you need to change the ADUs because I think investors can build long-term affordable rentals with an ADU without being a slumlord. I think you need to look at that, and that should be part of the LORA. So now you're going to get an extra rental out of that residential lot where you normally wouldn't do it unless it was owner-occupied. So you might want to look at that. Students, 1,146 homeless students. I just came from the school board. It's unbelievable that that this county, whose average price is $400,000 for a house, has 1,146 homeless students, and it's going up. As far as the and by the way, they have 3 taxes on my real estate. So the surplus lots, you got a lot more than those 2 lots. I think you need to throw them all out there. You got a lot in Bradenton that needs to be been sitting on over a year. That can be thrown out there. The money, you're right. Those monies can go for for-profit builders, not just nonprofits. For-profit builders like Blue Sky, they can do it faster, better, cheaper. And I think we really need to concentrate on rentals. This medium price, because 2 years ago, the HUD standard was $224,000, $25,000. We had a difficult through the banks of even getting mortgages that went through Community Solutions Financial to do that. They're at $400,000. Those folks are still going to only qualify for the $225,000. I don't care how they have no golden goose that's going to do that gap from the $225,000 from the 12 institutions we work with to the $400,000. So we need to really concentrate on rentals. That's going to be, where the saving grace should be. Churches, I think we need to install form-based code for churches. I go to 26 churches every year. I keep talking to them. Well, it's not in our skill set. It's too difficult. Well, if you make it easy for them, churches have land. They would love to put up a little 12-plex behind their church. They don't know how to do it. I think if you take a deep dive into that, you would have churches waiting in line. I sent some of you the information on that. So I think you need to move in that direction. Development, infill lots, big proponent of that. I think you really need to aggressively go out there and say, we're in the business of buying infill lots. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have quite a few people on the board. It's 12:05. Commissioner Cruz, how would you like, you okay with going to lunch? You want to go to lunch and then come back and we can discuss actionable items at the special meeting and,
Whatever you guys want.
okay, why don't we do that? Why don't we adjourn for lunch? We'll be back at, I'm sorry?
You're going to keep us on the board.
I do thank all of you for coming down here. If you are able to come back after lunch at 1:30, that would be great. I understand you have busy lives and important work that you're doing, so if you're not able to, that's understandable. But thank you for everything you're doing for Manatee County and the vulnerable citizens of Manatee County. We're going to recess until 1:30.
Hello and welcome to Up Close. I'm Charles Clapsaddle, Station Manager for Manatee Educational Television. And it's my great pleasure to meet with Dr. Scott Hopes, the Manatee County Administrator. Dr. Hopes, thank you for taking the time to do this today.
Thank you, Charles.
I know how busy you are, but take time out to discuss what the Manatee County is doing, the leadership that you're providing, and the many great things that are happening throughout the county is a great benefit to the citizens.
I appreciate the opportunity.
So if I may, I'd like to start out and give you a little background about Dr. Hopes. He has a wide and varied history, and I want to read some of the highlights of his accomplishments. Dr. Hopes is an experienced international chief executive officer. He's an educator, extraordinary leader in government, education, and healthcare, experienced chief operating officer, public-private board chairman and board member, elected official, and successful entrepreneur with a demonstrated history of leadership working in healthcare, higher education, K through 12 education, and local, state, national, and international governments, as well as Fortune 500 companies. Now, I can continue to go on with Dr. Hopes and his many accomplishments, but suffice to say that it's wide and varied, and he brings all of this background to Manatee County government to help. So, Dr. Hopes, one of the great things about your accomplishments is that the fact you've been here less than a year. I think April 1st.
April Fool's Day.
And you hit the ground running because immediately as you began your position, Piney Point developed into what could have been a catastrophe. But you hit the ground running on that. You pulled state, federal resources together to help solve the situation.
Well, and I'll tell you, because literally it was the first few hours of me taking over at that time as the interim or the acting county administrator. In hindsight, you could not have strategized a better opportunity to get introduced to your new staff and leadership than that real life exercise in emergency preparedness and activation of all the resources of local government to mitigate, which was a pending and probable disaster north of the river.
And it could have been. But you're working with the state and at the federal level, the Army Corps of Engineers, kind of mitigated the potential damage that was there. But one of the things that clearly your experience and background helped was the fact of working with the legislature for them to come up with funding to help solve the problem. Your cooperation, your insight into working with the state helped raise that funding so this problem can be solved once and for all.
Yeah, and what was interesting is obviously with my background with the legislature and leadership, as well as the governor's office and the staff, is that we engaged the governor in the very beginning. That was one of the first calls that I made to get that assistance in anticipation of needing it. And obviously it proved to be the right call because, as you know, within 24 hours, Piney Point actually did breach. Yes. And the governor had already mobilized the assets of the state government. The National Guard was activated to bring in equipment with Chinook helicopters and things like that. And the governor himself on Easter Sunday morning met with me and some of county leadership at the EOC. And I believe it's because of that early engagement with Congressman Vern Buchanan and the Army Corps and the EPA and DEP and the governor's office and our local legislative delegation were right there with me. I have told many people since that legislative session last year. In my more than 30 years working in Tallahassee, it was the easiest $100 million I ever got out of the legislature. And it was one trip up there. And as you know, the Capitol was pretty much off bounds to the public because it was, at the height of the COVID pandemic. And so I remember, being summoned to Tallahassee and had to fly up there late in the afternoon and being escorted into a ghost town of a Capitol to go before a committee of the House. And the DEP secretary at the time, Secretary Valenstein, kind of laid the foundation. And then I came in, and the next thing you know, before the legislative session was finalized, we secured $100 million in the initial funding to ensure that we were on a path to permanently close, and as the governor has stated, Governor DeSantis, to write the final chapter in the book of Piney Point.
And I want to talk a little bit more about Piney Point as we get through this discussion. But your leadership and understanding of the process during this whole thing really helped mitigate the situation and find out efforts to help solve it. And that was critical. But if that wasn't enough, sir, there were other issues that kept popping up that as the county administrator you had to deal with. Because it wasn't too long after that Manatee County started to experience the red tide effects again. Again, it was a situation that required not only understanding, leadership, but a purpose to help solve this.
There were no shortage of events that were sort of thrown my way, but we did have red tide, and preceding red tide, we had the macroalgae bloom that sort of may have been a precipitating factor. So we had these environmental effects that were cropping up. And of course, many people still remember a few years ago when red tide devastated, our tourist industry on the beaches and our restaurants and the like. And so that again was an opportunity to mobilize resources. And I think we did an extremely effective job at attacking red tide from the land, sea, and air. Some of the experiences of Piney Point led to me actually using the emergency authority to implement a college interns plan for a drone fleet for Manatee County government. When I was attending board meetings to assess whether or not I felt I personally could be successful as county administrator, when Manatee County interns, that class of college interns presented their projects. Right. One young man presented his project was an entire business plan and operating plan for a drone service. And after getting the first 4 days of invoices for the drone service for Piney Point, I asked my staff, I said, pull that student's, I may say kid, but pull that student's proposal for a drone fleet, reviewed it and implemented it. And that was one of those things that we learned quickly from the Piney Point experience, which proved invaluable when red tide was approaching, because we were able to send out the drone fleet on a daily basis to monitor, in addition with the DEP data, to look at where we were and what we needed to do to mitigate it. And I think by all accounts, Manatee County government did an extremely effective job at really attacking red tide, both before it reached our shores and then once it reached our shores. In fact, we were so effective that we actually mobilized our resources on Longboat Key, not just the Manatee County portion of Longboat Key, but we received authorization to address the effects of red tide on Sarasota County's portion of Longboat Key.
And that's like just forward thinking. There's cooperation between different municipalities to make sure that whatever the situation is, working together, you can help solve it.
It's really all about preparation, collaboration, coordination, and really communication. And I think we developed a pretty effective approach.
And very much so, and I think you've been recognized for that, sir. But right after the red tide and during the process, there were other things going on because you moved right into the budget session, the consideration. And I want to take some time to talk about the budget because it's very significant this year, and because there's some significant changes in the budget that we want to talk about. But coming out of the red tide situation and other things, meeting with your staff, moving right into the budget and the county commission to see how best this budget can move forward. And if I may, sir, the total annual budget for coming up is $2.2 billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a significant amount of funding that's available, and almost $923 million in net spending.
Yes. So nearly $1 billion in net spending out of that
$1 billion.
budget.
I mean, that's significant. And we want to go into where some of that spending is going because through your vision, there's significant things that are happening in a wide variety of aspects. And if I may, but before I get too far ahead, not only is the budget almost $1 billion, you also, for the first time since 4 years, have reduced the property tax.
Yes.
And that's significant. And what was that, a 4.7% decrease? What was the budget?
The decrease in the millage was 0.2 mils,
which was
significant. It was significant, and I think that was that may have been a test of my stamina, so to speak, because that was after the budget had been developed, and it was somewhat of a curveball that the commissioners threw, and I think many were probably surprised that staff and I were able to figure out how, after fully funding their level 1 and level 2 priorities, that we were able to deliver to them a budget which not only hit their target but exceeded their expectations for a tax cut to property owners in Manatee County.
And anytime you're exceeding expectations, that's always a good thing.
It is. I mean, I will tell you, I went through a 24-hour period where I was not happy with my collective bosses. But once I came down from that initial reaction and was able to actually think through it and identify a pathway to deliver that tax cut, I was somewhat pleased with myself, I have to say.
Well, good for you, because it's a big step, to be able to reduce that and still have that net spending still at such a high.
Well, and as we begin to talk about the budget, keep in mind, I took the helm of Manatee County government on April 1st. By April 1st of each year, a majority of the budget's already put into place.
That's right.
And so in my early conversations, while I was assessing the likelihood of me to be successful in this job, I gained an understanding from a majority of the commissioners, what their aspirations were for delivering on their campaign commitments, what their priorities were with regards to capital improvements to Manatee County. And so literally, to the credit of the staff, I engaged in really rewriting the budget that had already been written up to that point in order to incorporate the vision and priorities of the commissioners in the budget, which is the process I think is appropriate because the taxpayers and the electorate elected the commissioners to create the Manatee County that the people would like to see. And unless you incorporate that into the budget, it's not going to happen.
That's true. And you have a really terrific finance manager with Deputy Administrator Jan Brewer.
Yes.
And very thorough, detail-oriented, and who pretty much can answer any question anybody throws at her.
She has an exceptional, financial mind and operational insight, and she quickly became, my really right-hand resource, and was the first person who I elevated to the level of Deputy County Administrator.
Sir, if I may, I want to take a moment to talk about the CIP, which in this budget is significant. For those people watching, the CIP is a capital improvement plan.
Right.
And it's a long-term plan. It requires a lot of detail. It requires a lot of information as you're putting that together.
Yeah.
But this year alone, you're investing $1.1 billion in infrastructure, public safety, parks, and the environment. And we'll get into the detail in each one of those categories in a moment. Right. But that's significant.
Yeah, we write a 5-year capital improvement plan, and it's a rolling 5 years. And so this capital improvement plan, which was implemented this fiscal year, is a $1.1 billion capital improvement, the largest CIP in the history of Manatee County. And the critical importance of it is that when you look back at the past 10, 15 years, and when you look at how Manatee County reacted to the recession, there were about 300 layoffs or staff reduction. The departments were all consolidated to save money and expenditures, and capital improvement plans and budgets shrunk. But what appeared to have occurred is when the economy started growing again and the population started growing, Manatee County didn't pivot. And so there was a different mindset, and so it was almost like a stagnation. And so what needed to occur through the budget is to play some catch up. All of us experience the traffic and congestion that is a result of this population growth, and so the critical importance of a new strategy for the capital improvement plan to ensure that we adequately invest in infrastructure, in public safety, in the environment and parks was critical. I'm a firm believer that if you don't have a plan, it's really hard to get to where you want to end up.
Very much so.
And the CIP and the budget is the initial pathway to ensure that you're moving in the right direction.
And if I may, sir, let me just share some of these figures with you and for your comments. $350 million investment in transportation projects, $80 million in parks, 39 in public safety. Significant investment and across the next few years as you go forward. But one of the things that's clearly and it's on everybody's mind is transportation.
Yes.
And you've looked at transportation very intently to see how best those dollars can be used, and you've looked at the county-wide to see what roads need that. And if I may, you're going to widen Lorraine Road, Upper Manatee, which is really needed. expand Erie and Moccasin Wallow, and then improvements to 59th, 75th Street and upgrades to 63rd Avenue. That's countywide.
That's the beginning.
And that's just the
Right,
beginning.
right.
And we'll talk about, your
Yeah.
projected transportation thing. But that's a countywide investment throughout all of Manatee County, which is really significant. You've pointed out on many occasions that Manatee County is a place that you should feel great about living in, great about playing in, working in, and having a home. There's a lot of features that you're bringing to the table, sir, that are adding to that aura of living in Manatee County. Because you need it to be on people's minds. I want to live in Manatee County.
Without a doubt. As you know, I spent 4 years, I think 4 years plus on the school board.
And as chair,
at Manatee County, and as chairman of the school board, and really begin to work hard at helping to contribute, making it, the #1 school district in the state of Florida, so that all these people have an opportunity to raise a family and educate their children.
Right.
And prior to that, as you know, I was on the board of trustees of the University of South Florida system for nearly
Correct.
5 years. So if you take infrastructure and you take transportation, I got my first dose with the school buses.
That's true.
Because they gotta move around. And so like Moccasin Wallow and Erie Road, it was evident because as chairman, we were building 2 brand new schools, a high school on Erie and an elementary school on Moccasin Wallow. And I remember going out there and looking around, and it's like, you had an orange grove next to one construction site and fields and agriculture around the others, but you also could tell that there were things that were getting ready to happen from a community growth perspective and
Right.
neighborhoods. Moccasin Wallow is a hurricane evacuation route, and it was a little 2-lane road.
That's true.
And we were putting in an elementary school there, and it was evident without me being engaged in the county planning process that things were going to happen. I remember having a campaign sign in an orange grove, which is now houses, and it wasn't that long ago. I mean, I ran for re-election in 2018. And so these investments in transportation, were critical to get moving. And that's the other aspect of it. I was surprised to find that there were road projects that were budgeted, funded, and approved, but had not been moving. Moccasin Wallow was one. And a lot of that had to do with you had to acquire property to
Right.
widen the road. And there had been an attitude, let's say, about giving people years of opportunity to decide whether or not they wanted to sell property to widen a road. There's a reason why government has eminent domain.
Right.
And I quickly got with the general counsel, and we came up with a different approach to determining what was important for a community, and to sort of make it clear that we were going to put community first while respecting individual rights and property and values of property. And I'm happy to say in this less than 1 year period of time, we have acquired tens, if not hundreds, of parcels of property to be able to begin and complete these road projects. And Moccasin Wallow was a critical one where I personally got involved in the negotiations for the most critical piece on the corner of Moccasin Wallow and 301. And I gained a new friendship with Mr. Stuart Chin, and he and I met, and I met with his lovely wife and sister, and we came to terms, and we acquired that last critical parcel a couple of months ago. And Moccasin Wallow is now under construction for widening it. But it's a fascinating process that one goes through to contribute to the infrastructure needs and demands of a community as growing as rapidly as Manatee County.
And a lot of that is just forward thinking, thinking what's best for the community. It's a matter of building partnerships. It's a thing of cooperation with people and building and growing, nurturing, that partnership. So it's the benefit goes to the county.
Partnerships and relationships, and also motivating, a lot of people and personalities to kind of move in the same direction.
So Dr. Hopes, transportation, a key element in people's quality of life. But another big aspect, and that you've been working on, and I want to hear all the details about it, is parks and recreation.
Yes.
Parks and recreation is something that everybody wants to be involved in. They always want this new ball field or this light something put in it. Tell us a little bit about the parks and recreation growth, because I can tell you right now, you've got the premier sports complex, which is, a highlight in any community.
Yeah.
But here in Manatee County, it's truly a highlight. But that's not just it. You're working GT Bray. You've gotten more facilities that you're building. So give us that kind of overview, if you could, for Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
and the
you have the Eastern County that's rapidly growing, and Premier is an example of that. But Premier is very unique. That is a highlight really of the region and the Southeast United States holding national and international events. And so if Premier out in Lakewood Ranch, we're well on our way to begin construction of an aquatics facility,
right,
with I think it's a 10-lane competitive pool. We currently have, I think, 22 soccer fields, which we're adding lighting to on a regular basis, and there'll be locker rooms under construction. The library is already under construction, nearly 50,000 square feet.
Wow.
And so that's rapidly expanding. Folks out in the western part of the county with GT Bray, undercover pickleball courts and clay tennis courts with underground, watering systems, improvements to the pool, and John Marble Park, with a new gymnasium, which we have too few of. But we're going to need to renovate the east southeast pool in that area. So one of the things that I remind people of, the cost of development is in the preservation and protection of the environment. And that includes parks and green spaces. We have one parcel. We're getting ready to receive a second parcel next to it in Parish for a Parish Central Park, which Parish does not have a county park.
Not yet.
We have expanded soccer fields at Buffalo Creek in that area, and are looking to expand that even further. We're looking at additional soccer fields out east, in working with families who are interested in contributing to that. Improvements on the beach. If you look at what we're doing with Coquina Key, and the porous parking lot, where it's a concrete parking lot, but the water flows through the concrete into collection, so that you no longer have that flooding in the parking. So massive improvements to Coquina Park, the Coquina North and Coquina South boat ramps. And so, look, we have to provide safe places for families to play, and for children. Our trail system, where we've got federal funding requests in to continue to expand our trail system. You look at what we've done in Robinson Preserve, and I mean,
place.
we have a beautiful collection parks and environmental preserves for families to enjoy the outdoors. We just yesterday, or is it yesterday, the day before? I think it was yesterday, we took back full possession of the Rye Preserve. It had been utilized by the Sheriff's Youth Ranch for family foster care, which is no longer provided for in the legislature. So that had been somewhat dormant for a couple of years, and I made the very difficult decision of terminating that license agreement with the Sheriff's Youth Ranch, which is not even local. It's out of North Florida, and through a rigorous process.
Right.
So that will be turned into a very unique park for both families and other events, and we're working to provide an opportunity for Foundation of Dreams to have their youth camps for special needs children year round, and so we're on the move in that area, so people have a number of places to go to kind of refresh and enjoy the beauty that this part of Florida has to offer right here in Manatee County.
And one thing, sir, and I know you briefly mentioned it, the other thing that the Manatee County should be very proud of is the fact of the Lincoln Park pool.
Oh, and I'm glad you brought that up, because
on the horizon.
Right, when because that was even a focal point for the school board, and in working through that. As you know, the school district has a middle school right across the street, and I've been out there a number of times throughout that construction, but we've had a number of areas that really were underserved with investment in both the infrastructure and parks. Up in the Palmetto area in Memphis and the like, we're putting in sidewalks and road improvements, things that are sorely needed. So any of our residents in that area are aware of the investment the county's making, and they're part of our community. And I'm looking forward to the opening of that park. That's one heck of a water slide that is part of that aquatics facility.
It is, and as you drive by it, it's pretty impressive.
It is. It is.
So, sir, we want to move on a little bit and talk about things. One of the things that you mentioned, and this is something that the county should be very proud of, is the line of credit that the county is going to apply for.
Right.
Not only are you, and I believe the number is 130 million?
Yeah, we did, I think it was 3 separate tranches. So we did 2 $40 million lines of credit, and then an additional $50 million line of credit for the utilities. And the reason for that is in order to expedite getting all these projects moving, I felt that the best strategy was to get these projects into design and engineering before we go out and do long-term bond funding to get these projects completed. And so you look at the situation where we're all competing for resources, we're competing for talent, construction firms, the like, and the bond markets are good right now, but the problem is when you go out and you bond for long-term debt, you have a spend requirement. And so if the projects aren't ready to go because you haven't designed them and engineered them, then you've got to spend all that time with designing and engineering. And because of the low cost of money, we were able to basically get this, $130 million of a credit line, which we started drawing immediately at 0.47% interest. And so anybody that's borrowed money for a home or a business or something like that knows that's nearly like free money. But what it did is it allowed us to accelerate getting projects moving. And so I'm really pleased with how well that strategy has worked. It also gave us the opportunity to go into it having a more reliable cost estimate for these projects. And so we've been watching the bond markets and our bond consultants, financial consultants, have been watching it, daily, but definitely weekly, so that we can identify the right time to move forward with those bonds, because it takes about 3 months, if you're well organized, to move towards that permanent long-term debt. And so we're nearing that point because we want to get in there before those bond rates go up, because right now it's extremely affordable. And we've been very conservative with our debt capacity. The other thing that I might note is that the county had amassed substantial stabilization funds and reserves. Mm-hmm. And so we initially with the budget did a pretty good sweep of those funds to invest them in these projects to get them moving as well.
So you're covering all bases.
We are, and I was comfortable with the feedback from Deputy County Administrator and CFO Jan Brewer and others that I felt, and I think people were going to be surprised, that from what I was seeing in the community with regards to construction, real estate values, right, that it was worth that moderate risk to spend down those reserves, still maintaining the state maximum, of 20%. So we have solid reserves, hundreds of millions of dollars in reserves still, but we were able to take that money that was sitting there and not being translated into infrastructure in the community, in parks, in pools, and things like that, to get it to where it belongs, which is to the benefit of the taxpayers and the residents of Manatee County.
And I would say, sir, that, working with your county commission, you've done an extraordinary job of shifting that, to making sure that funding is going to the specific things that need the work. Now, sir, if I may, I want to take a moment to talk about the workforce for Manatee County government. You have a very talented, and it's about 2,000 people, county employees, very talented. But you do have some openings. Sure. And I think in today's paper, there's an article about so many people who have already put in applications. You're having another job fair. Why is that important to continue to reach out and develop your county employees?
Well, as the county continues to grow, the demands for services grow. Record number of building permits. It takes staff to issue those permits and process those applications. And as I said, we're competing for the workforce. And you've known me for a number of years. I'm a pretty competitive guy. The first job fair that we had at the convention center, I think we made over 80 offers for employment on the spot. I would say it was about a month ago. We were right around 290, pushing 300 vacancies. Now, keep in mind, we added over 140 new FTEs in order to be able to do all this work and meet the needs of a rapidly growing community. And I get a report on Fridays, and I think we were down to about 240 something. So we filled in a month, or a little over a month, we filled, nearly 50 positions. And we've been successful as people go on to other opportunities. We've been successful, in replacing them. But we're all competing for talent. And I think the full complement, if we were fully staffed, we're pushing about 2,200 FTEs.
And I think that's terrific. We're kind of winding down a little bit, but I have several other questions. I want to give you the opportunity to respond to those. Mm-hmm. And one of the most important things, and again, you've spoken on this many times, you have great people working with you, is economic development.
Yes.
And if we could, let's combine that discussion along with the redevelopment accomplishment as well, because they kind of go hand in hand. You want new companies coming in, but there's a lot of companies that need to be redeveloped.
As I've said, in how I view my role with Manatee County and working with the commission is to make Manatee County the #1 place in the Southeast United States for people to move to start a business, grow a business, and raise a family, educate a family, and as we talked about, play. And so I smile because I've got a pretty strong international business background. I've worked with some of the best government organizations on economic development. Spent a tremendous amount of time with Enterprise Ireland, around the world actually. And this is the funnest part. Look, I'm having a ball. I mean, this is the hardest job I've had. I have very little time to kind of like just sort of relax and enjoy this wonderful environment. But I'm having a lot of fun. But I will say, I thoroughly enjoy the economic development and redevelopment aspects. I enjoy working with companies to make it easier for them to do business in Manatee County, for them to grow their business, and for the county to help invest in their businesses. And so you're probably aware of some of the hallmarks. I mean, the sort of last mile Amazon facility on Tallahassee.
Tremendous.
I had commissioners that were upset with me, because they didn't know about it, and it's built. Well, that's part of being competitive in that economic development environment, because these national and international companies have options of where they want to go and do business, and many of these deals, so to speak, are sort of secret, and the legislature allows that, until they're being rolled out.
And I think that's important from a county perspective, is to look county-wide. I mean, this isn't just, one company. These are companies with national and international impact. And that's the sort of business that you want to bring to Manatee County. And also, the county has been really involved in helping to develop light industrial as well. And that's countywide as well, which is important.
It is. We have the Southwest TIF, that allocates a share of already collected tax dollars that are generated from all the new economic development in that area to be able to reinvest in new businesses and existing businesses. We've got it's both a manufacturer of custom wheels as well as a large warehousing and distributorship down in that Tallahassee area in the Southwest TIF that just dramatically expanded their operation and had the opportunity to go to their ribbon cutting, their First Watch, their corporate headquarters here in Manatee County, had that ribbon cutting. Fifth Third Bank is expanding with new branches in the county. Of course, Amazon's facility. We've got a couple of really massive, exciting projects that we've been working on for this past year, and I've actively been working on the past 6 months that are coming very close to being closed, one of them is around 2,000 new jobs.
Wow.
Another one is about 2,200 new high-paying jobs. Along with those two projects alone are looking at combined about $450 million in capital investment in new buildings.
That's fantastic.
And that is just a small portion. I am amazed at how word is getting out of the national and international companies that want to do business in Manatee County that I and the EDC are partnering with and meeting with these companies weekly.
And clearly, sir, one of the key things is businesses continue to develop, more people are coming here to work. Jobs are going to become available. One of the key things, and you've been involved with this very closely, is workforce affordable housing.
Yes.
And just recently, within the last day or so, there was the opening of an affordable housing place right here in
I think
Manatee.
Sandpiper, I think.
Sandpiper was the
Yeah.
and everybody there said, well, we need more of these. We need more of these because we have people who are working, we have people, teachers, police officers, nurses. These are all people that need that affordable housing. So that's a big effort on the county as well to kind of move forward on that.
So it's a huge effort. Many people may not know, but I mean, the first company I ever started when I was 16 years old in Houston, Texas, was a construction company. Literally built houses for U.S. Homes back in the mid 70s, and so with all this growth, I mean, anybody knows. I mean, the supply's not there.
Right.
The supply's not there regardless of how much money you really have to spend on housing. But it's a problem that we experienced when I was on the school board, affordable housing for the workforce, whether it's bus drivers, teachers, cafeteria workers. Same thing with Manatee County government. We're trying to recruit talent from around the country. They have to have a place to live. Yeah. And so one of the things that we're doing as Manatee County government, we're leveraging the dollars we get from the feds through HUD and other programs. But more importantly, we embarked upon my arrival on a process of doing a comprehensive inventory of all county-owned property and real estate. And rather than immediately surplusing it, we are identifying those properties to determine the best value and best contribution to the community. And much of that is for workforce housing. And so we are going through our own rezoning process, so those county-owned properties can then be surplused, or we can use it to partner with entities who are committed to build workforce housing, not just for rental workforce housing, but more importantly for housing that people can get into, they can purchase and maintain it as affordable, well into the future. And so there will be some very exciting projects that will be rolled out very shortly. But we still continue to invest and deploy dollars so entrepreneurs can build basically your one-off affordable entry homes.
And you have tremendous support from your Board of County Commissioners that want to move forward and see this opportunities for affordable and workforce housing move forward. Just have a couple more questions for you, sir. And this one, if affordable housing is tough, how tough was redistricting? You put together a team. You hired a consultant that worked directly with you to look at redistricting, which was a tough process because everybody looks at different ends of the table and they see that. Give us a little recap on the redistricting efforts.
Well, I think the advantage was that I had been an elected official and had participated at the state level with redistricting. This was a different animal. This is a different situation. We experienced exceptional growth out east, and you had a pretty significant disparity in population. And I was not sure how it was going to go, but the commission came together, and it helped to have a good consultant, actually the most experienced redistricting consultant in the state. We brought in from Tallahassee, and we had a number of work sessions and education sessions,
workshops,
exactly, and were successful in getting every single commissioner engaged in the process, even the at-large commissioners, which technically were not affected by it.
Correct.
And we actually completed it well before the deadline. And I think the commission did great work. So we ended up with what you would refer to, I guess, as a rural district, which include some of these new semi-urban areas, a coastal district, which incorporates probably at least 90 to 95%
Right.
of coastal Manatee County, or at least the saltwater coast. And I believe we effectively redrew the lines for preserving the urban core, and which is District 2, and District 4, sort of compressed District 5, while ironically expanding the geography for District 1. And so you had what were the two largest by population. You actually reduced the population in District 1 through expanding the geography,
Right.
which is very interesting. And I think we're the only ones that did it. The school district kind of did their own thing.
And this went back and forth for a period of time. But the end result is that all of the commissioners, for the most part, walked away with the benefit of knowing that they are represented, their district is represented.
And I think that is an attribute to how far this commission's come in the past, 10, 11 months since I joined the team, so to speak.
Final question for you, sir. And I know this is something that you're very involved with and is close to your heart. Water taxis.
Yes.
This is an idea that's been floated around for many, many years. It's an exciting thing. We have great access in and around this area. Why is water taxi such an important aspect as you kind of want to move forward?
Well, we have a lot of water. We have a lot
we
of
do.
coastline. I have my share of boats and have spent time on the water for a number of years. And I wish it was my idea, but when it came up, then it became a question of, this is a great idea. Why haven't we done it? We're going to do it.
Right.
And so, I spent nearly 20 years in South Florida. And was fully aware of the water taxi system in Broward County. And we've pulled it together. I believe the ITN is out on the street. A somewhat lofty goal, I was told this morning, of a water taxi being in operation by Memorial Weekend. I do believe we were going to have a water taxi of some sort Memorial Weekend. But I think as we're looking at multimodal transportation, it would be, I think, inappropriate to not consider water transportation. And most days of the year, we've got pretty calm waters, at least on the river, and in the intracoastal. So we have a unique opportunity to offer families and really the workforce an incredible way to get around a beautiful community and enjoy the dolphins and the manatees along the way. And so I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to the inaugural launch of it. And what I remind people who weren't quite so sure about it, we got a lot of construction going on some major roads and major bridges ahead of us.
That's true.
And
there's a lot of work.
Yeah, and I'm excited that the survey data shows that you've got 67% of the people would enjoy and benefit from it, and just thinking of those families that visit and families that live here that will take a benefit of the opportunity.
And it just adds a great new asset to what's available in Manatee County.
Yeah.
Dr. Hopes, unfortunately, we're out of time. I want to thank you very much for taking all of this time to talk to us. It's very important. It's very informative. You have such a grasp of information that the community would certainly kind of absorb, and it's important. It's important for your citizens, your constituents that are out there to understand the wide variety of things that are happening every day in their community.
And there's so much going on. And one of the things that came out of my first performance evaluation from the commission was that they wanted me to communicate more with the community, with the public.
Right.
And there are so many great things that the commission is doing for Manatee County, and Manatee County government is implementing. And it's important. It's important to benefit from the good work that you do to really inform both our residents and our visitors about what's going on in our community and how we're the best community in the Southeast United States to move to and to enjoy all that we have to offer.
And if I may say, Dr. Hopes, Manatee County is very fortunate to have a man with your leadership and vision as we move forward. A lot of exciting things happen, as we've talked about today, but I think leadership coming from you is so important, and you've done a wonderful job. You are really a public servant.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And
Thank
we
you.
hope to have you back for other programs.
Absolutely.
Or you
I look
can
forward to
host
it.
other programs with perhaps Jan Brewer or somebody else within your staff.
Look forward to it.
All right, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining us on this special edition of Up Close on METV.
Make your mark by naming our park on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Commissioner Misty Servia, and I'm proud to represent District 4 in Manatee County. I'm standing on the future site of Manatee County's newest park. The only problem is
it doesn't have a name. That's why we need your help. Now, before we start throwing out names like Parky McParkface or Parkside of the Moon, I think it's important that you know what features and amenities this park will bring to our area. First, location. This new park will be located north of Canaan Elementary, just north of Talavast Road on the west side of Prospect Road. The first thing you'll notice as you pull into the ADA accessible parking lot is the effective use of space for Manatee County's first designated dog park in District 4. This dog park will have separate fenced-in areas for both your large and small four-legged friends, offering a safe space for off-leash exercise and socialization while you build a dog-friendly network with your neighbors. Shade structures will give you a break from the Florida sun, and doggy water fountains will keep your pup well hydrated. And your dog won't be the only one blowing off some steam. Work on your put-away shot on one of 2 new pickleball courts that will feature slip-resistant surfaces. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing, easy to learn, and low impact sports in the nation, and we're excited to offer these new facilities to you. After pickleball, cool down by taking a self-guided trip on our new fitness trail. This trail is over half a mile long, and it will be an excellent way to build stamina and add variation to your workout or offer a scenic and leisurely stroll. Preserving natural wetlands was an important part of the scope of this project, as was the addition of public restrooms and the creation of an open amenity lawn area for a variety of activities. Now that we're all familiar with what this park will bring to District 4, it's time for the fun part. Manatee County will be accepting suggestions for the name of our new park. If you have a name in mind, please make your suggestion at mymanatee.org/namethatpark. The top suggestions will be selected by District 4's own Citizens Coalition on Growth, and then I will bring them to an upcoming Board of County Commissioners meeting to be voted on. The winner will be presented with a proclamation officially naming the new park and have their name written into the pages of Manatee County history. The newest park in Manatee County could have your name all over it. Visit mymanatee.org/namethatpark for rules and to make your submission today.
We have already impacted the North River community by adding sidewalks and safety lights to the underserved areas. We're in the process of transforming Washington Park into a community stomping ground. And now, we're reaching new heights at Lincoln Park. Let's dive into the deep end on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Hello, I'm Commissioner Reggie Bellamy, and I'm proud to represent District 2 in Manatee County. By now, you've probably driven by, seen the slide, and had a few questions regarding the improvements we're making at Lincoln Park. It all starts with the brand new competitive swimming pool, perfect for fitness, swimming meets, and cooling off during the heat of the summer. This project also features a separate zero-depth entry kiddie pool with aquatic playground, slide and plunge pool, parking expansion, picnic pavilions, and a locker and a restroom entry plaza that will also house a lifeguard station, small party prep area, and a pump house. And we're just scratching the surface. Right around the time we're wrapping up the pool project, we'll begin work on a 2-story press box that will stand tall over our additional bleacher upgrades on the home and away side of the football field. In addition to a new scoreboard and fencing, we'll also be adding restrooms to accommodate our athletes and spectators. Friday night lights at Lincoln Park will never look better. To make way for the Aquatic Center, we'll be constructing 2 brand new basketball courts near the football field. These slip-resistant surface courts will feature regulation lighting and fencing, and will also include little touches like benches and a chilled water fountain, trash cans, and more. With all the enhancements we're making at Lincoln Park, accessibility is paramount. That's why we're building a pedestrian bridge to connect Sylvan Oaks with Lincoln Park. And that's what this project is about, building bridges so future generations can enjoy the safety, accessibility, and recreation that this facility will bring to all Manatee County. I'm ready to go. Are you?
Veterans are the bedrock of our community, and you will find them at the forefront of all of our challenges and all of our successes as a nation. And I think the veterans-led program allows the community to see the veterans that live amongst them. They're our neighbors, they're our doctors, our commissioners. They're in every place of our community. And to do this, it's extremely important because we don't want to think about veterans only when something goes bad. These individuals have given of themselves selflessly, and it's important that we highlight them as much as we possibly can, not just on Memorial Day or Veterans Day. Commissioner Satcher reached out to us the beginning of March of this year and wanted to figure out ways that we can truly highlight veterans and their service to not only our nation, but to the community. And the Veterans-Led program was his idea, so we reached out to some folks to just get their input on how that would look and how we would be able to participate. They voted on it unanimously, and ever since then we've been having veterans lead the pledge at all of the regular Board of County Commissioner meetings. It means everything. The flag of the United States is what we actually stand for. It's on our uniforms when we're shipped off for deployment to either fight or to support the freedoms of other individuals. It is our nation. It is the blood that has been shed by those who have come before us. So it's extremely important. It's personal to us because we've given of ourselves, whether it be for a year, 2 years, or 30 years. All of those of us who have served honorably, we take it to heart whenever we get the opportunity to represent our country. I would like to say to all my veterans on Veterans Day that we stand with you here at Manatee County Veterans Services. Everyone that's in my division are wartime veterans ourselves. We are here to support you, your family, and the community. And if you're not having the opportunity to reach out to any of us in the office, please do that by giving us a call Monday through Friday at 941-745-3795. Semper Fi.
Hello, I'm County Commissioner Vanessa Baugh, and I'm honored to represent District 5 in Manatee County. Welcome to the Premier Sports Campus, home to some of the best soccer fields in the state, and soon, way, way more. Because of easy access to I-75, the mall at UTC, our charming Main Street, and thriving neighborhood communities, Lakewood Ranch has quickly become the most populated area of Manatee County, and soon we'll be offering even more to our citizens through new developments taking place at Premier Sports Campus and the land just to the north. On the Premier Sports Campus side, we're in the design stage of a new air-conditioned, multi-purpose, permanent framed soccer tent offering shade for meetings, registration, dining, ceremonies, and gatherings during busy soccer tournament weekends. This project also includes climate-controlled restrooms, new stadium lights, locker rooms for the stadium, parking lot improvements, and a stadium scoreboard. Moving north, our East County General Development Plan calls for a new racket complex scheduled for completion in the spring of 2023. This project features 24 pickleball courts, a small administration office, restrooms, water fountains, lighting, and shade. The new 50,000 square foot East County Library complex is set to break ground at the end of January, offering modernized access to a world of knowledge for our citizens, visitors, and families. Complete with a rooftop terrace, the East County Library will provide a picturesque view of the Premier Park campus, as well as a serene pond. A 25-yard, 10-lane competitive swimming pool will be the heart of our new aquatic center. Swim a few laps, take a fitness class, or catch some shade or sun while the kids take swimming lessons. And we're not stopping there. Future proposed projects on this site could include additional ponds, an amphitheater, gymnasium, a baseball and softball complex, dog park, a playground, BMX track, basketball and volleyball courts, clay tennis courts, a Manatee County Sheriff's District office and fleet facility, additional green space, and a skate park. By the way, our new East County General Development Plan calls for approximately 280 additional parking spaces in Phase 1, with up to 500 spaces included in future phases. So everyone has a chance to realize what I've known for a long, long time, that District 5, Lakewood Ranch in Manatee County is a great place to live, work, and play.
Hi, I'm Manatee County Commissioner Kevin Van Ostenbridge, and I represent District 3, which is located in West Bradenton. Welcome to GT Bray Park. As you may have noticed, GT Bray Park has been undergoing extensive renovations. We started at the Little League complex, and we moved over to softball, and then the football stadium, lastly soccer, and now we're at the Walden Racquet Center. So how is Manatee County keeping up with the demands of the fastest growing sport in America? Let's find out on this episode of Manatee on the Move. Racquet centers aren't what they used to be. They aren't just tennis anymore. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports in America, and here in Manatee County is no exception. That's why we're adding 8 additional pickleball courts to GT Bray Park for a total of 20. Covered playing areas will also be added, allowing for play in inclement weather. When not in use, these covered areas can be utilized for additional activities, such as summer camp. And let's not forget about our tennis lovers. Manatee County is upgrading the clay tennis courts at GT Bray Park with a new underground sprinkler system. And since the new irrigation system will only require the courts to be raked, players will no longer have to wait for the courts to dry, meaning less downtime in between games. In addition to replacing the irrigation system, the county will upgrade 4 of the existing 8 courts, making them USTA regulation, which means Manatee County can now host tournaments. Shaded seating between courts is also being added, and we're upgrading court lighting. New pickleball courts and a major upgrade to the tennis courts at GT Bray Park. These are just some of the ways that Manatee County government and the Board of County Commissioners are improving your quality of life. Okay. Welcome back. We are here for the second half of our meeting, of our regular meeting on the 8th of March. And we closed out, and went to recess anyway, right after commissioner comments during a very productive discussion on affordable housing. There are still commissioners on the board. Whitmore and Cruz are on the board to continue discussing affordable housing. Commissioner Whitmore.
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a recommendation that Cruz and Scott meet with the schools. I think there should be a county commissioner in that group, okay? So I would recommend that. And then also, what I gathered, the ARPA funds used for permanent housing, the Laura, the 50-year note, community land trust and master lease. If there's any way we can get that together and staff meet with us individually to go over it, if you all want. I want to know all this a little bit better before we go to a work session even. So if there's a way I could get a briefing regarding those large items before the meeting, I would appreciate it. I think we all need to be a little bit more educated before we set policy. And that's all. And can I ask if that can happen, Mr. Administrator? Can you make sure that, at least I want it? Okay.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, we'll just finish up because I just sat here during lunch to kind of go through this after the conversation so we can be a little efficient.
Get a pizza.
Because again, most people left now, but you know, the one thing that's a problem with affordable housing, workforce housing, attainable housing is everybody's so far behind that there's no one area of focus, and that's the problem. I think everyone gets hung up on that fact. If you listen to everyone who came up here, and we have people from Salvation Army, we had people like Chris. The reality is, some people talked about young professionals. EDC will talk about that. Our hospitals and our businesses will talk about they need young professionals in workforce housing for their workers. But then we hear, well, the 30 to 60% AMI is the critical piece that's necessary because they're the people with the least money. But then you talk to other people who equally say the 80 to 120 piece is the quote unquote missing middle, and they're the most important piece because they don't qualify for any of the subsidized housing. There's no right or wrong answer. Unfortunately, everybody, not just Manatee County, is so far behind the 8 ball that everything from transitional housing to permanent housing, from traditional people to young professionals to sub 30% to sub 120% are all needed. I mean, everyone's going to get lost in the weeds here because you can't serve everybody. It's just physically impossible. So everyone just has to understand that. We're hopefully all doing our best to come up with the best solutions for Manatee County for the maximum number of people. And it can't all be steered to everything because we can't solve everyone's problems simultaneously. But, you know, we talked about a few things that we should, and I'll talk to Dr. Hopes, but, you know, the 4 things, because we said let's have something a little more actionable-ish that could be focused on, and I'll talk to him after. I think that the things that really need to be focused on are, one, the height and density and how we're using our land is, that's internal. We can just do that in our comp plan. Adjusting how we handle height, how much density we provide, especially along urban corridors and places where we have existing infrastructure and services. You know, being able to pre-rezone those areas because there's a cost to, you know, you see a lot of these developers come in and we talk about plan development, things like that. It could take someone 12 to 18 months and they're carrying the land and they're hiring attorneys and engineers and they don't even know if they can do anything. If they walked in and knew, hey, I can get 50, 100 units per acre, I can get 8 stories right here, this is already zoned for me to do this, it becomes a lot more administrative, a lot more of an assurance and a lot quicker time frame. That cuts cost, and any way of cutting cost is beneficial. The second thing we need to focus on is funding sources, and people have mentioned that, and there are ways of handling that. You know, one is, and I mentioned this a while ago, and I don't know where the appetite would be for it, but I've mentioned it. I'm not implying raising taxes, because I'm the one who proposed lowering taxes last year, but I'm talking about directing existing taxes. We have special millages for children's services and for parks and for libraries and for all this stuff. I don't think it's a whole lot to say, why don't we just take 0.05 or something of our millage and make it a dedicated line item. Once it's a dedicated line item, you can basically leverage it and create a lot more money out of a little bit of money. And if we can talk to the school board and say, why don't you guys chip in a 0.05 as well, now we got some meaningful dollars that we can bond or leverage up to do a lot of stuff with, partner up with people like Kessel and Blue Sky, where we can help push them forward with the low-income housing tax credits and other things, because we can leverage some level of millage if it's a defined millage. The third thing is working with our municipalities and the school system, because I've said it a million times. I said it on the Tiger Bay panel. I've said it here. We need to focus on this urban core. You're not going to get affordable housing outside of this urban core of any meaningful substance, because it's too far away. I mean, right now it's, $4 a gallon gas. That's not typical. But transportation cost is real cost, and we can't extend our transit system as far as the eye can see. Building affordable housing way out in the middle of nowhere, all the way out by Duet, doesn't do anybody any good at all. But if you put it close to our employment bases, where people can walk to work and walk to services and have smaller units, that's how you get your real workforce type housing in here. And we need to work with the municipalities. And I've talked to Mayor Brown, I've talked to Mayor Bryant. We need to be working with them, because as I said before lunch, we can't just push this on them and say, this is your land, you deal with it. We need to work in conjunction with them and be able to put some skin in the game relative to making it work for the municipalities while working for us, because it's in everyone's best interest. And then the fourth thing, which again, I'll keep researching this myself because it was kind of my idea, but I do think we need a near-term Band-Aid, because even if we fix the comp plan today, it's going to take 12, 18, 24 months for anything comes out of the ground with whatever new structure we put in place. We need to be able to start helping people today. And the ability to have our credit rating be the biggest thing that we put on the line, if we can find a way of master lease, even if it's 20, 25% of a bunch of people's units, if not whole complexes, can allow us to start structuring rents in a way where if somebody knows they're just getting 5% rent bumps over the next 3 years or however long we want to do these master leases while we work out the comp plan, it puts us on the clock and gives us a deadline so we actually stop kicking the can down the road. And second, it gives us the ability to put people into housing where they're not going to put up $6,000 or whatever it was for first, last, and security, and then 12 months later have to move out because their rent went from $1,000 a month to $1,800 a month. Because we can even help cover that first, last, and security with SHIP funds, because 25% of SHIP funds can be used for rental assistance. So we can even structure a program with that. So I think those are the four. Height and density is easy, low-hanging fruit, because we can do it ourselves. The funding is just something we need to discuss if there's a way we can make those dollars work. The core development is a matter of working with our municipalities. That's a little outside the scope, but we need to focus on them. And the near term is trying to figure out a way of getting access to some level of rental properties, the more the better, to start helping our citizens today while we enact the plans that, in all honesty, we, as well as every other board of any other county in the entire country, should have been working on years and years and years ago before it became a problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. I have yet to weigh in on this, so I'm going to do so now, and afterwards the order of the board is Hopes, Servia, Baugh, and Whitmore. I'm in residential real estate, so I recognize this issue. I recognize this problem. District 3, a significant number of homes in District 3 have been purchased to become short-term rentals, and that takes those parcels out of the rental pool, ultimately. So I do recognize the issue. I recognize the problem. It's borderline a crisis. I absolutely favor doing getting aggressive with the comp plan. I favor, eliminating height restrictions on specific parcels. Let's use the mall as an example. I would be comfortable with no height restriction at the mall and unlimited density for that specific parcel. Mike Gore is probably going to go, oh my, how am I going to get water and sewer in and out of there? But, we'll work on it. Wow. We'll work on it, right? I mean, put a guy on the moon in 1969. So I am willing to get aggressive with what year was it? I'm sorry.
It was in the 60s.
It was in the 60s. Like I have the right. Yeah, I should stick with my tour guide references, which is. I think I was right, 69. Okay, thank you.
No, you said 59.
No, I said 69.
69.
I said 69. So, at any rate, but the point is that I am in favor of getting aggressive with zoning and with our comp plan where we can, but I do have some philosophical barriers, if you will. I start to get concerned when we want to take taxpayer dollars from one person and give them to another. And I know people are going to point out 10 examples of how that's already done. I'm probably opposed to those examples as well. But I just start to draw the line there personally. So I'm not saying I'm a hard no, but I do strongly encourage Commissioner Cruz to bring us actionable items and we make it, as Dr. Hope suggested, make it a special meeting in April, not a workshop. And I think Commissioner Whitmore is right. We should probably sit here all day. I don't think that's a bad idea either. It's that important to our community and to our citizens that we dedicate that kind of time to it, and that we sit down in a situation where we are able to take action. But I just want to make sure that Commissioner Cruz I'm only one commissioner, but I just want to make sure he's aware of what my philosophical barriers are as we head into this. My concerns are essentially, distribution of wealth concerns. Those are my concerns. But I'm also highly motivated to, try to solve this problem and help this problem as much as I possibly can with the power that I have. Okay, so it's Hopes, Servia, Baugh, and Whitmore is the board. Dr. Hopes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and just real quickly, on the area rezoning, I will tell you we've already initiated rezoning county-owned properties to zone them for various types of housing and other uses. We have over 100 acres that's already been calendared out east. The next, we have 30 acres in Palmetto that we're working on rezoning, and then we're working on, I think it's an acre or a little over it, which is the parcel that the county owns behind the racetrack up there, to rezone it so that it can have, multiple housing units on it. So, pardon me? Yeah. Yeah.
Point of order.
So, and with regards to the public comment about the ARPA funds, just want to remind you the funding allocation that you approved, over around 25% of our ARPA funds have already been allocated by you to housing and housing for the homeless, et cetera. So we already have a pretty significant share of the ARPA funds that has already been allocated to address the home housing and homeless issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Whitmore has a point of order.
Yeah. These properties you just talked about, we set the policy. I don't know what you're talking about. So if
They'll be coming to you.
Well, it sounds like you've already planned it. We haven't given you direction. I mean, and all due respect, it's nice to be doing this stuff, but the board sets the policy and the direction. And I don't think we've ever asked to have that except for today. So if we're all doing stuff and none of us know about it, then I got some issue with that. So if you could talk to us individually, but we set the policy to give you guys direction to do stuff. Today's the first time we've really gotten serious and said do that. If you've been working on it for a while, then you're taking people away from their other jobs that they're supposed to be doing. So, we are the policy setters. You're the administrator. So,
Dr. Hopes, would you like to dialogue?
Yes, to respond, we've had, I think, as Commissioner Cruz mentioned, at least 4 workshops and work sessions around housing and the issue of zoning properties and county-owned properties has come up numerous times. So we have initiated to bring it to this board from a policy perspective for you to approve or reject.
but we have not set policy or a motion to do that. But it's okay, but I still think we can't get ahead of ourselves when we're so busy doing everything else, so. In all due respect, I'm just.
So, well, no, you are correct. We do set the policy, but he also does have freedom as the administrator to bring things to us.
I know.
Which we can approve or deny. And if we know that things are in the pipeline, which I guess is what he's telling us, we can always kill them now. We are in an actual meeting, if that's something you choose to do. Surveyors, Ball, Whitmore. Commissioner Surveyors.
Yes, and thank you. Picking up where Commissioner Whitmore left off, I also agree with that. I mean, I don't know anything about these parcels or what the rezone would be to or how it would accomplish our mission. So I just do think that some of that should be discussed in briefings or personal meetings with, before we get down the road, because zoning is not if you do this, then this will happen. It can be a little bit of a finesse, and we could be wasting time. Okay, so I just think that it is important for all of us to talk about that. Okay, to go to Commissioner Satcher's comment before lunch, that it is, and I say this too, look at what other counties are doing, and we don't have to recreate the wheel. When something is working somewhere else, we duplicate it here. I mean, because there's already been a pilot project. And I've brought this up before, Hillsborough County has a trust fund for affordable housing. I don't know how well it's working. I don't know anything about it, but since they already have it, why not look at it and see if there's an application here? I love the idea of using the ARPA money because we are getting a lot of money this year to put towards important things. There's nothing more important than affordable housing, so I look forward to discussing that more. We heard from one of the members of the public speak before lunch who said it's very difficult for citizens to get first, last, and security together to move into a place. That is true, but we have different levels of affordable housing, and the people who are renting, the people who are landlords providing affordable housing to the lowest income amongst us are not getting that. They can't get it. They can't ask for first, last, and security, or they will never be able to rent those homes. And those are the people who are struggling. Those landlords are struggling with this business model because taxes and insurance are killing their investment home that they're trying to keep as affordable housing. So just remember that. Yeah, first, last, and security is a problem for some people, but not for everybody. And some of that housing could go away if we don't protect it. Okay, I've heard a lot of comments about let's do affordable housing all day. That's fine. I'm in support of that. I'll discuss it all week if you want to. But please, please do not bump the homeless discussion, which is now half a day, and affordable housing half a day, to do a full day of affordable housing. We've been bumped once. We can't bump that again. There's a direct correlation between the homeless discussion and affordable housing. Please, if you need a full day and you don't want to do half and half, then choose another day for affordable housing. And we'll take a full day of homeless because we got enough to talk about on both topics. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that I think we take a subject and we start talking about it, and then we start going all over the place with it. We have instructed the county administrator in the past to look at the property that we own and see what might be good for workforce housing, affordable housing, whatever you want to call it, and bring it back to us. He just said that he's done that and he's going to bring it to us to look at. He's doing his job, and he's doing it very well. The other thing that I question is that, and Commissioner Survey, I think you said it, and I do agree with it. I just wanted to point that out, about what other counties are doing. We're not inventing the wheel. This is a situation that is all over not just the state of Florida, but all over the United States. We had a gentleman, he's sitting right there in the audience right now, who is building affordable housing units right now in Sarasota County. And I did talk to him after the meeting was adjourned, and I suggested, and I'm mentioned it to the county administrator, that the two of them need to get together and look at how it is done in Sarasota County, bring it back in our workshops so that we, or a special meeting, whatever it is, I think you said it's special meeting, bring it back and let's look at it and see if that is an option, a good option for Manatee. Manatee and Sarasota, whether we like it or not, we are joined at the hip. Some like it, some don't, but we are joined at the hip. So if there's a county close to us that is being successful in moving forward, let's look at it. We don't necessarily have to do it, I'm not saying that, but let's look at it. Let's not rule it out. I think it's a good, way to start our meeting. We talk about, now we're talking about rentals. Well, I think Commissioner Cruz was very good in what he said. I agree with him. We're not going to find an absolute solution today to solve this problem. And I have to say, I know I heard earlier about, other boards. I got to tell you, I've been on this board for 10 years. This board never seriously looked. We didn't. I was on this board. And we never seriously looked at workforce housing or homelessness. We always had another path, and that was build, 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 what we're building today. So, this is a new subject for us in a sense. It is sad that we've waited so long to really tackle this issue, but you know what? We've got some great commissioners. All of us up here we're on board. We want to find solutions. Mr. County Administrator, was it 13 or 15 million that we've put aside for veteran housing? Is it 15?
15 million for veterans, and I think it was another 3 or 4 million for the other projects.
Okay. So obviously, I think, you know what? I'm very proud of this board for looking at it very seriously this year. I think that we might find some solutions. And you know what? I got to tell you, too, the Sarasota County Commission, I'm very proud of them for really doing what they're doing at this point, because they've got some real good successes happening. So let's work together. Let's not complicate it. We do have options that we can look at. We need to do that. We need to look at all options. I thank the county administrator for looking at our properties to see how many we do have. I think we have more than I thought we did that might work. So that's really good. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the special meeting. I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that. I just think the board is, we're in the right direction here.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Whitmore.
I think a full day of affordable is justified, and possibly then if you guys can figure it out in the schedule, the next day, if we can, by some miracle, do homeless, and I think we all need to be there for both. Or we could do the full day and go into the evening with homeless. That's another option. So you all can talk to the administrator and decide what you want, but they're both equally important. They go together, but they are two major issues that we have to look at and give the same attention as we do to all the others. I think if it's okay, I think when Scott meets with Scott Elder, that Cruz be involved too, because he's kind of being anointed the affordable housing person, so I would ask that in all due respect. And then at 11:01 a.m., I have an email from someone who has a 52-year-old that grew up on the island who's their father used to be a chief of police on one of the cities in the island, got in an accident. She's 52, homeless. She just gets some kind of funding. When you apply for a job, it's between 50 and 75 to apply, and then you never hear from the landlord again. She has no sister. She has a service dog. This lady's been trying for 6 months to get her a place. She's living behind a mattress store on Cortez Road because she graduated with the owner from high school. Code enforcement took her out. And this is public record, it's on my email. She was raped by 2 men the other night, and now she's living on the streets and with her dog. And this is the kind of stuff that commissioners deal with every day. What in the heck am I going to do with this poor woman, with this dog, and what happened to her? I'm going to contact community paramedicine and get her into the system somehow. I get them every day, so I'm sure you guys do too, but this is your district, and who actually sounds like somebody that grew up in our district. So this I just got at 11 o'clock today. So this person's homeless. So both issues are very, very important. So I'm going to try to figure out what to do, but just wanted to pass that on, the facts.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz.
I'll be real quick so we can move on since we have a whole day coming up on this. But a couple people did mention, look to see what other people are doing, and no sense reinventing the wheel. I've read some level of what affordable housing is going on in pretty much every county in this state as well as other states. I've been trying to figure out what everyone's doing to bring back. I tried to do that last fall when I brought back the half dwelling units for Sarasota that we still have done nothing with in terms of implementing it yet, other than saying that sometime in the next 30 to 45 days we're going to talk about maybe considering implementing it. So if we find things, then the goal is don't reinvent the wheel, see what other people are doing that works and do it. We should, and not just hypothetically speak about it. But the reality is, look at Sarasota. They're the same size as us, same everything. The reality is Sarasota County isn't doing a vast majority of it. They're certainly doing it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not minimizing what they're doing. It's the city of Sarasota. And they're a charter, and they're a municipality, and they have a municipality that wants to do things which are effectively beneficial to the county. as of now, and I'm not saying they don't want to, but they have not. The city of Palmetto has done very little in terms of encouraging growth in city of Palmetto to avoid urban sprawl and focus affordable housing near the urban core. City of Bradenton, we've got parking lots as far as I can see, limited height every place. I mean, people had to jump through hoops to try to use the jail the first time around when Bernie and Ron were trying, and then it got shot down over it, and it took years for Ron to get the first union building. Sarasota is different because they have a municipality that's proactive. That's why they took Rosemary from 25 units per acre to 75. They were encouraging growth and development. They're working on the lofts on Lemon for affordable housing projects. So you need to have municipalities and organizations that are willing to understand how growth works and where it works. Right now, we do not. Sarasota does. That's not a lesson we can learn from reinventing the wheel. That's a matter of getting the rest of our partners in the county on board with working with us. The only other way I've seen it work, which was also brought up, is with dollars. I know you don't want to hear that, but Hillsborough is a trust fund. It didn't get populated with dollars from a fairy godmother. There was real dollars coming from someplace for that. A lot of counties around here use in lieu fees, which I mentioned earlier, where you basically say, look, we're no longer going to go from R3 to R6 just because you come here and ask us nicely and then invite us to a nice dinner. Like, that's not the way the world works. Like, you go from R3 to R6, there's profit to that. There's real value to that we're giving somebody for nothing, and we should not ever have to do that or feel obligated to do that. We've got density bonuses, and if you say you're going from R3 to R6, but from 4.5 to 6, that 25% has to be affordable housing, and you say, I can't build affordable housing, we just heard that last week, it's cost prohibitive, I can't do it. Well, okay, don't do it. Now you're paying me $20,000. If you're supposed to build me 100 affordable housing units to get the density bonus you want, well, it's $20,000 per unit, and I'll let you buy your way out. And I take that $20,000 times the 100 units, and I dump that into a trust fund and get the ball rolling. So that's the only ways I've seen this work, is either just for people to get out of the way of regulations, which I think we're all on board with, and to fund it with dollars and wherever we go. But those are the only two ways I've seen it work. Pinellas has their 1 penny, just like, we've got our half-cent sales tax. They take a meaningful percentage of that 1 cent for Pinellas, and it's directly attributed to affordable housing because the way they have theirs structured, only a portion of it has to go towards infrastructure, and they made a specific portion of that sales tax penny go towards affordable housing. That's why you see so much affordable housing up there and nothing here.
Thank you, sir. And I'll just close out by saying I hope that a lot of these comments are made when the city of Bradenton comes here on the 24th of this month. Because I think it's important that we both have that discussion. So is anyone here for Parish Lakes CDD? A few people?
That's a presentation upon request.
So we're going to go ahead on to number 64 then, which is a advertised public hearing, presentation upon request for the establishing the Parish Lakes CDD. Who is here to present?
Max Sigler, Development Services.
Okay, would anyone like a presentation?
No. I feel terrible.
Okay, seeing no one.
So I've got a Scrivener's error that I've got to hand these out and then get this in the record.
Okay.
This is the legal
that's fine.
description.
You go ahead and start handing those out now. The chair will entertain motions, and then we'll go to public comment.
Move to approve.
Okay, so we have, Madam Clerk, we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve, and a second by Commissioner Cruz. We'll now go to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item?
You've been here all day.
You might as well speak.
Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this item?
We have no callers.
That is freaking.
Did you say we have 4?
No callers, 0.
Okay, so zero callers. So we will close public comment, and we'll move forward with the vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Could
Sir.
we just have the motion clarified that the motion is to adopt the ordinance with the corrected legal description submitted to the board by staff in the hearing?
Will the motioner agree to that?
Yes.
And the second?
Yep.
Okay, so that is agreed to. Madam Clerk, we'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Thank you for being so patient and waiting as long as you did. In order to get our utilities folks.
It's going to be affordable housing in Parish Lakes now after hearing.
That was the whole purpose of making it.
There we go.
Thank you.
I am going to jump ahead in order to help our utilities folks get back to work. So, Mr. Gore, if you will come forward, please, we'll move on to item 68, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll try to be real quick. We've got a little PowerPoint. This is in and we're asking you to authorize some work with a separate dive team, and it's on the 36-inch water line that crosses the river. Something I want to point out, and I'm going to let Kevin walk you through the PowerPoint. This is not a guaranteed repair. This is a not to exceed estimate right here that you see for the $427,000. This is another attempt to repair that line temporarily until we get the line active that's going across 44th Avenue. We've dug and looked at it a bunch of different ways. There's a lot of risk to trying to repair that line or replace that line where it sits, but we think we've got the best dive team that we could find in the country on it. They've dealt with about 250 of these incidents underwater, and we feel a lot more confident in them and this plan of attack. So with that, both of us can answer questions. Kevin's lived out there through this whole thing. He's probably got stock in the local pizza companies for buying pizza for the guys out there. So Kevin, I'll turn it over.
I'll bet. We appreciate all of your work on this. Does anyone need a presentation on this?
I just want to see the slides.
You just want to see the slides?
Only a few minutes.
Okay. Kevin Morris, go ahead, sir.
Well,
You have the floor.
Mike gave my presentation to you verbally here, so I will run through the slides very quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe. Oh, here comes Jan.
Not Parish Lakes, what is?
Looks like this.
Slideshow's getting quicker by the minute.
While we're waiting.
I don't get it.
Dr. Hopes, did you want to make a quick comment while
Yeah,
we're waiting?
I just wanted to commend Mike and his team. This has been a very difficult process, and they did do a national search to find an experienced dive team to hopefully succeed at placing a larger. Here we go.
Here we go.
Perfect.
So that's what it looks like.
It's like a natural spring. What's the
And after
problem?
national search, they found a team in Jacksonville, of all places.
We could charge extra.
So just a few slides here, a handful of slides. These are in your packet. Of course, the video is, you can't appreciate that unless you actually see it. These are some of the drone footage that we collected. But the dock building contractor was adding on to an existing dock, the Braden River at this point. This is about a quarter of a mile north of the 44th Avenue Bridge, and the river's about 700 feet wide and up to 10 feet deep. And they were extending that dock, and they have a very long metal spud that they use. They raise it and they lower it to drive their way into the river bottom, and they thought they were trying to dig through a limestone shelf, which is very common there, until everything began to shake and the water began to boil up. And so one of the interesting things, you kind of have to manage these situations by the seat of your pants, because there's not really a training book for this, but we let this leak run for about a week, because to shut it off using the valves that we had would have shut off 60 homes and an elementary school. So we let it run for about a week while we sourced the replacement parts, and we put an emergency repair clamp on there. The emergency repair clamp kept the river out of the pipeline while the contractor cut in isolation valves on either side of the river, because to do that you had to be below sea level. So we had to get a repair clamp over that damaged part of the pipe. Let's see, can we go to the next slide? So we only have 3 major pipelines, water pipelines, that cross the Braden River. All 3 are 36 inches in diameter. This is The furthest to the north at about 39th Avenue East, 40th Avenue East. The one in the middle is right on State Road 70. It was installed in 1979, and the one to the furthest to the south is along University. It was installed in 1992. So this is a very important pipeline for the county. It directly feeds the Elwood Pump Station. Next slide, please. And so as a result of that, this yellow region that you see here is State Road 70 between Lakewood Ranch Boulevard and just to the other side of Lockwood Ridge. Public Works has been working with utilities to watch the construction that's going on along that corridor because we cannot afford to have another pipe break until we get this one resolved. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the actual clamp that we installed. It was 36 inches long. We test fit it, dry fit it. The Sunday it showed up on a piece of pipe we had there in the yard. Now, keep in mind the metal spud that was trying to create that hole kind of skittered around on the top of the pipe. It's not one little hole. It's a big damaged area that's about 2 feet long. And so ideally you would like a clamp that extends well beyond the damaged area so that the rubber and the metal can create an effective seal. And so we were really hopeful that this would stop all the leak, but it was not as successful as we had hoped. It was very successful at stopping the river from flowing back in on the contractor. But we tried to baby this by keeping it under very light pressure so that we could have this line in an emergency in a state of readiness if it was needed. Unfortunately, it was still leaking at about 40 gallons a minute, and it was burning away that concrete on the outside of the pipe. So we made the decision after about 2 months to shut the line off, and it currently is valved off. Next slide. So the contractor that we identified, as Mike said, Logan Diving and Salvage, they do a lot of work here in the States as well as in Puerto Rico. 250 different pipe repairs. This is actually a picture of them repairing this exact pipe for the city of Cocoa after Hurricane Irma. They lost 50 feet worth of pipe due to really, really high flows, and so you can cut this pipe out and replace it with ductile iron. But it's a very risky procedure. As Mr. Gore said, when you take a 55-year-old pipe and you start to cut sections out of it, the next joint can move. And now you've got 2 pieces to replace and then 3 pieces to replace. So a daisy chain type of escalation, and you've got a big mess on your hands. So it can be done. We did get a cost proposal. It's about $800,000, but it's not recommended. The approach we're going to take costs about half of that. Next slide. Just a general information slide about pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe. It's a composite type pipe material. We still have many miles of it in our system. We've done some sonogram testing on it in the last number of years. It's in good shape. It just can't be beat on with a pile driver. So next slide, please. So this is our recommended approach. This is a repair sleeve, although the one that we purchase will be about twice as long as the one that you see there. What the dive contractor will do is remove the existing repair clamp, and then they will dredge under the pipe to expose it. They will fit this repair sleeve around the pipe, and then they will begin the process of nibbling and cutting away till they get a very, very nice, regular, round hole, removing all of the damage. They will then put a curved piece of metal and some filler material, and then that hat that you see to the left will slide in and will seal against the pipe. And then there are ports for injecting epoxy or grout around, and then we will encase the entire assembly in concrete. So that's the approach that we recommend. We feel, as Mr. Gore said, we have the right contractor. We feel this is the right approach. We're very confident if this is successful, we'll get many more years of use out of the pipeline.
Thank you, sir. So just a quick question. Not that I want to get into a full tutorial on this, but 55-year-old pipe, you say it's still in pretty good shape, as long as you're not beating on it, which is rational. But we have miles of these things, and they're obviously very expensive. So just for our sort of peace of mind, can you ballpark me? 55 years old, how many more years do you think we get out of these? How many years do you think we should get out of these pipes?
Well, our master plan identifies pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe and ductile iron pipe with an age of 80 years, a nominal age.
We'll be dead.
Why do you keep killing not me.
Years.
So
You guys know
40 more years.
Well, maybe
It's already
30 more years.
35 years old.
So we get another 30 years out of this sucker.
55.
Okay. And again, I didn't
Right.
mean to blow this up. I was just curious, so 80 years, that's pretty good. All right, Commissioner Ball, you're on the board.
Yeah, just a quick question out of curiosity. A lot of times we know where lines are running, in the county. Do we have anything, any drawings, anything about where these lines are underneath the water?
They just had that.
Absolutely, we do. And whenever a contractor is preparing to do work and they call for a locate, we will identify where our pipes are.
Okay, what happened with this situation? Out of curiosity.
They
I get
requested
it.
utility location services 2 days after they punctured the line.
Okay, now I got another question that comes to mind. If that's the case, why are we having to pay for it?
Oh, we're billing them. The charges are up to a little over $1 million right now.
I hadn't heard that part.
Oh, yeah, no,
So,
these guys will tell you, the first thing I told them, I got with Mr. Clegg, and I said, we need to make sure we have accurate accounting of the water that was lost, because we are bound by our bonds to bill
water.
for the potable water as well as the repairs. And I think without these expenses, we're up at a little over $1 million. Or did that include this repair?
That includes this repair, and we're hoping to get out of this repair a little cheaper. There's a lot of factors in there, because if we have a limited time with this line as well, so that could drive replacing some lines on those roads that go down to the river with some smaller lines, so we can keep water quality there. So the numbers are still accumulating, and we're working with the county attorney's office. We haven't talked about it much, but we're tracking every dime of it.
okay, all right, great, thank you.
All right, thanks so much, guys. We appreciate all you're doing here.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we need to take action on this item?
Yes.
Okay, I'll entertain motions.
I move to approve the recommended motion.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Satcher. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who's called in for this item?
Yes, we have one caller. Caller ending in 445. Please press *6 to unmute.
Mr. Gibolina, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on this agenda item, sir.
Glenn Gibolina, Manatee County. I'm looking at this proposal. I'm telling you, we are fortunate to have these guys. They've been in business 70 years. We're lucky they would even come down to Manatee County. So they're right on the money. They've been doing this for 70 plus years, working with gas lines, fiber optics. I mean, a water fix should be a walk in the park for these guys. And kudos to the utilities department for getting these guys from Jacksonville. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else on the phone lines?
That is all of the callers we have on this topic.
All right, thank you. We'll close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. We're then going to keep bouncing around, and we're going to go to item number 67, which is the execution of certification of credentials for single library administrative head.
And we have Lee Washington and our head librarian, Tammy Parrott.
Mr. Washington, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Mr. County Administrator, Mr. Clegg. Lee Washington, Director of Community and Veteran Services. As you've read in your brief, the Florida Division of Library and Information Services, and remaining compliant with them, they require that we identify a single person as the head of our library system. And if you did not know, the Florida grant system requires this in order for us to be eligible for grants. So it's one of the things that we've done over the years, and we're getting the opportunity to share this information with you this afternoon. So we definitely appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to Ms. Tammy Parrott. Tammy came to work for us back in September of 2019, I want to believe, as the Assistant Library Services Manager. And in addition to her impressive resume, she has filled in for us twice as their interim director for library services here in Manatee County. She has a dual master's in public administration and information services. I am very proud of her. I'm very happy to have her on my team. And when you get the opportunity to speak with her, you will see by her ability to articulate her vision for the library system, it makes you excited as well. So having said that, I'd like to introduce you to Ms. Tammy Parrott.
Good afternoon. It's nice to get a chance to say hello to all of you. I'm impressed with your work today, so thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Well, are there any questions I could answer for you about my background or my credentials?
I just say welcome to Manatee County.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Well, but yeah, not welcome aboard, but we're very happy to have you in your new position. How's that?
I'm very pleased to
Yes.
be here, and I'm having a wonderful time. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I just want to say what everybody else has been trying to say. We're glad that you're going to be doing this permanently in this position and take our libraries and move them forward, especially Lakewood Ranch. That's all I'm going to say. Okay,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
We do need to vote on this, so I'll entertain motions.
I'll make a motion, I'm sorry, I'll make a motion to confirm our library I wanted to say manager, but it's not, right?
Library Services Manager.
Library Services Manager, to Tammy Parrott, sorry.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second
Do
by...
we have one?
I thought Servia did. Okay, a second by Commissioner Servia. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this item?
There's no one on the phones.
Okay, so we'll close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Get more money or just more headaches?
Yeah, I don't know.
Good question.
Probably just gets more headaches.
Okay.
So I'm going to continue to try to help staff get back to work here, and we'll jump now to number 65, Charlie. So we'll go to number 65, which will be amending the scope of infrastructure sales tax monies for parks and for their facilities projects.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Jan Brewer, Deputy County Administrator, Chief Financial Officer. The item before you has to do with the infrastructure sales tax. The items within the board packet clearly demonstrate that we are asking for one change. The change is for Robinson Preserve Boardwalk. It is expanding the wording only, no money, no anything else, and the wording is to encompass not only the boardwalk, but the bridges, the overlooks, the piers, observation tower in the preserve.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Seeing no commissioners on the board, we'll entertain motions. Oh, Commissioner Satcher.
Why are we doing that? That's my only question.
Okay, and maybe Charlie, you want to expand on it. I can give you the financial piece of it. This is IST. You have dedicated funding for preserves and for boat ramps in this category. The funding was set aside for Robinson Preserve, and they've done what they needed to do on the boardwalk. And while they're there, I'm going to let Charlie expand on the items that they see that are needed.
Thank you, Jan. Charlie Hunsaker, Parks and Natural Resources Department. What we're using IST funding to do is to modernize, enhance, and improve the infrastructure of the preserve. And we are trying to stay ahead of the projected sea level rise that we are witnessing, that we are measuring. And many of our sea level almost trail systems need to be upgraded. In many instances, maybe a boardwalk on top of what is a shell trail that does go underwater on king tide. We want to make sure that our tower is structurally sound with using the right hardware. We want to convert to stainless steel hardware that will have a useful life that matches the life of the tower. And so the things that were originally proposed in terms of improvements to the boardwalks and the handrails, we were able to save a considerable amount of money by simply taking the 3x8 boards and flipping them instead of replacing them and getting a double useful life off of those. So we're still in good financial shape under the project. We have the additional money to do so. And we're truly using this money to stay ahead and make this park more resilient.
Basically, king tides are flooding out some of the trails at Robinson.
Simply,
instead of dumping more shell, he wants to be able to put a boardwalk in those spots.
Simply, the original scope only included the reconstruction of the boardwalk decking.
Yeah.
With the money that was already allocated, there are other needs with regards to replacing boards on the bridges and things like that. This broadens the scope so that the same amount of money can be used for other repairs in Robinson Preserve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else on the board, we'll entertain motions.
Motion to approve as recommended on the agenda.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Servia to approve and a second by Commissioner Satcher. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this specific agenda item?
We have no one on the phones.
All right, no one on the phone. We'll close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Dr. Hopes, if you'd like to introduce item number 66, confirmation and appointment of Director of Human Resources.
Yes, this item is deferred. While we complete negotiations related to the higher cost of living in Manatee County than the candidate expected, we also have another candidate that will be here Thursday, either Thursday or Friday. I have to check on the flight schedule. So we have one more candidate. We interviewed one candidate last week. We're interviewing another candidate this week who is currently the Director of Human Resources for the County of Galveston, Texas, just south of Houston.
Mr.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Can you please thank our person that is overseeing personnel right now? All the work that she's gotten thrown at her.
Yes,
I'm sure she
yes.
deserves a medal.
Yes, Ms. Julie Bassett is.
Julie, yeah, I'm sorry.
And our Chief Financial Officer have
Yes.
been double teaming it.
Yeah,
And,
but Julie's stepped up a couple times now, so we really appreciate it.
We are working diligently to have a name for you to confirm at the meeting on, I believe, the 22nd.
Okay, so it's deferred, so no action is needed. We'll move on. We have two items that are Commissioner, make sure I didn't miss anything here.
Affordable housing.
Yes, so I didn't miss
70.
anything. So we're back on track here. So we're to Commissioner agenda. We've completed 69, so we'll move on to Commissioner Whitmore's items, which is a discussion on affordable housing with possible changes to the code. Did you need to elaborate on that any
No,
further?
we already, as long as it's included in there, and I think the majority of the board said definitely, so what Scott had talked about, we got to make sure that this is up front, and we have staff working on it now. Right? We all agreed on that? Commissioner Cruz and everybody? About looking at our LDC and allowing residential within light industrial, et cetera, in other zoning areas of the county? Because right now we don't allow it.
Yeah, I think we should allow residential virtually any place if it's necessary. I mean, the fact that you can't build residential over retail around here is just asinine to me in the first place. So if there's a way of doing, I talked to Betsy as well, if there's a way of building over, I mean, it's such empty, wasted airspace, just to go back to what was said previously. Like, I get what you're saying, that some of the self-storage isn't built to code, but for better or worse, there's a lot of self-storage that hasn't been built yet, and it's going to be.
Right.
Because if people can cram self-storage in every nook and cranny of this community, apparently they're going to. That's not to say we can't look ahead and start figuring out ways before they start building to do something to allow where they properly build it. There's dynamics to ground leases and, condoing the self-storage piece with the residential over it. There's a lot of things you can do to structure it, and you can build it ahead of time knowing that there's going to be an extra 2, 3, 5 stories above that, because otherwise it is just empty airspace that could be better utilized for affordable housing.
Thank you. So staff has direction, kind of.
You want to clarify your
Yeah, that's why we
I
did
can tell you
it
where I'm already
action.
doing it, so.
Let's go to Dr. Hope, see what he has to take
I just wanted to mention on the two issues. One is, believe me, Commissioner Cruz's idea is not out of sight. I will tell you, I met with a developer and was actually in housing above a storage unit that was just built about 2 years ago in Mulberry, Florida. So they are doing it. With regards to housing in light industrial, if you recall, it seems like it was yesterday, but it was actually earlier in the meeting today. I mentioned to you that we have already been approached, we've already had meetings, and we're moving forward with preparing a package to come to you for rezoning a light industrial area to include affordable housing on that campus.
Well, okay, that's all cool. I still think we should be doing something countywide.
Well,
not
it's a
just
first
spot
step. Well, no,
zoning.
if we do it one place,
Yeah.
we set the
Yeah.
process in order.
So will you allow your staff to look at allowing it
At a
countywide?
countywide, it's not
Okay.
only one location.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Serbia.
Yes, and along the same discussion, just a couple of things that I want everyone to think about. So when you have a developer who's building mini warehouse, for example, they don't know how to design or build housing. So we're going to need to put partnerships together, nor do they want to do it. So if we have someone who specializes in mini warehouse, we need to help partner them with people who build affordable housing, because just rezoning it or changing the code to allow it will not help it to occur without those partnerships. So just a suggestion.
Thank you, Commissioner Serbia. And the only other thing that I would take is that I think Commissioner Whitmore had brought up, I guess we can't direct, but asking Commissioner Cruz to meet with Dr. Hopes with the school board. And I just want to make sure that we were all in agreement on that.
With that Scott.
And with that, Scott.
Felder or whatever.
Okay, wonderful.
I just had lunch with him.
Castle.
Castle, thank you.
Wonderful. So that completes our regular agenda for items for today. What we'll do is we will go quickly to future agenda item, public comment for future agenda items. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on future agenda items at this time? We had cut that off at 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. Seeing none, we will go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone for
Reserves the
future agenda
ordinance.
items?
We do not have anyone on the phone at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have another thing. Sorry.
Then we will move forward with commissioner comments.
Mr. Chair, we did have another agenda item. Sorry, it was my ordinance governing expenditures.
I thought that was what you discussed at the second half there, but.
No.
Okay, so we do have one more regular agenda item. Commissioner Whitmore.
And you directed our county attorney to come up with an ordinance to more or less be able to control the destiny of our reserves. And he's drafted an ordinance and a resolution. It's the old resolution, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I sent this to you all. The board directed me to do this back in January, and I sent you all on February 9th a draft ordinance. But I also included Resolution R1098, which is a bit dated, which is our current reserves resolution. And we did not propose any changes to that because that was not incorporated into the board's motion. So what the ordinance does is simply states that to use reserves, you have to have either a revenue shortfall or an emergency. It's up to the board whether or not you want to proceed with it, but if the county attorney's office asks for direction from the board before we schedule and advertise ordinances. That's been our practice for many years. So if you want us to proceed with it, I just need a motion and vote to do it.
And the purpose of this is to make sure that we replenish our reserves. And I think in our resolution, it was like you'd have to replenish it within 2 years or whatever. And then there's specifics of when you can take out of reserves. We can still always take out of reserves, but it's temporary, and we need to replenishment so we're financially stable. The commissioners directed our attorney, and they agreed with this. So this is a first blush, and I was hoping you guys would have some questions to ask about it, because of course I support it. I think our reserves are meant to be just that, reserves, when you have an emergency or something that you just have to do because you're short of revenue somewhere else. Almost like a timeout period, and you come back and, then you can figure out what you do, not on the fly. I don't believe in, I believe in being really fiscally conservative on our reserves. So, and the entire board voted to bring this forward, so I just kind of wanted to hear from you guys after you read it.
Commissioner Baugh, you're on the board.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm in favor of it. Perhaps the county attorney could kind of give us an overview of the old ordinance, because what I don't want to see, I don't feel like that we should have a problem using our reserves. I don't want to hinder any other boards. If they feel like they want to, attack like we're doing now, infrastructure, then they need to be able to do so, because by law, we only have to have, 20%, I believe? by the state, is that right? I can't remember. Is it only 10?
By law, 10.
Okay. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, if you could go over that with what's in this ordinance, because
Well,
I'm not going to support it.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ball, this was put on the agenda by Commissioner Whitmore. I'm not ready with a presentation today, but I can give you a brief explanation of how the draft ordinance works. Right now, you have a resolution that says you're going to have a 20% reserve. The ordinance doesn't change that. That resolution's been in place for now 12 years. I don't know if there's a resolution that came before that, but that's our current policy. The debate the board had before you directed me to draft an ordinance was whether it's enough to have that by resolution, or should we put something in the code that places stronger restrictions on the use of reserves. And so that's what we came away with from the board's motion. And I looked at a couple of different counties. The only one I found that had an articulated policy on this was Broward, so I used that as an example. Shared it with Ms. Brewer. You know, we talked about it a little bit, but she pointed out we need to really keep that resolution in place because it has a lot of detail in it about the different funds that have these different reserves in them. I think if you were to move forward with this ordinance and adopt it, the really important language in there that is sort of binding on the board and can only be changed by going through a noticed public hearing is that this reserve will be available for use in the event of a disaster or significant unanticipated liability or loss of a major revenue source. It may be used only for one-time expenditures, to pay for recovery for a mandatory payment such as a court order, or to maintain the budgeted level of services in the event a major revenue shortfall occurs during the fiscal year. That is tighter than what your current restrictions are on your reserves. Could it limit your ability to do the things that you're suggesting? Yes, it could. It does definitely. That was the intent of the motion, as I understood it, was to make it more restrictive, and it would. So the question, I guess, is do you want to proceed with a hearing? Because obviously you could debate it there, or if you don't, that's fine. I mean, I'm just clicking my heels and saluting whatever the board wants me to do here, because that's how I got it in the first place. The board told me to do it, and I did. But if you don't want to proceed with it, that's the board's prerogative. It's up to the client.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball. The order of the board is Servia, Cruz, Whitmore, Satcher. Commissioner Servia.
Yes, so two things. On this matter, I would say I don't fully understand what's going on. I see no harm in going forward to the hearing to get that full presentation and understanding, so that's fine with me. But secondly, I'm getting a text from an unknown number that says they were on hold for citizen comments and their hand was raised and they're not being acknowledged. They were not acknowledged, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to go forward to a hearing, it's better to have a hearing on something that people are going to theoretically agree with at some point in time. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels. I get gathering information, but I'd rather gather information based on a hypothetical policy or proposal that could have a chance. I mean, like, here's my problem with this is, I thought, and I remember the conversation when we directed, this was supposed to be to avoid some level of cataclysmic, complete drain of the reserves because people want to go out and buy stupid stuff for no reason that isn't an emergency. I didn't realize it meant the first dollar below 20% we have to declare a state of emergency to, because we're short on paper towels in the bathroom. So I'd be on board with this if it was literally for a protecting the extreme case of utilization reserve. Like if this said, these are the scenarios in which you can spend reserves below the 10% minimum threshold out by the state of Florida, or even some compromise in between it. But to say, way back when somebody set 20%, which is otherwise the maximum by Florida statute we can have, and made that our base case, and then to say any dollar below that, you have to jump through extra hoops, that seems a little extreme, because that's not really covering the complete drain of reserves. That's covering every last penny of reserves. It seems too restrictive for our board and for any other board, because there are scenarios where, okay, you may have to dip a little below because some of the stuff we do is cyclical in nature. Sometimes we have to spend money in, August, September, October before the tax money starts coming in November. And maybe we can dip a little below that 20% into reserves because we know 30 days later we're going to get a windfall of cash from our citizens. So this seems a little too restrictive. So having a hearing just to have it seems like it's just adding a step, because I'm telling you in that hearing, I'm just going to say what I'm saying now, and then we're going to have another hearing with a revised version. I'd rather have a hearing on a version that could theoretically pass, because I think other people on this board will probably agree with me.
Thank you, sir. Order of the board is Whitmore, Satcher, Servia. Commissioner Whitmore.
And that was in our resolution, that if you have to dip below the 20%, and you're going to recover it for exactly what you said, and also like what we did with the sheriff. We went below the 20% reserves, but we knew, Jan found that we had monies that we could replenish it. That doesn't affect this. What I'm looking at is like the dam failing. And I was here when the dam failed, and we had, it was the recession, we were just coming out of it, and we had to pay $8 to $10 million, or 18 million, something like, I think it's 8 million, right away to get things emergency. Also a hurricane, an IT failure, cybersecurity, major things like that, an epidemic, which would go with the state of emergency, and eventually we get our funds back. But since we've drained our previous reserves that we had, what were they called?
Disaster relief?
No, stabilization funds. We only got a couple other sources, and I think when we went below this 20% to get the equipment for the sheriff, which we had a funding later, it's the first time we'd ever done it. I was trying to prevent that. I mean, if there's a legit reason, I just want almost like a cooling off period, and then come back at the next meeting and come up with a plan. Because, I'm sorry, we have 420,000 residents today. It's going to get larger, and we have to be able to plan for stuff like this. So that's what the direction you guys gave us, and that's kind of what you're saying, George. But we do have, and we do get, as long as we can replace it, we're fine. So I don't have a problem bringing this back, because it is tighter than what we kind of talked about. But I do think that we do need to have a financial mechanism to make sure that we replenish our reserves back and not go below a certain amount.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't necessarily disagree with that either, but reading through this, that's not what it says. And so going back to using the dam as an example, if I'm reading this correctly, we could one time spend money to fix if something horrible like that happened. But if we saw that coming, we would not be able to. So if you saw and you said, look, we've only got 3 years left on this dam, if we don't, approve this major project, our hands would be maybe not tied, but our decision-making ability would be limited, or whatever board comes after us would be limited. So, it limits, I think that when an emergency occurs, first of all, the idea, the perfect situation is for us to see those things ahead of time and then make the correct adjustments. And so, I'm all for options. And I'll just say, I don't want to be cynical, but from a purely political way of looking at things, when a party wins an election, then the winner of that election is always going to say, we have a mandate from the voters. And whatever party loses that election is always going to say, it's very important for everyone to be statesmanlike and bipartisanship, right? And that goes for both ways, both parties. If you're in the minority, you're saying, let's all get along and be real slow and limited. And if you win, it's okay, let's be decisive. The voters want change. And, and it's up to people to policymakers to make the right calls on both of those two extremes. And I see something similar here. I mean, if a lot of votes weren't going my way, it would be very smart to limit the decision-making and money-spending capability of someone that the votes are going their way, that I might disagree with. I'm not saying that's a horrible, I think it's smart. I think it's smart for the person, that might be in that position, but we should look at it with clear eyes and realize that, I think the point is to try to limit our ability to make decisions that someone might not agree with. And so I won't, vote for this the way it is. The only thing that I heard that I might be okay with was when we talked about a cooling off period, so stuff doesn't all happen all in one meeting. That seems just like wisdom.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clegg, do you need to step in now?
Well, just very briefly to say, when I sent this around to the board, I said you could schedule it for hearing, or you could simply schedule it for further discussion. Right. That was an option that I did present to you, because I'm not surprised to hear there are some policy decisions to be made there, and, it may or may not have the support of the board. So that's an option today. If you want to bring it back as an agenda item or workshop it, we can always do that. So it's up to the board.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, okay, great. So I've learned a lot listening to this discussion. I still have more questions, so I'm going to be in favor of bringing it back as a future agenda item when we can have a more complete presentation. A couple of things I've heard: future boards will not be limited by what we do today, just so you know, because they can change it just like we do. So we don't have to worry about that, in my opinion. I appreciated hearing the explanation of why Commissioner Whitmore brought this forward. That was helpful, and it allowed me to remember what triggered it, which was the purchase of the sheriff radios, which our county administrator came forward and said, I have a plan to purchase these radios over a 3-year period, I remember, or thereabouts, and the sheriff has agreed to it, and this is how we're going to do it. And the board did something different and said, nope, let's buy them all right now. And that's fine that happened, but what I saw is that it put staff in a position to quickly hustle and try to find the money to try and make it work. So I am in favor of that cooling off period. I think that, anything that you do in a rushed environment is probably not going to be perfect or great. So I'd like to kind of take our time to go through something like that if it's not an emergency.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can tell you now I would not vote for it today. I think we need to have more discussion. With the 20%, and thank you, Commissioner Cruz, for correcting me on that. I had forgotten. We had something like $150 million in reserves at one time. It's ridiculous. We were really hitting our citizens pretty hard and not giving them much in return, and that's exactly why we changed the process. So, I don't mind looking at this and bringing it forward for discussion. If you want to have a workshop, I think that's great. But I can tell you now, I probably would not vote to keep it at 20%. This is it's a new county. We are moving forward, and we're doing more and helping our citizens a lot more than we've ever done. And I'm not going to hinder that in any way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Servia. Commissioner Whitmore.
Well, I've been here since '69. I think it's the same county, but anyway, I wouldn't support it either. I would rather it go to work session. I don't like doing work session jobs at the dais in a regular meeting. To me, this isn't a deal, a way to work things out. And in all due respect to everybody, I have been, ever since I've been in office, since '98, being able to control a budget, I've never voted for a property tax increase. I don't believe in it. I believe people should live within their means. I also don't even have a charge card. I have it for emergency, and I haven't used it for years because I believe you need to live within your means. This was just a way to protect the county. If anybody else thinks there's anything different, they're 100% wrong. I was just trying to make sure that we are okay. This girl here has lived through the recession on this board when we laid off 300 people. And our budget was $670 the first day I came in, and it went down to $358. And that's what it took till this long now to where we are is $893 million is our budget now. So I'm just trying to look out for stabilization because we don't know what's going to happen now with all the stuff going on worldwide. I'm just trying to be conservative, and we can talk about it at a work session. But I do think we need to have something to protect our citizens' monies in case we need them for a major issue. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Servia.
I move to bring this item back as a work session in the future for further discussion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Servia to move this item to a work session agenda and a second by Commissioner Whitmore. Is there anyone in the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this specific agenda item?
We do have one hand raised.
Okay.
A caller ending in 582. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Caller 582, please state your first and last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on agenda item 71. And your county of residence, please, as well.
Hi, it's Sarah. Member Women's Voices. My county residence is Sarasota, soon to be Manatee. We were trying to do citizen comment, several of us. Also, different people for different things. Manatee BOCs.
Okay, we're on item number 71, which is to schedule a public advertised hearing.
Okay, that's I'm letting you know that I didn't need to talk to you. So have a good day. I'll talk to you whenever we get back to that, or not. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, is there anyone else on the line who would like to speak specifically on agenda item 71?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously.
Future work session.
So it will be pushed on to a future work session. Then we'll move on to Mr. County Attorney, do you have any closing remarks?
Well, I hope she's not mad at me for doing this, but I'll need Jan Brewer's help at that work session to provide the detailed background about how the reserves work. I can provide you the legal side, of course, and I'll be responsible for that.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Hopes, closing comments.
Real quick, there were people waiting on the phone for a future agenda because you originally called future agenda, then you switched gears to go back to 71. That's what Sarah was
I opened it up. He said no one was on the line. I closed future agenda, and now we've moved on.
Yeah.
And if we're going to do this where every time someone emails us and says, oh, I would like to speak now, I changed my mind, it could be the same as in the audience when someone raises their hand and says, I missed it, and now I want to talk. I think you're opening up Pandora's box.
Mr. Chairman,
we have a structure
I make
to
a motion.
the agenda, and I think we should stick with it.
I move
Madam,
that we
Ms. Serbia?
open it for public comment. We don't ever want to shut the citizens down.
We have a motion to open things for public comment. Is there a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Yeah.
Second.
Here's the only reason. One, I don't recall you closing public comment. I'm the one who pointed out, hey, I think we're missing an agenda item. So it's almost like we deferred public comment. And literally when Sarah just tried to call in, we literally said, hold tight, we're on a different agenda item first. We didn't say we've already finished that. The reality is there's maybe two people on there at 6 minutes of our life, and it's only 2:48 in the afternoon. I don't think it's unreasonable just to bang these
My
out.
concern isn't with that. My concern is that once we do this, now every time someone emails or texts someone that I would like to speak, are we stopping the meeting to reopen future agenda items so that we can hear from that person?
You do whatever you want.
Or if
Mr.
someone
Chairman.
raises their hand in the audience, are we then going to stop the meeting because someone says, oh, I've decided to speak in future agenda items and you've already closed it, but I'd like to speak?
May I dialogue
It's
with
also
you?
By all
like
means.
relevant.
we just vote and get it
so
over
the
with?
reason that it's important
We're dialoguing.
is because
So it
the
seems.
email message that we got is that they were waiting at the appropriate time but were not recognized. And so we just have to take a step back and maybe say the county may have made a mistake and allow them to speak
Sure.
as the agenda allows.
But that happens all the time, and I have no
I-
way to prove it, and it could happen at any time in the future, and then, so the precedent is set that we're going to stop the meeting, and we're going to reopen, future agenda items because someone claims, and they very well may have happened. It probably did, but the point is it opens Pandora's box. That's my concern.
Do we have a legal issue,
And we're
Mr.
trying to-
Clegg?
so-
Or precedent setting if we do that?
I mean,
Your turn, Kevin.
I don't think so, but I understand the chair's concern because people, look, we don't have an obligation to take.
Can we just
public
ask how many
comment.
people are on the phone? If it's one or two, we're spending more than 6 minutes.
Okay, so
debating
right
whether
now,
or
the
not to
county
have this.
attorney has the floor.
Thank you. We don't have an obligation to take public comment over the phone. It's something we've been doing as a courtesy, as an added way
COVID.
for people to speak. It is up to the board. There's a motion on the floor with a second, so I suggest you proceed with that motion and then proceed with the meeting.
Public comment.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher is on the board.
I think I may have gotten an answer to the question I was going to ask, if we even did call in before COVID. So if the answer is that no, I mean, regardless of how this vote comes out, I think we need to look into, changing the process because it opens us up to a lot of criticism.
agree.
You sound like a school board member.
I have no doubt that.
I want people to come and give them the time they need. It's tough. Technology's tough.
Exactly, and I have no problem with allowing people to speak, and I believe Sarah, she's probably right. there was probably a technical issue that cut her off. My concern is the Pandora's box that it opens, but that's my concern. So we'll open this agenda item up to public, or this motion to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this specific agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phones. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this specific agenda item?
Bet there is.
We have two hands raised, but I believe they are raised for the future agenda item.
This isn't an agenda. Earlier, yeah.
This is a motion on the floor, and we have to open it to public comment.
So you have to open it to public comment, that's true.
So being clear, if we can, is there anyone who wants to speak on this specific motion?
We do have two hands raised. I can check with them.
Then we check with them.
Not that.
Phone ending in 582. 582, please press *6 to unmute.
Caller, are you calling to speak on the motion on the floor?
Yes, I am calling about the motion on the floor.
Okay, first and
regardless
last name,
any
county of
political
residence, and you'll have 3 minutes, caller.
Sorry. Sarah Parker, Sarasota County. My Women's Voice of Southwest Florida, I'm the president of. We're all watching this. We want to thank you guys for defending public comment. We understand we weren't trying to start anything. We understand that you have to follow rules, but there has to be a technical difficulty because I believe that we also brought this up to you in Tallahassee as well. And I'm pretty sure Commissioner Bogg, Commissioner Thatcher, and I want to say the chair were there when we brought it up, and we were acknowledged that this was an issue. So that's what I would like to discuss.
I can't
Or
understand
say,
what she said.
better yet.
Especially when the person next to you is talking.
Thank you, caller.
Done.
We have one more caller. Caller number 589. 589, please press *6 to unmute.
Caller, go ahead. We are taking public comment on the motion that is currently on the floor. First and last name, county of residence, 3 minutes.
All right, we do have one more caller. It is 408. 408, please press *6 to unmute.
Caller 408, go ahead.
Carol, yes, Carol Felch. For the record, I have been on coma hold for most of the day listening to the meeting, trying to get in a public comment. I was very excited to hear that we consumed the 30 minutes of allowed time for future agenda items or whatever. Been trying to follow this. Bottom line is that I believe we do have an obligation to open the floor to public comments, at least on future agenda items, because I know of at least 3 or 4 people who are on the phone waiting to speak during that time. I believe the protocol is to open the meeting up at the end of the meeting for comments on future agenda items if we go over that time. So thank you very much for your efforts to do this. I think it'll be productive. I don't think you have that many people on the phone. So let's follow through with what we said we were going to do earlier this morning, which is open up the public comments for future agenda items at the end of the meeting.
They did.
Thank you.
They did.
Thank you. And to clarify, we did open public comment at the beginning of the meeting for 30 minutes, and then again at the end of the meeting. And if this passes, we will open it for the 3rd time during this meeting. So, Ms. Feltz, I suggest you watch the meetings a lot more closely.
We have one more caller.
Oh, we have one more caller. Okay.
Caller number 565. 565, please press *6 to unmute.
All right, 565, we have a motion on the floor. We are taking public comment on that motion. First and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dana Camp. I'm a Manatee County resident. Had difficulty raising my hand there, so there could be some technical difficulties. My concern and comment is for future agenda items. I am a longtime Manatee County resident, and I am a Sarasota County case manager for unaccompanied homeless youth. And I know there's been quite a lot of discussion on affordable housing and the homeless population and the connection between the two, as well as looking at how other counties.
Ma'am, we are currently taking public comment on a motion that is on the floor
To allow public comment.
to reopen future agenda items. So that's currently what we're taking comment on. So if your comments are whether or not to reopen future agenda items, then that is the correct. If you're waiting for future agenda item comments, though, stay on the line. That's coming up possibly next.
That wasn't
possibly.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you.
We don't understand either.
Is there anyone else? Are there any other callers on the line?
There are no more callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go back to commissioner discussion. I have two commissioners on the board, Commissioner Whitmore and Commissioner Baugh.
No, I was waiting to vote.
Commissioner Baugh.
I just wanted to say that the first speaker that we had, I couldn't understand a word that she said, and so I feel bad, but she was talking very, very fast, and I didn't understand anything she said. I know I heard her say Baugh and Satcher, but other than that, I couldn't understand it. So I just wanted to say, please slow down talking, because we really are listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, evidently.
We have a motion and a second to reopen public comment for future agenda items. We will conduct the vote by roll call at this time. Let me get my notes out here. Does anyone recall where we are starting with the roll call today?
Start with me.
Start at the end of the
What are we
roll.
on?
I think we do start with 3, actually.
What do we do?
So we're going to do a roll call vote on whether or not to reopen future agenda items for
So
citizen
the public can
comment.
make a comment.
We didn't want to waste 6 minutes, so we spent 12 minutes debating whether or not
I
to-
thought they just did that, to tell you the
No,
truth.
that was comment on,
Other people off
that was
the-
comment on the motion on the floor.
Okay, whatever.
So now we're going to start with District 3, and we're going to go down the line, whether or not you think we should reopen citizen comments on future agenda items. 3 is a no. 4.
That's you.
That's you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not used to the city roll call. Yes.
4 is a yes. 5.
I don't really care. Yes. I don't care.
6.
We're slap happy.
6.
Oh, 6, yes.
That's you. Is a yes. 7.
Do it either.
1.
No.
2.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, it passes by a vote of 5-2 with Van Ostenbridge and Satcher in opposition.
We're sorry.
So we will now reopen citizen comments on future agenda items. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on future? Is there anyone who would like to come? Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on future agenda items?
Get late.
Seeing none, we will go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to come forward or would like to speak on future agenda items?
Yes, we have 4 callers waiting
Oh,
to
you
speak.
added one.
Caller number 589, please press star 6 to unmute.
Caller 589, please state your first and last name and your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on future agenda items.
And speak clear and loud.
That was Commissioner Whitmore, not Ball.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to 565. 565, please press star 6 to unmute.
Caller 565, first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes for future agenda items.
Seems like it's a system issue.
I don't know.
Unstar.
Technology.
All right, we will try 582. Number 582, please press star 6 to unmute.
Caller 582, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the issue of future agenda items.
My name is Sarah Parker. I am from Sarasota County, a county resident, and I'm the president of Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. I'm going to try to talk really slow and get my point across. We came there today to ask you, as a county, to stand up for the citizens of your county, like one of your representatives did, Representative Will Robinson, to writing letters, which we know, again, that you guys are all fond of doing, to DeSantis, to stand with the citizens. And if people think this is an educational issue or just a state issue, it's not. What it's going to cause is the county's going to get an influx of litigation. The courts are going to be clogged. The suicide rates for LGBTQIA teenagers are going to go up. We already cannot handle the influx in foster care between Sarasota and Manatee County for children that are going to be abandoned and abused due to this bill. I advise that all of you listen and watch and hear what they're saying. It is an attack on LGBTQIA community. And, you know, we don't want to spend most of our time at Manatee County or Sarasota County meetings and let you guys actually work on other things that you, quote unquote, feel are county related. But we will if we have to. We're asking you to veto the bill. We're also asking you to draft a resolution. And on top of that, we're asking you, if you guys do not do that, that any individual commissioner please sign this letter that we are sending, that we placed on your we gave to you or gave to the clerk this afternoon. I also want to applaud you guys for your decorum. It's been nice. It's been nice to be back around here and talk to you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
That was great, by the way. I could understand everything you said. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Is there anyone else on the line who would like to speak on future agenda items?
Yes, caller ending in 408. 408, please press *6 to unmute.
Caller 408, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on future agenda items.
Carol Phelps, Mayaca City, Manatee County. First off, thank you very much for allowing us to do this. I think that it was very overwhelming that you had enough citizens that showed up to speak, that we took up our 30 minutes. A few weeks ago, I had brought to the board for consideration in future agenda items that we have a mechanism in which we track these things that are brought up by citizens to ensure that they are addressed, that we know, was it a legitimate complaint? Where can we go? What's the next step? And I felt like we had some pretty good endorsement for that, which I think might be the reason why we have more of a turnout now, that people will say, okay, I have an opportunity to come before the board and explain a situation, ask for direction and a possible solution, and that our board is responsive to that. So I think that's a very good thing, but we can start by saying, okay, are we keeping track of that? What have we done to provide that mechanism? And I think that a lot of credit goes, I do want to give you all credit yourselves, because you've obviously got a base of citizens who have decided to become educated, involved, and informed. And I think encouraging that will make your jobs a lot easier for us to understand exactly how all of this works. So thank you very much for opening up this session. I have been on the phone paying very good attention, Commissioner Ostenbridge, probably more intensely than half the people in this county. So I have been on the line all day listening and waiting for my chance to come in and speak for your undivided attention. And I appreciate you entertaining the motion and allowing us to do this as is proper procedure. Thank you.
Such good attention, she doesn't know the name of the chairman of the board she's running for. Is there anyone else on the line to speak for future agenda items?
Yes, we have a caller ending in 608.
Caller
608, please
Caller
press
608, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on future agenda items. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence.
My name is Dana Camp, and I am a Manatee County resident. I am a case manager serving unaccompanied homeless youth in Sarasota County, and my comment is for the future agenda items addressing the homeless crisis in Manatee County that does go hand in hand with our affordable housing. I'm specifically advocating for this unaccompanied homeless youth population that is widely underrepresented and underserved for several reasons. This age group knows how to fly off under the radar, but that does obviously pose a lot of potential problems for the county and for the individuals themselves as they grow into adulthood, and to try to break that generational homeless cycle for them. I feel very strongly about this. I work very closely with this age group day in and day out. We do have a very unique model here. The social service agency that I work for is doing this work on its own in this capacity. We have a unique model, and I just feel very strongly that we see these kinds of services represented in Manatee County. Just to give you a quick number, we've served 51 unaccompanied homeless youth, and 27 since January 2020 in our transitional and permanent supportive housing, and 27% of those clients have actually come from Manatee County. And that's from me advocating, can we please serve this individual? I know we're supposed to give preference to Sarasota County residents, but Manatee County has this issue And if we have a bed available, we definitely try to get these young ones in. I've responded to phone calls from guidance counselors in Manatee County where high school seniors that are 18 years old have been kicked out and are sleeping out in front of their high school. I have a court date on Friday where I'm advocating for someone who has been violated for probation and is back in jail because he's homeless and he's a Manatee County resident. And we're trying to help him for a third time get on track. And housing is definitely one of the main issues for him. So I would hope to see these services trickle into Manatee County. There is a definite need. Thank you for your time, and hope to hear more on this item.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for all that you are doing for our residents from Sarasota County. Very much appreciated. There is one item of cleanup, commissioners, that needs to be addressed, and that is on number 67, which was Lee Washington brought us Tammy Parrott, the library services manager. The motion was not read properly, so if you look at 67 below, it says, if you want, I can just read it and someone can say as moved. Motion to authorize the chairman to execute a certification of credentials to notify the Florida Department of State, Division of Library and Information Services about Manatee County Public Library's current library services manager.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore and a second by Commissioner Satcher. We will open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing no one, will go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this specific agenda item?
We still have 2 callers from the previous item.
It's not on that. You could ask them.
I will reopen future agenda citizen comments in just a moment. Let me wrap this up first. I apologize. You said that was the last caller. I thought that was the last caller. I should have
Came on
checked.
during.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll wrap this up then. Closing public comment on this agenda item. We will then hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. I will reopen citizen comment on future agenda items, and we will go to the phone for the 2 callers that still remain. Because it is my error, I did not ask if there was anyone left. I thought that was it when he said that was it.
Caller number 582. 582, please press *6 to unmute.
Caller 582, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on future agenda items.
They have hung up, so we will try 580. 580, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Try to speak
Okay.
loudly and clearly, though.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Kimberly Cox. I'm currently of Pasco County, Florida. I'm with Women's Voices of Southwest Florida. First of all, I want to say Happy International Women's Day to all of the powerful women sitting on the dais and also in the gallery today. But I come to you to ask you to cooperate in writing letters to the governor. We're all familiar with the Don't Say Gay bill. Manatee County has centered much of your discussions this year and last on the safety and well-being of children. And you made it very clear in the past that your protection of children is your number 1 priority. But this bill doesn't protect children, it actually endangers them. Not only does it raise the suicide and depression statistics, but it emboldens bigotry. And as a proud parent of a non-binary teen, I'm asking that you to use your voice and your position to help protect my child and every other child in Florida that is in the LGBTQ community. This bill has a lot of loose ends that are left to be interpreted by the school district, and that can be really dangerous. For example, the part of the bill that includes that this is only going to be for children K through 3, or that any age as deemed appropriate by the state, that's a very, very dangerous thing because we all know what happens when things are left up for interpretation. This bill is not intended to protect children, so put your money where your mouth is, do the right thing, and please tell Governor DeSantis that you don't stand behind a bill that encourages bigotry, and that you will protect all students in this state, not just the cis-het white ones, because this bill is a death sentence. Our kids are already dealing with COVID and war and school shooters and all of that. Why not protect them now in ways that you can? I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, caller. Is there anyone else on the line?
Here.
That is officially all the callers.
Okay, thank you. Then we will close citizen comment on future agenda items, and we will move into commissioner comments. And I believe today we start back at the beginning of the rotation with Commissioner Satcher with District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you recognize me and everyone's hard work today. Just for some local, we had the Heritage Day Parade was Saturday, and my kids enjoyed it and waving out the top of the minivan. They think that is, they think they're the bee's knees. And so I appreciate the community for letting me come out and seeing everyone there. And sorry for the people at the end of the route that we ran out of candy. To address something more serious that I just want to say, and I understand we are in Manatee County and we're local politicians, but if you look at the history of putting a man on the moon, which was mentioned earlier today, it was motivated specifically, the country galvanized behind that goal when Russia launched Sputnik. So there was the first satellite orbiting above everyone's heads, and we realized we were behind in the space race. And I think right now the country's going through a similar situation, except much worse because people are dying because, Vladimir Putin has decided that he wants Ukraine too, and we don't know where he's going to stop on that, and that is an issue and a problem for all Americans, and obviously Ukraine and Europe. And so I am hopeful that this will be our Sputnik moment, and we will decide to do everything we can to get back on track to being energy independent, that a Manhattan Project style intensity will be applied towards completing the Keystone Pipeline and getting us the oil and the gas that our citizens need for their energy needs, so that we are no longer supplying, underwriting, and paying for foreign actors that may or may not be in agreement with our policies, but we're buying their oil regardless. We're paying them for their budgets. And so I am hopeful that we will get behind that 100%, all Americans. Call your representative, call your senators, call the president, send emails, whatever it takes. We need to get this done. Whatever intentions were earlier, maybe, trying to hurry our way or to increase our speed towards becoming green energy, fine. But we're beyond that now. Now people are dying, and it's time to make an adjustment and give ourselves more time towards any other goal that other people may have. So I just wanted to state that out loud in this forum at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. District 2.
Yeah, a couple of things. I want to extend my sincere thanks to everybody that played a role of the festivities that took place in acknowledging and celebrating Coach Eddie Shannon's 100th birthday. Actually, this started last week, reaching out to the county administrator and Elliot Falcone as far as getting a picture of him up on the, what do y'all call it, up on the marquee. And the family was elated about that. And the community was elated about that. Thanks, Mr. Roundtree, for coming up with that idea. But today was a very, very special day. And the parade was special. I want to thank the first responders, the sheriff, the EMS, and the personal phone call that I received to make sure that it was clear that EMS is willing to do this, the support from the fire department, as far as setting up and everybody driving by Coach Shannon's house. I think we had almost over 100 cars in the community to come through, and then I had the fortunate opportunity to spend some time with some family members. And I just want to make sure that it's clear that we appreciate the support. But more importantly, I want to be clear to the family and Coach Shannon that we love you and we appreciate your impact on what you have done to this county, to this state, and to this country. And thank you for your service. I'm not necessarily sure if anybody else has said this. I have said it to him, but I will go public with it and make sure that it is clear. on how much we want to thank you for who you are, Mr. Satcher, and happy birthday. I don't think nobody has brought that up, and I think that's very, very important. Birthdays are starting to get tough now based on the way society is. So we want to not just celebrate the 100th, we want to celebrate anybody's own. So I wish you and your family the best on that.
Thanks.
And now, well, I got two more things. This is going to be a tough one. Last night, we had an accident in Northwood Estates where a young girl, and I don't know her age, was hit in a neighborhood because of fast traffic. And the young girl had to be bay flighted. And then I went there, but we had already spoke about traffic calming solutions in this community. And I've been very outspoken about the three prongs. You know, we got to have the residents to do their part. We got to have the traffic calming solutions. Then we asked for the presence for the sheriff department, and we were not successful last night. It was brought to my attention that the young lady got hit, and it was speeding that was taking place. I did get a report that she's in a tough situation, but she is more likely to make it, make it out of it. However, when we talk about this, and we talk about a truck hitting a kid, I mean, all of us got kids or grandkids or people that we love and that we care for. So I would ask that when commissioners or when constituents, citizens, or anybody coming, they're talking to us about the speed concerns that are that's going on in our county, that we find a way to be proactive instead of reactive. One thing that I did say last night is, regardless of what we would have done or could have done or should have done, none of us was driving the vehicle. We still have to make sure we put some ownership on the individuals that are driving the vehicles. So all of us are drivers. Please be mindful of speed limits, especially in neighborhoods where you know that there are youth, running around and doing the same thing that we done when we were their age, right? So we want to make sure that we put that out in front. And I haven't read this request, and I don't normally get into this as far as the don't say gay bill. You all know my background is a basketball coach, and I found myself here recently reflecting on Magic Johnson and Dwayne Wade. And they're different stories that came out, not because they're basketball players and obviously me being the basketball guy, but more importantly, listening to some of the documentaries, some of the horrific things that took place just because those individuals were being neglected the opportunity to just be who they are. That's the basketball side. The thing for me being a former dean at a middle school, some of the things that are taking place in our society right now, I think we have to look at it from a different focus lens and consider the impact, not only that it is going to have on the educators, not only the impact that it's going to have on the educators, but more importantly, the impact that it is going to have on the individual. And all of us have concern to make sure we are putting everyone in a situation where we're extending them the best quality of life as possible, regardless of who they are, regardless of what lifestyle they decide to choose. And again, I have not read this, but I have to speak out about this because I'm thoughtful of some of the comments that Magic Johnson made about his oldest son. I'm thoughtful of the comments that when Dwayne Wade spoke on his, and then I have some of those things that come personal to me, and all of us do. And all of us do. And I would just ask for us to be mindful of that and find ways to make sure when we talk about an umbrella and we talk about quality of life, let's not exclude anyone. Let's include. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. I had one other thing I wanted to bring up Coach Shannon, I just wanted to thank the board and Dr. Hopes and Charlie Bishop and his staff for everything that we did this morning for Coach Shannon. There's no better representative of Manatee County or no better community asset than a guy like Coach Shannon, and I won't rehash all of his accomplishments, but just say thank you all. I am genuinely appreciative of what the board did for him this morning. It was certainly a worthwhile thing to do. Then moving on, the county attorney's been working on this, and it's been sort of back and forth between the school district to get things the way they wanted it. But we have an agreement with the school district to utilize the elementary school on the island for overflow beach parking. And so I am going to need a motion in a second to pass this. The county attorney said he would like to read off the motion if someone wants to, say so moved, basically. But it's pretty cut and dry. It says that, we'll keep it clean and maintain it, and we can use it whenever the school is not being used by the district. Commissioner Bellamy, you're on the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a question, sir. The scope, this is based on the contract that we have here. The scope of the grant of Manatee County government is for public parking during hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. Right.
So the motion that the county attorney is going to read, it gives him the ability to tweak little things.
Okay.
So that would be one of the things we could tweak.
Great, and thank you. That's one of my concerns. And then the other concern, regardless of what the time it is, in the second paragraph, it says Manatee County government assumes all liability for any claims or damages and or harm or person's property, and all of that, that's reading. But I'm concerned, all right, when it's not our responsibility, are we still going to have liability?
Well,
and that's a question that I have.
It should only be if someone's utilizing it for beach parking.
But you understand what I'm saying?
I do, and that's why we pay Mr. Clegg the big dollars.
Right.
Mr. Clegg, would you like to weigh in on that?
Certainly. First, I would like to say this is a form the county has already used for a couple of holidays. Last July 4th, I believe it was executed pursuant to the recess resolution, and also I think for a holiday in May. And it is a standard agreement of the school board. So that language that you see, it's qualified. It has to be claims or damages that are related to the use of the premises by the county. So we would, if somebody were to try to suggest that we were taking on liability beyond something that was caused by our use, we would point to that language and say that it does not. It does not have an indemnification clause in it either. So it's pretty light-handed compared to a lot of the agreements that we have with the school board. We have shared use relationships with the school board for a number of different properties. Some where they're using ours, some where we're using theirs, that have, quite honestly, more onerous language in them about splitting the liabilities. This is something that I think came up in the last special meeting. We talked about this was something that, you said we're going to try to bring back. Unfortunately, I've not had a great deal of time. I mean, I got this most recent version at 2:13. So it's been a little bit of a rough go at getting something that the board can authorize. But I do have suggested language for a motion that would allow us to make tweaks to it, consistent with our practices with other shared use agreements, when you are ready for that motion.
Before we go there, I have commissioners on the board, and I just wanted to be clear, the reason it's coming up in commissioner comments and it was not on the agenda is that we didn't receive we weren't sure if we were going to receive it in time, one, and I could wait till the next meeting, but, spring break starts Saturday, and senior skip day is Friday, so it essentially starts Friday. Oh, there's no school. I'm sorry, senior skip day is Thursday, I apologize. So, I know you laugh, but that's a big thing here.
I never skip school.
It's a real big thing here.
Really? Senior skip day?
Senior skip day. Anyway, not that I'm encouraging that, this is just the
never
facts.
heard of it.
So at any rate, it's coming. This is our last opportunity for us to be together and meet to vote on it. That's why I brought it here. And we have discussed it previously in a workshop, so I didn't think it was like a shocking bit of new material or anything. It is something that we have discussed. Commissioner Servia and Whitmore are on the board. Commissioner Servia.
Yeah, 2 quick comments. Thank you very much for the explanation, because while I like that we're looking at this now because of the timing of spring break, I really do, and I think that we need to approve it. I hope that the board will be more flexible on other items that have some urgency that maybe we may have to take during commissioner comments, because the policy before was absolutely none. So I'm being flexible, and I hope that everyone else will be in the future. Here's my comment about the language. So, public parking during the hours of 7 a.m. through 8 p.m. As somebody that's out there a lot in the summertime, the sun doesn't even set. You don't get in your car till 9.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
10. Oh, it says 8.
It's gonna, we're,
Yeah.
They put 8. I had always used 10 p.m. every year
Okay.
before.
Okay.
Because at the latest point in the summer solstice, it's like 8:25
Takes you that long to
or
get off the
8:30.
island.
Yeah.
Which means that you can still see at 9 o'clock.
Right.
And so 10
Yeah.
o'clock was the.
Okay.
yeah, Mr. Clegg is going to read language in his motion that allows for him to make tweaks.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Whitmore.
Yeah, and when you're all out there during spring break, the traffic will be back to Anna Maria Island, Pine Avenue, and they won't even be able to get off the island till 10 or 11. That's the way it is now. But I just have a question legally. I'm sorry I dumped that. I'm okay with this. My deal is, and that's why I'm glad the attorney's here, Holmes Beach is a chartered government, and this is in the city of Holmes Beach. They sent us a letter that, they can send us a letter wherever they want, but they did send us a letter saying that it was mandatory that we had pedestrian lighting for crossing. They already have a crossing area. It's never been lighted since I've been there, and usually you go to the beach during the day. Very few stay there for sunset, but if they do, it's still light. So I don't think that's a safety issue. Nothing was mentioned in this about trash cans. We had it during the holidays last year. And also they required a bathroom. That is not something that, and those would be portalets, and that's up to the board. I assume it's going to be a cost to the county, but that's up to you guys. But they did say that that was a requirement, and it is a chartered government. It is on their property, so I would like to ask the attorney, is there going to be any issues? I don't think there's any issue with the pedestrian. I think we can get trash cans out there completely. What about the required bathroom portalets? I'm just asking, so I don't get a
Chairman,
fire later.
Commissioner Whitmore, I don't think I can give you a legal opinion on those
That's
issues.
just policy?
And it isn't their property. This is for the school
It's in
board's,
their
school board's property.
jurisdiction.
I understand the fact
Unless
that
it's
they
in
were.
their comprehensive code that they had to have a portalet on the
You
property.
know, you're right, because they put a cell tower, the school in, without a permit. One day it came up and I was mayor, I go, what the heck happened?
School
They said
district
they
can
can do
do what they
whatever they want. I'm
Correct.
sorry, okay. Forgive me.
did not put portalets out there last year.
No, I know. Okay, I'm
So
okay.
no one else is on the board. Mr. Clegg, would you please read the motion,
Sir.
the needed motion?
The motion would be, I move to authorize the county administrator to execute a facilities use agreement with the school board substantially in the form presented by the county attorney for the use of the Anna Maria Elementary School for beach parking, with such changes as are approved by the county administrator and county attorney and are consistent with other shared use agreements with the school board.
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion, and we have a by Commissioner Satcher and a second by Commissioner Ball. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to come forward to speak on this agenda item? Seeing no one, we'll go to the phone. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak on this agenda item?
We do not have any callers at this time.
All right, we will close public comment, move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously. That concludes my commissioner comments. Thank you to the board for allowing me to do that.
What about the library?
The
It's
library.
the holiday, spring break. Are you going to allow public parking there? It's not allowed.
It's so, if it's if it's in use as a library, then not really, although,
Off hours or?
yeah, off hours, it's fine.
Days.
Right, we weren't publicly advertising that as far as I know, as of yet.
Yeah, go park at the library.
So that's, yeah, a
Okay.
whole nother, sort of can of worms. Move on to District 4 for commissioner comments.
Okay, thank you. And I have a few items, so thank you for listening. So in regards to the public comment on future agenda items, it was very difficult today. So I know that we're working on additional technology on these board chambers. Please, if we can, get that addressed as soon as possible. And just to provide some clarity, in 2018, when I was elected, I was the one that pushed for phone calls. It wasn't because of COVID. It was started because I asked for that, and I also asked that workshops be televised, and I was able to successfully get the board at the time to approve that. I just believe that we represent the citizens. Our job is to listen to the citizens, and we need to keep working on the technological changes. But thank you for allowing everyone to speak who wanted to speak today. Commissioner Bellamy, I'm so sorry to hear about the accident in your district, and I hope that the little girl is okay. I did meet with Sheriff Wells and a variety of his staff yesterday morning, and one of the things we talked about is I told him every community meeting that I go to, it's the same. There are too many speeding vehicles and public safety is in danger. What are we going to do? And he said, yep, you're right. And I hear it every day too. And we just can't be everywhere all the time. I understand that. But what I discussed with him are some solutions, and come to find out, the sheriff's department only has one radar trailer. You know, there's only one. And that's what I thought. You and I had talked about that. There's only one. Public Works does have a couple of them. We don't have enough of them, and they are effective. So can we buy some more? Can we look at buying some more of those?
Well, that would be, the sheriff's department, he has his own budget and he would make his own
I'm
purchases.
suggesting the county may want to do that. Public Works does have a use for them.
Use reserves.
So, and I'm sorry.
Press your button to
don't
get on
blame me
board.
for this dragging out because we're all going to tell jokes, but that's okay. So can we please bring it back on a future agenda? Because we need help with the speeding vehicles, please.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, and I think, I thought Public Works had a couple of that they
do.
put down, so with the
It's not
sheriff,
enough.
it's not enough. So maybe, I think we look at, maybe having, well, we don't know the cost. Let's figure it out. Let's figure out the cost and then
Heck, even Holmes Beach has one.
we'll go from there. I'll bike down. All right.
Yeah, why don't we let Dr. Hope sort out the
Right.
cost, but to Commissioner Servia's point, I agree with you, we need more, but I think they're more effective when it has that star and it says Sheriff's Department on the trailer, you know?
Well, okay, let's think about
Chad's not
this.
as intimidating as Wells.
It's all the same money, whether,
It
we
is.
allocate it to the sheriff or we
Right.
spend it ourselves.
But we want the star.
But we need the public safety aspect to be helped.
I would
so-
agree. Dr. Hopes?
Okay, I was just going to say, and I'm happy to meet with the sheriff too, because this keeps coming up. But for me, the board sets speed limits on roads in the unincorporated areas. To the best of my knowledge, it's the sheriff who enforces the speed limit. And I'll meet with him about the balance. I like the idea of having those permanent signs up, and we'll source those. I will tell you, in your district, I got hit with the motorcycle sheriff's deputy shooting the laser. I was not speeding. But I will tell you, he was out there, and I think that's more of what I believe we should see. We should see the sheriff visibly enforcing the speed limits that the Board of County Commissioners set. Because I will tell you, it was effective on that road on that day of slowing traffic on Bayshore.
Bayshore Gardens Parkway, right? I saw them out there too. It is our district, not my district. You live there too, so.
Yeah, our district. I'm just not an elected official anymore.
And so the sheriff and I had a long discussion about this, and he told me, he said, take Lorraine Road, for example. He said, do you know how many tickets we wrote on Lorraine Road last year? 700 tickets. He said, do you think it changed their behavior? It did not.
They're kind of dense out in Lakewood Ranch, you know?
Kevin.
So, I mean,
No,
I
we're
agree.
We're elitist.
It's all in good
We're
fun.
not.
I agree that when you have a law enforcement official pointing that radar gun at you, boy, you slam on the brakes if you're speeding. But then when they're not there, people either forget or they don't care. I don't know.
Before you move on to your next item, unless you're not finished with this one.
No, sir, go
Okay,
ahead.
we have three commissioners on the board who would
Yes.
like to address. Baugh, Bellamy, and Cruz is the order. Commissioner Baugh.
I was just going to say, actually, that the sheriff, we've had this problem out in Lakewood Ranch quite a bit on Lorraine Road and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard. We have the signs put up. It helps for a couple of days. Then people don't even notice it anymore. It's very ineffective after that. Stop signs do not work. Same thing. They work at first, but then people get used to them being there, and they come up, they don't see any cars coming, and they go through. So really, the only good, effective thing that we have is a deputy, either on a motorcycle or in a car. I've even seen where the sheriff's office has come out and parked a vehicle and left it there on the side of the road. And it's effective, again, for 2 or 3 days, and then it doesn't work anymore because they know. So the sheriff, he's really got a tough job, and you're right. I did speak with the sheriff. He has done over 700 tickets on just Lorraine Road in the last year. And, so we do have, in Manatee County, we have a real problem. It's called speeders. So I think we probably need to have a meeting and sit down with the sheriff and talk about it, because he's got his hands full. He can't have people on every road in Manatee County all day. Just saying.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Baugh. Commissioner Bellamy.
Yeah, what we've done is acknowledge and show an appreciation to what the sheriff is doing. And obviously, one of the things that I realize is that you have the enforcement of traffic speeders, but then you also have the responsibility of crime and all those different things that the umbrella in which the sheriff covers. I honestly don't have an answer. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I think back to this weekend when I went to see Dad on for his birthday, and I went on 69th, and I seen 2 different speed traps, and then on Saturday I was out west, and I seen some speed traps and people, the guys standing up behind, and they got the little speedometer thing checking. So I think that the effort is out there. Well, I know the effort is out there from law enforcement and the sheriff department. One thing that we have to continue to do, in my opinion, the driver needs to slow down. The driver needs to slow down, especially in the school zones, in the neighborhoods. When you have the signs that say children at play.
And stop buses.
Yeah, and when you see the buses stop, the driver needs to slow down before you have an incident like we had last night. But we still have neighborhoods, and I want to come back on because Tideview Estates, which is a neighborhood by Amarillo, Oyster Bar off 17th, have these issues and, want traffic calming solutions because, they're elderly, but they're concerned about the same thing. So it's everywhere we go, regardless of what type of neighborhood it's in, but we have to find a way to get in front of it, but I'm not sure that we have an answer. I'm sorry to say that. More enforcement, that means more money for the sheriff and all those issues right there, so.
More money and manpower, always the answer.
More money and manpower.
Commissioner
Got
Cruz.
my vote, Sheriff.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, 2 things quick. One, we determine the speed limits with the help of our staff and with the sheriff's input. And it's the sheriff's responsibility to enforce laws as they see fit, not our responsibility. I understand we want to take responsibility for literally everything from what the school grade is, and for the school board, to how the taxes get paid, to what Angel's doing over the clerk. But we have different constitutional officers, and they have responsibility. To some extent, we don't need to micromanage constitutional elected officers doing their job. If we feel that too many people are speeding, then we should be directing people to the sheriff's department and have them discuss with the sheriff how to fix speeding. It's not our job to cure every single problem in this entire county. That's number 1. 2, if we're trying to fix it by buying thousands of signs, because a lot of these places we hear about these accidents are certainly not the first road we would put some expensive sign telling people how fast they're going. A lot of them are residential roads, things. You can't put a sign on every road. But if you want to have discussions about it, we got a budget coming up very soon. And that budget's going to be laid out for us based on what the administration believes are the wants and needs of this community. And if you feel we should be spending our money, the taxpayer money, on signs, then by all means, sit up there on the 5th floor when that day comes and point out all of the things you want to cut out of the budget in exchange for those signs. And we'll have that discussion at that time, because there's nothing we can do about it right this second anyway, other than let the administration know that maybe that's something he wants to consider in the budget.
Good point.
Very well said, Commissioner Cruz. Commissioner Serbia, the floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and this is not just a problem in Manatee County. It's throughout the state of Florida and throughout our nation. Everybody's in a hurry. So I don't know how we slow people down. That would be the great answer if we can figure that out.
The island, it's 25.
To close out this item, the signs are portable. So it's not like you buy thousands of signs. We just have one right now that we're wheeling around on a trailer to different areas. If we had 5, it might make, 500% difference. So I'm not willing to throw up my hands and say we can't do anything. I have heard from the sheriff that is what would help him, and so I'm here to ask for support to do that. Okay, let's move on. My employee hero of the week is Myra. And I don't, it's so hard to choose one, but Myra has been with me a couple of nights and days this week. We have been to Heather Hills, we have been to Valentine Manor. My goodness, have a problem, get it to Myra, and Myra solves it. So thank you, Myra.
She works for Charlie.
She works for Charlie.
Myra's good. She's very good.
Outstanding. So we were at Heather Hills together last Thursday, and we heard from about 90 residents. Again, I had heard this before. The needs that they have are a pedestrian bridge over one of our drains, because most of the citizens use that to get to their daily needs. And Myra was there and working through the issues with the property owner, so great job. Valentine Manor. So Valentine Manor, for those of you who don't know, it's near the airport. It's on the west side of 41. It's part of the Whitfield-Ballantyne area. I know that area very well because my grandma and my uncle lived there for many, many years. But it is a historic neighborhood, lots of 150-year-old trees where we are doing a curb and sidewalk replacement project. And trees and sidewalks don't get along very well.
No.
But I got to hand it to Myra and Charlie and all of the staff for looking for a way to make both things work. So we are out there saving trees with a few exceptions. There are some that have to come down, and fixing the curbing and the sidewalks. So great job again to the staff. Riva Trace. I was out at Riva Trace last night walking behind lots, and this is a new community in my district, and they were very, very upset about the I-75 noise, which has grown over the last 10 years. So I don't know that there's a solution to that, but I'm talking through some issues with them, and it's just kind of a reminder that as we approve projects near the interstate, remember, because we hear this from everybody, and I heard it from Tara 25 years ago, that is a lot of noise. And so we need to account for that noise as we permit projects. And then finally, I'm going to end with, please, Dr. Hopes, make it a priority. How many times do you hear this a day? We need a planning director. We really need a planning director. We have someone over development services. We've needed someone to focus on planning for more than a decade. It hasn't happened. It is something that keeps getting pushed down in the top 10, but it never rises to the top. We need it now, please. We've heard, we'll just amend the code, or let's amend the code. We've got to amend the code. The person who does code amendments and a 23-year employee quit this week. So if we were handicapped before, and now we are very handicapped. So I just ask that we please make that a top priority. Thank you.
Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to. First, I'd like to address Riva Trace and University Place, both at the same time. I can tell you there have been meetings out in those neighborhoods with DOT and myself, and the problem is when the development is built, it's an agreement between the developer and DOT as to whether or not there's a wall that goes up on 75. At Riva Trace, they have a huge berm that's there. The only place I've been able to get a wall so far is at Terra, and that is now complete. University Place 1 and 1, again, they have a berm. So it is something that we do not control. DOT does, but I would suggest that maybe you talk to LK and have some conversation on that. Now, getting to my comments, I really only have one for the meeting today, and that is that I talked to Charlie Hackney yesterday, and some homes have gone up in value, almost 20. Is there a problem?
She just wanted to communicate with you. She was
okay. Well, when I finish, okay. Some homes have gone up approximately 25%.
600,000.
So what you're going to see is probably a lot of people complaining about their increase in taxes. So I think, again, I bring this up almost in every meeting, and it's transparency. I think that we should, as a board, get some sort of notice together to send out to the residents in Manatee County, letting them know what the millage rate covers.
FYI.
And why? Because unfortunately, when it comes to the value of the homes, we don't control that. That is not, Charlie and I had a long conversation about that yesterday. We don't really control that. That is the property appraiser. That's his job. He's a constitutional officer, et cetera. But what we do control is the millage itself. So I would like to ask, and in fact, I'll wait. I'd like to get with the county administrator and perhaps get something together fairly quickly that we can put together to send out to the homeowners in Manatee County, letting them know and understand what the millage, yes, what it covers. Because if not, we're going to have some very upset residents, I feel fairly certain. So just wanted to mention that. So that's it for me. The good news is, I guess, since we did talk about reserves today, the bad news, good news, the revenues for the county, of course, are going to be increasing quite a bit. So
I would just add, Commissioner Baugh, that anyone whose home is homesteaded, because you mentioned residents.
Right, that does make a difference.
If they're homesteaded, then they're capped, and
You've got
they
so
will not
many.
go up.
I've got so many here, though, that, are snowbirds.
They're not full-time residents.
Well, in my district, anyway. I don't know about yours.
We have lots of short-term rentals in my district.
Yeah,
and
I don't know,
and non-residents as well.
It is a
Residency on Anna Marie Island is, I think, 17%.
Yeah,
So
wow.
that's significant. Commissioner Serbia wanted to discuss one of your comments.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the Riva Trace discussion. So that you know, Commissioner Baugh, our land development code does require that we address noise locally at the Manatee County level. And we do it all the time with projects that are along the interstate. You'll see a 100-foot buffer is normally what is required.
Yeah.
100-foot buffer is normally what's required, in addition to a noise analysis that determines if a berm is needed, if a wall is needed, if landscaping does it, or if certain construction techniques are needed. But that is something that Manatee County regulates.
Commissioner Baugh.
AI, thank you. Yes, it is something that Manatee County does regulate. However, you do not have the control over 75. That's where the problem comes in. And it's always done in the beginning of the development. So it's between the developer and DOT.
Commissioner Serbia.
So there are discussions between the developer and FDOT and the local government. What you're talking about is if we were to do something in the FDOT right-of-way, which has not been my experience that happens. It usually takes place on private property. It is not FDOT that puts up those walls under most circumstances, and it is negotiated on the property that is at the request of the board for plan development approval or rezone.
It is the developer, you are correct, that generally puts up the wall. But it is something that is discussed with DOT. Call DOT, talk to LK. And
It is,
maybe you can get it
I
done.
know, I've done it, I've discussed it with DOT. I just want you to know it is a local government issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to District 6.
I'm almost afraid to say I actually was
I know,
here.
be scared.
I was actually here when approved Riva Trace, and I remember the berm and the noise study and.
Thought you were going to say you approved the interstate, but.
No. So this was all, even though, if the citizens are complaining, this was all done up ahead of time when it got approved. Season of Sharing, if any of you all have ever heard of that, this organization is out of Sarasota, but it's Sarasota Manatee County, and Manatee Community Foundation works with them. They help, I've donated money to them, they help with electric bills, rent. Lately, they've been getting calls about car repairs for people because they can't get to work because, everything's so expensive now. So if anybody wants to Google Season of Sharing to contribute, what you do is on your donation, you write which county you would like to go to. So I just wanted to bring that up. Also, I attended the Heritage Day celebration. I wasn't in the parade, but there was about 3,000 people there, and it was, there were so many nice people. Everybody was so nice. I'm not used to that, because usually when we come, people here are pretty angry at us. And unfortunately, like George and I, unless we go to something, we don't have districts. I subbed in for Kevin when he was late at something recently, and all these people were giving me compliments. I'm not used to that because I don't have a district. So it was really refreshing to see positive and people having a good time. I did not hear one complaint about all the development where we have in Parish. I did not hear how much they disliked the growth or anything, and there was about 3,000 people. So I had something text me, and I put it into my email so it could be public record. PCA had written, on behalf of myself and the Parish Civic Association, we would like to give public recognition to the wonderful job that Charlie Bishop, Myra Prater, and with field maintenance, and Carmine DeMalo with Parks and Grounds, and any other staff that worked on these issues that we worked on for Heritage Day. As many of you know, we had the Heritage Day Parade and Festival last Saturday. The venue for the event was on the Fort Hamer Roundabout next to the Parish High School. About 5 weeks ago, I reached out to Charlie Bishop regarding concerns of mowing certain areas and anthills. He and his staff immediately reached out, coordinated with me, sent pictures of what needed to be done, called and emailed to make sure that we were satisfied with the results, and even treated a second time with the ants before the event. They went above and beyond, and we can't thank them enough. I just want that to everybody to be extremely aware and extremely proud of the wonderful collective efforts of the staff for helping us facilitate these issues for our festival. And if you have your directors meeting, hopefully you recognize people, and I sent it to, and I'll copy it to you. And also, on my way there, I went by Buffalo Creek Park, and I was there like 2 Saturdays before for the field opening. I have never seen so many kids in my entire life in one place. And people that say that we don't need soccer fields in North County, they just need to drive by there. It looked like an anthill. Literally, I couldn't tell between each soccer field where they were. And then I went by about 4 o'clock, and there were still people playing. And this was at 8:20 when I went there. So a lot of people don't realize we have a lot of kids in Parish area. We have a lot of families. It's still probably one of the most affordable areas in the county, and they have kids. So that really opened my eyes. I was really surprised. So good job to everybody. And and George, I attend the emergency, I started the emergency housing assistance with all the agencies in town when COVID first started, so we weren't duplicating services when everybody was getting money, and make sure it was all not, being duplicated. So at the meeting this past week, all we did was talk about housing. All the agencies are seeing how they're getting all these calls. George is going to speak at the April one, so I won't be on it because of sunshine. It's a Zoom. They said you're going to be giving a presentation to Susie Bowie and the affordable housing.
This Friday.
Okay, well, anyway, so they said that they just sent out an email that you're going to be speaking, so I won't be attending, but great. No, I don't want to. I don't want to run any chances.
Maybe you learned something.
What'd you say? Probably the
He's been full of himself all day.
Yeah, I know. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Whitmore. Commissioner Cruz, District 7.
Yeah, I don't have anything. Just want to, again, wish
Happy
Commissioner
birthday.
Satcher a happy birthday, and more importantly, wish my wife Jess a happy birthday. And on my way home, I would have been there earlier, but the chairman insists on continuously opening up future agenda item comments, which delayed my departure. So thank you very much, and I am done.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anything else for the good of the order? Seeing none, we are adjourned.